Thank you so much, Budek Lara Mongstar, as well as Alyssa, for that, cute interview with the fans on stage and in the venue. Man, I swear I have not seen the venue this packed.
Fair enough. It's the grand finals.
Not this packed.
Hey.
Come on, it's
All the way
FPL
outside. I think this is one of our, well, no, not technically, but it is one of our biggest venues that we've had.
Is it? Wait, actually? Wait.
One of.
If you include the MPL festival, it's
It's like packed outside too.
I mean, would you count like M4? Because I think that would technically be the biggest. I am knocking the ball out of the park here and setting unreal standards. But I will say it's a little jarring for me because I come from MPL MY, right? Stages like this is ridiculous. Like I used to complain a lot about Homeboys fans and Vamos fans being extra loud. This is ridiculous. They had 2 sets of parades walk in.
I mean, it's bound to be a good day, when that happens, right? It sets the vibes. Oh yeah, you're right.
When they were walking in, I'm pretty sure they couldn't even hear each other, and I'm sure because of that, it is kind of set the tone amongst the fans.
Yeah,
it's that crazy.
It is.
Wild. Intense.
Intense? Does that wait? Are those synonyms that would describe when you're drinking a good day, maybe?
If I'm having a good day, I'll be drinking a good day. All right, it's ready to drink. The coffee is in a 3-in-1 ready-to-drink bottled coffee with a variety of flavors as well, including fantastic mochaccino, original cappuccino, tiramisu bliss, and avocado delight. And we actually tried the groovy cookies. Magnificent.
Yeah.
Magnificent. So this good day, ready-to-drink coffee is perfect to enjoy while you guys are gaming with your friends, because every day is a good day with Good Day. Yeah.
GG, good day.
GG, good day.
Every
Thank
single
you.
time.
Get in, Donnie. Good day.
That's actually really cute.
It's not that cute.
That is super cute.
It's not. No,
I don't think cute is a right
it cute, guys?
precise term.
Where do I fit in?
Where?
GAG.
Gag?
GAG.
The gag duo. Trio, sorry.
Trio.
I meant trio.
GAG.
Keep your BL fantasies to yourself, woman. Okay, look, we've got professional things to do on our hands here because honestly, considering that how everything has been kind of playing out, and honestly, even your regular season MVPs have been looking good. Coming into these playoffs here, at this point of time, like I cannot figure out who's going to get the MVP.
That's a big question, right? Season 1, it was Watt. Season 2, we have I Am Jago, Udil Rect, Vin, Albert, Luminaire. Oh, Luminaire, he got...
Season 7.
Oh, interesting. Okay, CW, we have Clay, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and then CW. So, I mean, for the most part, it's always been from, Fnatic Onyx and RRQ. But the big question is, who will it be for this, upcoming grand finals, right? Okay, let's say RRQ wins, and let's say TLID wins. So let's talk from each one, seeing as we've seen the progress that they've, undergone through the playoffs, as well as our first game in this grand finals.
I mean, it's the finals MVPs, right? We can't really see their playoff performance.
Yeah, a little bit of
I'll indulge.
A guess.
I'll play around.
Okay.
RRQ, I really like Tsutsujin.
I'm going to say Idok. I think despite being the rookie, I think he is one impactful player. He's one of those players where it's like, oh, if he's doing bad, most people aren't going to even think twice about him. But then it's too late because when he makes like a 5-man ult or something crazy out of nowhere, or even his Franco hook, right? I think that alone is enough.
Nightmare. You're going to stick with Tsutsujin?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
Me? Oh, I've never been asked back. This feels new, guys. Thank you.
Blushing.
Oh, I feel important. RRQ, I think I would go for... Oh, it's tough. Okay, just reflecting from game number 1.
You got a lot of good options here. I think, even Skyla has probably a pretty decent chance at it as well. He's been playing pretty well during the regular season too. So it's just been doing great.
I think I gotta agree with Gideon.
Dairon?
Okay, Idok.
Yeah, I think Idok as well.
He's great. I think definitely a standout for RRQ. I think that Dairon is kind of finding his own, but it kind of depends on the meta. I think
agree.
if the meta leaned more towards what Dairon likes to play, I think it would have been GG well played.
I agree. Okay, let's TLID.
Easy. This one's easy for me.
Yeah, I mean it's Fabian. or witty?
For both of you guys?
Yehezkiel.
Yehezkiel.
I think he is
Okay.
the missing piece to both Witty and
Fact.
Fabian. Without Yehezkiel, I think both Witty and Fabian probably will be at each other's throats.
So you guys have included me in this conversation.
Yes.
Let's include the audience in this conversation too. Not about the MVP, finals MVP, but rather how can RRQ, it's okay, we'll go back to that later. But how can RRQ equalize in game number 2? According to you guys, statistics show 45% give Skylar space to farm. All right, so let's talk about that. Did we think that Skylar was not given space to farm? We'll start with you, Gunny.
We'll have two things, right? Space to farm, meaning the other 4 distracting the, like going to the other lane so that, yeah, he has space, quote unquote, to farm, or someone babysits him, quote unquote, a lot, rotating towards the gold lane a lot to have space to farm. Either way, I feel like it's hard against CLID.
I'll say right now, 68% of the audience is wrong. Because they need to be aware, specific. Now, let me preface it,
I
right?
like this.
Aran, beware Aran's aggression. It's not because he is aggressive, but what does that tell you? If somebody in lane is low and they start walking up to you, does that not seem suspicious? Like, you're already winning the lane, but he's still walking up to you. That means a gank is imminent. I think that RQ need to figure out what some of Aran's patterns are, because I think he's got some pretty dead giveaway tells about how he plays the game and what that could signal for the rest of his team.
This is the first time that I've been on a panel and one of my panelists is like, no, I disagree. I like this. Guys, keep on disagreeing.
Oh, look. It's not that I entirely disagree. I just think that
No, it's okay. I like it.
You sure?
Yeah, it opens discussion. Right?
Let me just check if my Instagram's still around.
I didn't say that, guys. I didn't say that, guys. That wasn't Eternal.
The genuine fear.
Back to this. So now, coming into game number 2, we do see that there is a difference in side selection. RRQ will now be on a blue side, instead of red side. And remember, we were talking about this, the fact that they forced a Matilda ban in the first phase for blue side, for TLID, but now that RRQ are the ones on blue side, how do you think this is going to change the scene and scope of the first phase?
Before we answer that, you guys follow the same system, right? If one team, it's coin toss and then the losing team decides which side they are. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So that means that I would imagine that Kescute is probably thinking, okay, now that we know for a fact that they can play chip, we can go back to the standard of drafting where blue side is mostly dominant, which RQ does a very good job at, right? I think right now, if TLID want to stand a chance in this upcoming game in the draft, they need big tempo breakers, because I can only assume that RQ is going to set up to get Suyo for themselves.
Tempo breakers, i.e. Cho, if possible. Tempo breakers, i.e. Ruby, if open, or if it accommodates the composition as well. I mean, now with TLID's second pick, I see Yves being the hero that might go and fall to the hands of TLID. Does RQ have the response to that? Maybe the Valentina, for instance.
Oh, that's actually a really good point, because technically, Yves has been doing really, really well for all teams who have picked it up so far. Wait, are they still 100% win rate?
Game 1, Yves, RQ, they lost.
They lost it, right? But
Nope.
TLID still 100%?
I think 80-90 if not.
80-90, if not they dropped
If not 100.
Oh, no, they definitely dropped one. Yeah. Okay, so that means what would they have to do? I think we need to start thinking about the other lying mages that could be played. Valentina, as Bonnie mentioned, is great. I also think that Lilia needs to be taken into consideration. One more, just because it got shown last game, has to be Farsa.
Farsa wins.
Exactly, and that adds layers now, right? It's not just as straightforward as we once thought. It's no longer just Jushin, Yves.
That's
right.
Lilia, Yves, Valentina, right? There's layers to it, but once again, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Oh man, even TLID are going all out. It's not just the Kingdom here showing for their team, showing up for their team, but the Cavalry is here to show themselves as well as we make our way to the drafting phase for game number 2 in this best of 7 series. This is the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And let's take a look. The bans are already in place. RRQ on blue side. We have the Fanny Cho Hilda ban. TLID Chip and the Suyo. Talk to me about this, guys. Matilda?
They want the Matilda.
I don't know. This is what I was worried about, right? Thankyou, he's really smart. He's already thought about it. Tempo breakers, he got rid of the most important one, which is Cho, because they're setting up for assassins. They wanted to ban out the family. I'm pretty sure they will always ban out the family no matter what side. And St. Luke is like, okay, get rid of Chip, get rid of Cho, and now he has to make a really difficult decision. Do I still focus down on the assassins? No! Goes for early game aggression bans, huh?
They open, or he opened the Matilda for RRQ, and RRQ will gladly take it / deny it from the hands of Weedy Device. TLID, they will pick up the Eve and the Alpha, so they will deny the combination, that cheeky Matilda Alpha combo.
And so, does the Nonton come to play here for RRQ?
I think that's, I think they should pick up the Nonton, or if not, they might explore the Focus, perhaps the Bane. Yeah, they are going to prioritize the jungler here, because if you remember upper brackets, Bane was always banned at second phase from inside of TLID.
Yeah, but also Bane makes it really annoying specifically for Yehezkiel on this Eve, because now every time you drop the RWM, you are put on a timer when the deadly catch is coming at you. You want to get as much damage as you want to, but you're not going to get the full extent of your ult.
It's my way.
Wait, does the deadly catch cancel the real world manipulation?
It doesn't, but you don't want to eat the damage.
Right.
You don't want to be put to 1 HP because of one shark.
All right. So Ixia here gets banned by TLID.
Very smart.
Yeah, I mean, TLID actually brought the Ixia yesterday, but it does seem like TLID knows that RQ that definitely can rock this Ixia. They do not want to give that opportunity to RQ, though. It seems like they will ban out bodies, right? Hero for Iran, I think that will be their main priority.
I have a big question. Do you think the Angela might surface here for TLID? We've seen TLID fight support with support before.
As a last
If
pick?
not that, Rafaela?
As a last pick.
Yes.
Yes.
You know my traits.
I think that is going to be the case. And Barat, as expected, right? EXP leaders will be the target of Iran. No Hilda, no Barat, no Khalid.
I think there's not much of a winning matchup here, because right now Phobius does pretty well into most things, even against the Ruby to a certain extent, but it's a skill matchup, right? Also, one more thing that needs to be taken into consideration for the EXP is whether or not they need to like get their hands on something that can slow things down, right? Maybe even play a Terizla here still to kind of keep them in place and force out ultimates, or they go straight into the CC and just purely focus on winning the lane.
Oh, the CC, I like that. But RQC, it seems like they are, now they don't want to deal with the heavy spins that Akai can produce. TLID, they should just pick up the EXP here. What EXP? Barak? Is that the desperate play? Is that the only play?
They can go X-Morg if they wanted to.
X-Morg. High loss. I forgot about the high loss, but
I think high loss is kind of like mid here, only because I don't think it's a bad hero. I think by all intents and purposes, it's great, and that's why it's in the meta. But against Bane, against Matilda, that's where it gets a little bit iffy. If they add one more layer to it, a means to kind of slow them down on the Glorious Pathway, or even just taking up a Valentina for themselves, it kind of just evens out the draft anyways.
So Valentina is definitely on the board here. So again, real world relation, perhaps Sphere of Alpha can be stolen, but no, they are going for that 2-Sin and the Irithel, most likely with Sprint.
Okay, so the signature Irithel for Skylar does pop up here, but this is a Jushin pick into a Eve that has been quote-unquote the theoretical counter.
Angela, no. Support v support.
I feel like this last pick might not necessarily matter. Because looking at RQ's composition, it's push and pull, right? It's all
Ruby.
I think they need a stronger initiation tool, but then most of them have already been banned.
So you don't have
Is it a Grok? Rafa?
Yeah,
There you go.
All right.
Yeah, so it ends up St. Luke has decided instead of going for a full dive composition, tell you what, let's just change it back up. We're also going to play the push and pull. So this game is going to be very adaptable. Both teams are going to be playing a very strategic game of ping pong where they're going to be rallying against each other. And once we get into the late game, that's when we see the very big smashes where Phobius comes in, Deadly Catch even, and even the RWM. So we need to see that evolution of the ping pong into the tennis and then the tempo breakers.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Let's see. I think TLID with that draft, we might see a 1-1.
Oh, okay. Okay, the bold statement here from the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see exactly how this ping pong tennis match proceeds between both of these teams as we throw it over to our casters for game number 2.
5 seconds.
Game number 2 on the cards.
Smash.
CLID, they have 1 foot in the castle of the kingdom. But now it is the time for the kingdom to once again reinstate their oppression.
Gonna stake their claim to try and get that early game dominance. We were expecting something completely different, man. With the bans showing up earlier, we thought an assassin was gonna show up. But once again, it's a jungle, utility jungle, fighter jungle showdown here. And Fabian and Sysogen both duking it out. But now it's a very different approach. RRQ seem to be doubling down on that early game option.
This Irithel is picked, right? And we saw it. Skylar yesterday with the Mathilda and the Irithel playing around. Don't you think it's situational? But before that, the emblems, Rashi.
Ooh. Wow, Litho taken by Fabian there. Emblems by Home showing the tenacity for Yehezkiel, respecting the aggression coming in. Dairon with the agility and the Festival of Blood, so he's trying to play that massive frontline role, but ooh, Duel!
This is the thing, it's still a skill matchup in the bottom lane, man. It's not entirely a win for the Irithel. You do have an advantage, in a way, for poke and wave clear, but Aaron can do what he's doing best, laning.
Yeah. Back to my question though. The Irithel Mathilda combo in this scenario, do you like it? I mean, sure they have a high loss, they can charge at them, and as well as the alpha maybe, but oh, Skylar!
Good juke, but the damage still. Oh, you can't really ignore that. Skylar almost taken down, has to pop in sprint. Sysogen rotating over, has it, and they catch Witty! Bit down by the Sharks!
Wow, out of nowhere, Sysogen playing it aggressive, matching the alpha, getting the gold buff as well. And on the top side, even with Aran trying to be sneaky, avoid laning, cutting the wave, Dairon actually came in to punish him, kind of equalizing the situation. Looking kind of okay for RRQ, but the big moment is this turtle fight. Can they actually get it done? A lot of zoning tools for RRQ. It's tankier frontline technically, but Team Liquid has a lot of damage and a lot of true damage at that, and more sustain.
Yeah, TLID, they want to contest this turtle. And Yehezkiel already level 4, has the RWM to just push them away. But now Rin's coming in.
Crimson Beacon, a flicker backwards as well. Fabian with the Spear of Alpha over Rins. Now the glorious pathway to the back as well. Now he's giving the Infernal Pursuit all the way to Witty. Sysogen able to utilize the distraction to go for it. Rins still able to save Witty very low. Dairon on the chase. Infernal Pursuit from Dairon. And he gets the kill down. Aran is next on the chopping block. And it's RRQ with an amazing win in the first turtle fight.
They strike hard and the cavalry off their horses. 3 kills in 3 minutes, and they get the turtle as well.
We've seen this before, dude. The Tsushin, deceptively tanky and doing a lot of damage, a lot of distraction in the early game, diving to the backline. It was looking so weird, so wonky, and we've seen it go wrong before, but it worked out right there, and Dairon on the Fulvius, man, putting it down. RQ doing a great job utilizing the strong pick that they first picked, but now can they maintain it? Can they find more?
And now the Rafaela pick, right, in the hands of Witty. Yesterday, Key picked it up as well. Now it's in the hands of Witty. What are the comparisons you could draw in this composition, at least, to fight off RQ?
Oh, whoa, wait, what?
Witty pops the flicker. Okay.
Every time I ask a question, something happens, but that is not what I expected.
You need a certain ego from Edok to kind of get information, trying to find control, and with that moment, with that exchange of resources, they're gonna go for the third goal, but look at this.
Oh, Crimson Beacon, Witty gunned down again. Rins with a Lantern Flare, Aaron gonna enter Entropy, and now it's gonna be Fabian with the flanks as well. The Spear of Alpha able to find another kill over. It's 2 for 2. Fabian caught in the bad spot. Sysogen does a bit too much damage. Now Yehezkiel gets Rins, flicker out, and Yehezkiel gets the kill. 3 for 3 at the end of the day.
Comfort zone for RRQ. They're able to dive into the tier 2 turret and force a fight into Team Liquid ID's waiting hands. RRQ, is this the lead they're looking for, Arashi?
It was looking so good. I thought the tower was definitely gonna fall, but they kind of overextended a bit. Team Liquid ID, the fact that they were able to actually get somewhat of an equal trade there is definitely concerning. But right here, there's so much control over the turtle. You can see Fabian immediately just going for the clear, going for the other resources available on the map. But look at the duo on the top side.
Got 1v1. Aaron with a flicker. That's a mistake. Skylar will capitalize on that mistake. A solo kill. Tyron all alone. Able to flicker out of the Holy Baptism, but you cannot flicker out of the glorious pathway. TL will get a trade.
What is it with Team Liquid ID and their flickers in game number 2? That was a miscalculation from Matt on Chicky.
It certainly came out of nowhere. And looking at the items here. Whoa, hang on a minute. 1v1.
Deadly catch now. The spear versus the shot. Sutsujin soloed. Fabian getting the shutdown now. Getting the Lancer Flare to throw him back around. Fabian traded back again.
Wow. That's Sutsujin 3 and 0 taken out by Fabian though. So they're both having 3 kills, but in theory, Fabian shouldn't be able to win it out there. And from that engagement there, Skylar also wasn't able to get the turrets. So both teams are hanging on to their early game objective very, very well.
Yeah, the baptism again whipping this time around. Aaron Chicky has the entropy backwards. Circling Eagle knocking him up. Aaron very low, and now the Lancer Flare on him. Skylar with a heavy crossbow takes them down under the tier 1 up top.
The power of the Irithel Matilda combo. This time around, the Crown Prince has company.
And even with the Has Cross, there's no need for Skylar to go back. He can stay on the map indefinitely. No mana cost. Now AKHIR using it as pressure. They're gonna for sure be able to get the tower on the top side. But even on the bottom side, Sutsujin being very active here. Which one will Team Liquid actually move towards?
No. Ron will have to address the wave created by Sutsujin down bottom, but this just gets scarier for Team Liquid ID. But in this scenario, Arashi, in this sort of circumstance, can they still bank on the Natan?
I think they definitely still can. That's a lot of damage.
Whew, that's disgusting.
Oh man!
That's
just spoken
war
away.
axe. That's just one war axe, man. Around in the back now, looking for it. Oh, Spear of Alpha missing the glorious pathway. Dodged away from now the circling eager to go onto Aran. Meanwhile, Tyron in the back, forcing real world. Appalachian will be shredded down, and it will be a trade 1-for-1. But Winnie takes the kill. It's an XP for an XP. RQ get all the turtles in game 2.
I think the big deciding factor here is the fact that both frontliners, the Hylas and the Phobias, one can kind of delay you, right? The Hylas is too beefy to kind of push through, but the Phobias can actually take you out, having a lot more damage built into the kit. So now RRQ can actually be a bit more aggressive because they know that Tyron, however you want to spin it, becomes a bigger threat compared to Aran on the Hylas. And that single advantage is allowing them to just control more ground. But again, Team Liquid have that late game.
Circling Eagle, Aran, no vengeance this time around. The Holy Baptism, again from Witty, only landing onto Dyron.
Yeah, and the Phobius can somehow skip the high loss as well, right? You could practically target the backline of TLID indefinitely as E-Dog just opens up the map for RRQ. Now the question becomes for TLID, how do they want to deal with this Phobius, Arashi?
You just have to wait until they get a bit more damage, but even then, with the Vengeance, it's going to be difficult, so they have to kind of play the back and forth. That is what we theorized earlier with that Rafaela pick. They wanted movement speed, but look at Rins.
Crimson Beacon, Aran still trying to go for the defense in the mid lane, pops into the glorious pathway and dives all the way to the back. TLID, is this a mistake? The Holy Baptism catches on the Skylar. Oh, Dyron's free hitting. Now, 2 fights going on. Dyron able to get that Infernal Pursuit, Fabian very low. The chase around Cheeky! Again with the flicker forward, only to get gunned down by Skylar.
The Stallion misses his flicker yet another time. RRQ, all hands on this game.
6,000 gold advantage. Is this a mental block you're talking about, Mirko? Playing the Natan against the infamous Natan in the PLID. A lot of moments here where it seemed so close yet so far. Skylar on this Irithel that really shouldn't be doing so well. 5-1 and 5. The mobility allowing him to just be so aggressive.
Holy Baptism, no under the turret. Skylar now makes a mistake. Gets caught by the real world manipulation. And TLID, they'll have an advantage. Skylar shut down 20 seconds. And it will be a Lord that is in the Lanadon, up and ready.
Mistakes after mistakes, both from the marksmen of their respective teams playing today. Now the Lord though, they want to blitz it, but I think they're just waiting for Skylar to respawn to get even more source of damage.
Oh, that burst, man. Circling Eagle, forcing the Vengeance out now. Deadly catch, Witty! Disappears straight to the back now with the Crimson Beacon. Able to get some damage down as Fabian goes in, gets straight to the back as well. Here on Shiggy with the entropy forward. Fabian slices through Dyron. Yes, kill. Gets the kill back, but Sutsujin shoots Aran down. Another 2 for 2. Skylar back online. Heavy crossbow onto Fabian. Will use the Spear of Alpha defensively, but the Circling Eagle to the back will be able to find two. Aaron getting gunned down. The heavy crossbow is too much for Aaron to handle. And the Kingdom again are able to make it work.
Team Liquid ID overzealous. They saw that momentum. They saw the mistake from Skylar. They thought that they had that Lord for sure, but they overstayed. RRQ were able to find a relatively equal trade, and the moment Skylar returns, that was a signal to retreat, but the cavalry just did not notice it.
Wow! Almost just one-shotted.
What is the damage?
Yikes! A lot of damage from the Kingdom. They're angry. They don't want to give up their throne that easily. They don't want the castles to be usurped by the Stallions now. Aaron Shiki 1-5 as the Natan. Is there still a late game angle?
If it goes long enough, there's definitely a late game angle. At 10 minutes, 6,000, we saw that Geek Time were able to come back from such a deficit, but RRQ, what is the plan here to crack open the base? This is the Nathan Eve combo with the Hylos. They do have Siege, they have the Irithel, but the Mage, it's a Sushin. What's the plan here for Kescue to really crack open this base? It might be some kind of dive.
Yeah, it's more of a zoning mage with the Zeusin, right? You want the CC to keep on going, but the Lord will blitz and march forward.
Lord on the bottom lane. No, First Lord, so should be able to defend this. Again, it's a Yve and a Natan combination. Last time we saw, I don't think it was day one. Fnatic Onyx having a 12,000 gold lead, but struggling to end against a Natan and a Yve.
Now we talk about it, right? The Natan and the Yve. Two of the best base heroes for defense in this patch, in the playoffs at least. Will RQ be able to topple down that foundation for TLID?
Oh man, we'll have to see. Looking at the items right now, already the Glowing One and the Divine Glaive. So he's Yeheskiel here, not playing to shred the front line. He knows Iron's gonna be tanking up too much damage, too much sustain. He's gonna focus more on having burst damage available in case Skylar makes a mistake, in case Weedy finds a great great stun onto Skylar. He can just follow up and deal a ton of burst damage. For Iron Shiki, it's only about scaling up here. Holy Crystal almost completed. It's gonna be a massive spike. But the Radiant Armor is completed for Dyron, so again, it's kind of neutralized for a bit. Maybe one more item will be required before Team Liquid ID can really claim to have that shredding potential.
Yeah, he has his Holy Crystal ready for Aaron Shiki. Now the big problem is he able to exert the damage? Because the problem is he has been overextending and creating, minute plays that is not necessary, flickering forward with the entropy as well. That has been the criticism towards him since yesterday, even since 2 days ago in that match against Beatron Alpha as well. Now it is a matter of how he will hold himself when the time comes.
Now this is a delicate situation for Team Liquid ID. RRQ, just want to get the Lord, try and get some structures, that's fine. But Team Liquid ID, if they fail here, they falter and lose their front line, there's a lot of ground that RRQ can chase them through, and there's a ton of mobility available for them.
Yeah, this Lord is important. 7.9k gold lead in the hands of RRQ. They look to even subjugate TLID further. They look for the zone, and here goes the Circling Eagle.
They spot Fabian in the bush. Spear of Alpha, eat up. Able to flicker out, but whoa, the healing's there. Dyron with the flicker, finding three, and now Skylar gets rid of all of them in the back. Sutsuji with the red tree, and the Kingdom, they will take the fight here in the second Lord fight of the game. Skylar is a goddamn maniac.
The Crown Prince might look for the Savage, but it's way too far. Yeheskiel still riding into the dying night, but the Kingdom is here. They wanna reinstate their oppressiveness towards the cavalry.
A lot of damage, a lot of burst. Yeheskiel going for the play.
RWM on the Skylar, very low with the Wishing Lantern, but again now in front of pursuit, the demonic force onto them. RRQ will level the game, will level the series in a best of 7. It is 1-1.
Woo! The Kingdom, they will not go down without a fight. 1-1. They equalize the score. TLID, the revolution, still on hold.
Wow, what a recovery from RRQ. We saw the draft, we kind of doubted it. It didn't seem to connect, but maybe that's exactly what RRQ wanted. Who needs connections when you approach the fight from 4 different angles? One was that last fight. Before Team Liquid understood, they were charging into an ambush.
They were running to the back line. They had their target. They had their eyes on the Crown Prince. But his soldiers, his army, protected him. And RRQ at least, again, that fight, that spirit is still there.
Oof, man. I'm seeing great moments from Team Liquid ID still, but RRQ somehow, they're able to just maneuver around the expectations. So many times you saw that guiding wind used to just bait out resources. I think Fabian even showed a bit of discomfort there. Prodded at, poked at, you know, approached from multiple angles, not knowing where is the real attack coming from. Let's take a look at it again. It was looking so weird because Edok made the move so early, and I thought for sure that he might get punished for it. But he flickers out again, baits a ton of resources, including the entropy, and look at the backline. What backline for RRQ? The backline is diving towards the backline of Team Liquid.
Yeah, they were giving and handing themselves on a silver platter, offering themselves in the very eyes of the kingdom, in the very eyes of the maniac Prince. 1-1.
That's very just unlike Liquid, I would say, man, in game number 2. The flickers randomly from Aaron Shiki, those miscalculations.
Yeah.
And fighting with an 8,000 gold deficit. Fighting when clearly the power spike has been kind of delayed for the Natan. They got the Holy Crystal and they thought this was still a normal 11-minute game, still a normal 12-minute game. No, it's a game with an 8,000 gold lead. They didn't defend, they just went for a fight.
Well, panelist desk, break it down for us.
Thank you, casters. What an amazing comeback by the Kings of Kings, RRQ, to equalize this to 1-1. And obviously in the grand finals, we wouldn't expect anything less from both of these teams, but we have got to talk about this game. Man, I completely agree with the casters, especially Mirko bringing up the point that TLID made a lot of mistakes, and RRQ, being the strong team that they are, completely capitalized over them.
This is the thing, right? We mentioned that TLID, they're a team that is addicted to the rush, but they're behind, so they need to keep their addiction to that rush. When they're behind, they need to just slow down their pace.
Rein it in.
RRQ, they got the early game, they got all the newts, important fights as well. Yeah, of course they want to push the pace. TLID, yeah, they need to tone it down when they're behind, especially you're on a Natan who got the Holy Crystal minute 12.
Yeah, I think the worst part about all of this is had the team just kind of kept even against RRQ, this would have been a very different story here. But like multiple times we see that Aaron Shiki tries to go for this 1v1 early against Skylar and misses just one ability, makes one singular mistake. Because had he shut down Skylar early on in this lane, he probably would have been able to be more effective in fights like this, for an example, trading maybe 2 people before the double kill happens.
It's again, from the draft, we know that the Rafaela, sure, it's good. It adds mobility, it adds sustainability, but yeah, that's why RRQ, they know they just want to push the tempo from the get-go. They can overwhelm them with mobility with the Matilda as well, and we saw how multiple times as well the guiding wind came into clutch, saving Sutsujin, saving Skylar, and with sprint as well, Skylar is able to mobilize very fluidly in the Land of Dawn.
So we're gonna see who gets crowned the MVP or the player of the game for game number 2, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. We talked about Edok, we talked about Skylar, but let's talk about Dyron now, as he's able to claim this title for our second game. What did he do to deserve this title?
Get his hands on Phoveus is just so good for what he is required to do. Because again, at the beginning of the game, I told you, these compositions, it's going to be a constant push and pull between the both of them. They're both baiting each other out. But the beauty of this Phoveus is that I could make a mistake and I press one button and I basically buy myself 0.5 seconds worth of time every single time he taps that ult. And he can effectively do it as many times as he wants to because he has Edok as a way to bail him out of tough spots. So it's interesting because for me, I thought maybe he was gonna go, if he had full faith in Edok, he would have taken a vengeance. But with the flicker, it makes him very flexible, but it also could potentially punish the Nonton. He takes the entropy, goes all the way to the backline. You flicker, passive mark him, and then instantly initiate.
And again, you mentioned initiate. Without Dyron here, multiple fights. There's no points of initiation without the Phobias, right? You have the Matilda that can't really initiate. You're just there to cover. You've got Skylar who will protect his position. Dyron was the sole potential initiator in this game, and he played that to a T. It does seem like TLID, they got ahead of themselves. They weren't really ready in this position, and they took the fight, which cost them the game.
Which is why I think what Gideon said was very important, right? He mentioned that technically RRQ don't really necessarily need the tools to initiate. All they needed to do was work around and trust that TLID are a team at the moment that can't hold themselves back, right? There were so many moments that they were so behind, they didn't have the necessary skills available, equipment available, the gold available, the items available, and yet they still wanted to go in for these engages. And RRQ, they were very happy to just get and receive it on a silver platter.
I think, overall, Skylar, the fact that he was able to find kills in his lane, would I say it's an outplay? Maybe the first one was the outplay. The second one, probably not. It was the onus was definitely on Aaron Cheeky, and all the kills afterward definitely were Skylar. He's ending this game 11-2-5.
Maniac, by the way.
Maniac skipped his boots, went straight into the Haas Claw, and played purely off of the timing of his sprint, which is, again, very bold of him, right? Not everybody is comfortable doing this as well. But in that mindset, right, because your scaling hero has already kind of caught up very fast to the item power spikes of everybody else, like Dyron, for example, when he got just the Thunderbelt alone, you could just see if people are focusing on that Phobias, Irithel gets a free access into that backline. And honestly, if I'm in TLID's position, I'm thinking that by the 5th, 6th minute, our two biggest problems is Phobias as well as this Bane on Sutsujin.
And it's evident in that game, right? Sutsujin getting the important fights, sustaining in most of that team fights as well. And that Zushin is so annoying, Gideon. And also, why? I can't touch on the draft. Remember, Keskin banned out the Hilda. Against Zushin, the Hilda would do so much. It would get so much value. And that's why Keskin, he wants the Zushin, and that's why he banned the Hilda out. So that Rins can focus on elsewhere instead of hovering around looking for Hilda in the jungles of Sutsujin.
Oh, come on, Skylar. 945 GPM. I guess it did make sense, right? He got to that power spike so quickly, on top of the mistakes that Aaron made.
I mean, if he didn't die
Talk to us about that, right?
Well,
You think it would have hit 1K?
it would have if he didn't die twice. Because that was a huge shutdown when he overextended. He was like, all right, Edok, take me out. Edok. No! And Aran just stuns him before he gets it and dies to the RWM. Like, there's only so much you can really do. And honestly, this isn't even Skylar's highest score of yet. This game was going very well for them, but at the same time, I hope to see that Team Liquid ID is going to take blue side for this upcoming game. And RRQ Hoshi, I want to see some innovative ideas for red side. Because again, now that we've kind of like taken away the identity of these teams and gone back to the standard meta which we're used to, blue side has a huge advantage at predetermining what kind of a draft is going to be coming out for the game.
Really shows that the blue side really dictates the draft. And first pick value seems like the Matilda is just popping off. Also, Team Liquid game 1 blue side, they picked up the Matilda and it really supplements their victory. On the other side, red side here, yeah, that last pick value, not really showing in the series.
Which is why this is such an incredible matchup. Because notoriously, even if, let's say, TLID gets red side, if they let the Matilda go on blue side, not a lot of teams can actually utilize the Matilda to how well Weedy as well as Edok utilize it. Because yesterday with Bigatron Alpha, Key picked up the Matilda, but the impact just wasn't the same.
Yeah, it's a different mindset here, right? It really boils down to how connected you are with the rest of your team when you are playing that Matilda. You want to be able to like communicate, oh, I could save you, without having to say that verbally. It's kind of like a sixth sense almost.
Chemistry comes into play as well, all right? Communication, coordination, and RQ, they got the better coordination in that game. They know what to do. They press the right buttons as well. TLID, slow things down. All right, I think that's just my recap for TLID. RQ, Keep doing what you're doing, Kescu. Believe in you.
I think I have a slightly differing opinion on this one.
Oh.
I think TLID need to play an early game composition right now. Because I think that honestly, Aaron Cheeky is doing pretty good against Skylar. He made a couple of mistakes, but he was like, it's Natan versus Irithel. It's like a 1 auto worth of difference between the two heroes at equal level, at equal items. So, this is the laning phase, of course. So, if you play something a little bit more lane focused, I think he's got a very good chance, and it might actually force Skylar to play something a little bit more on the scaling half of the thing, the scaling half of the marksman spectrum.
Yeah. I agree, but also TLID need to be able to adapt from that. Like, you can't just be able to play with an early game comp and utilize that to that's it. That feels so one-dimensional, Gideon.
No, it's not one-dimensional. I think there's a lot of beauty in early game aggression because it builds up to something big. And honestly, it builds up to something bigger than all of us, some may say.
Are you talking about... I like how he's mentioning big things.
Yeah.
Okay,
Building to
phrasing.
something big.
Bigger.
Bigger.
Guys,
better.
Greater?
Than ever.
Don't even. You talking about Kadia here?
I am. I'm talking about Kadia, ladies and gentlemen. Feel the sensation of entering the world of gaming in real life with the most complete facilities. And you can only experience that in Kadia City because it's not about just esports.
Okay.
It's about all games and communities and fans as well. And a new era of play awaits, so don't forget to follow them on their social media at Kadia Gaming. You can also scan the QR code down below. They also have a Discord that you guys can join to, really feel that community vibe on Kadia.
Yeah.
Based on what I've heard, apparently like Kadia, as much as a city for all the gamers, apparently they've got like an in-city game thing.
Wow.
I don't know how to explain it because it's so massive. Like you go around to different checkpoints, having to do like mini challenges and stuff to get like points to eventually build up to something bigger. I don't know the full details about it, but this is what I've heard.
Sounds fun.
The little rumors going around.
Dude, that's not fun.
What do you mean that's not
That's
fun?
like super, super duper fun.
There you
You
go.
always get me with that one.
Fun.
It's not just fun.
Super duper.
Super duper 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 fun.
Yeah, just the more dupers you add to it, the better it gets.
Of course, guys. But okay, let's go back. So 1-to-1, let's tackle that a bit because I feel like Aaron has this continuous behavior of making plays like that. We've seen this throughout the entirety of the playoffs, and sometimes he gets away with it because his team is already leading. But isn't that something that he needs to fix? That discipline?
Well, I think it's Aaron Cheeky. He is that type of player, right? He likes to take the
Risk.
50-50. He likes to take the risk. And this time, what bothers me, or what bothers perhaps the TLID fans, is he made a lot of miscalculation, which is unusual for Aaron Cheeky.
I feel like he rolled the dice maybe a little too many times here. Like there's obvious moments where it's like he clearly sees Skylar's kind of low. If I land just one ability, I can kill him. I can for sure kill him. And he did it twice and failed twice. One wasn't his fault because Edok was able to save Skylar with the help of the shield and the flask of the Oasis. So instead of addressing Skylar as the problem, I think they need to address Edok as the main issue here. Because right now, if we are comparing Skylar to Aaron, I would say out of 10 games, it's 5-5 in the laning phase.
It's not even.
I think that Skylar's great in team fights, but I think that Aaron holds up the snuff against Skylar when it comes to the laning. Here, obviously he made a mistake, but we haven't seen Skylar. We have seen Skylar actually make the same mistakes before.
Interesting. I don't know. Do you think it's an ego thing? Because
Honestly, maybe.
It's play style.
No, here,
I would
wait.
love to imagine if it
It's
was.
an ego
Wait,
play style,
wait.
maybe.
Give me a second. Because look, we know how Aaron is as a player, as a person. The personality that he exudes on the stage every time he goes in for the interview. He's very confident. He's very cocky. Okay?
Okay.
And the only person that he's actually said that he respected was Skylar. And he looks up to Skylar. So is this kind of him trying to prove a point? Like, hey, if we're talking about best gold laners in MPLID, maybe it's not Skylar anymore. Maybe you should be looking at me.
Or maybe this is one of those like from idols to rival situation.
Yeah.
But he hasn't made the full transition. He's still kind of nervous. He's just like, oh my god, Skylar actually respects me in lane.
Oh my god.
He's so
Idolizing, fanboying.
He's playing footsies with me. He's keeping perfect distance all day. He's just fanboying in his head. That'd be so funny if that was true.
That's like how we all feel when we're casting with Gideon.
No. That was me with Coach Take That. Just I jumped the gun straight into like I gotta know this.
So you think that is a potential factor or layer to why Aaron is playing the way that he is?
It would be funny if it was. It would. I would. If the interview comes out and it happens to be true, that would be great. But I think right now it's about the outside factors. How can you get your supports involved? How do you get your mid laners involved?
So with that, we're going to throw it over to our host first before we start in game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, what are they doing?
Satu sama poin yang didapatkan oleh RRQ Hoshi sebagai penyeimbang dalam game kedua match Grand Final MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Begitu ramai dan begitu ketat tentunya, apalagi yang lagi nonton ini Dakdikdukser. Gimana tidak, kedua tim saling membalas. Dan kalau membahas tentang ketegangan di Eldorado Dome Bandung, pastinya kita bakal membuat suasana ini lebih tegang lagi.
Betul sekali Bude, karena kita akan kembali bermain Franco Hide and Seek bersama salah satu penonton yang di sini kayaknya win rate-nya nih tinggi banget nih Bude.
Benar, karena hari ini spesial banget di hari Grand Final. Hadiahnya bukan hanya redeem code saja, namun juga ada
Samsung Galaxy. Jadi pemenangnya akan langsung mendapatkan satu buah Samsung Galaxy. Dan pastinya penonton juga akan mendapatkan redemption code yang akan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Ya banyak banget pastinya yang bisa didapatkan. Kita akan happy-happy bareng. Jadi kita langsung saja panggilkan Franco hari Grand Final. Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Halo, siapa nih namanya?
Andre
Andre.
Dari mana Andre?
dari Bandung.
AA Bandung.
Bandung asli.
Asli.
Asli, ya sampurasun. Nih gimana kalau ngomongin Franco Hide and Seek, win rate-nya berapa nih Andre?
Untuk saya 701 match 63,6%.
Lumayan ya, keren naik loh. Kemarin tuh 57%.
Oke,
Sebelumnya 40.
Oke, naik ya setiap harinya karena hari ini hari Grand Final jadi spesial. Kira-kira di hook tiga-tiganya akan langsung mendapatkan pada bidak-bidaknya tidak?
Semoga aja.
Semoga
aja. Tapi tahu kan hadiahnya sekarang apa?
Belum tahu tuh.
Tadi, jadi kamu harus mewakili semua yang ada di sini. Harus menang, harus dapetin biar ada redeem code. Dan kalau kamu bisa ngedapetin ngehook dengan tepat, kamu juga ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy.
Terima kasih.
Belum dong. Belum nih.
Semoga aja.
Jadi siap nih?
Siap.
Oke, jadi kita akan panggilkan nih untuk lawannya Andre yang akan bersembunyi. Silakan tim MPL, let's go!
Oke, ini dia penantang yang akan mengumpat di sekitar area bus yang telah ditentukan. Pastinya di area sungai dan juga di area turtle pit. Oke, dari tim MPL. Jadi Andre harus bisa mencari 3 bidak-bidak yang bersembunyi di area tersebut.
Jadi kalian punya tempat persembunyian khusus gak bertiga nih?
Punya Bude, aman ada.
Aman ada?
Ada.
Jangan jauh-jauh ya.
Ya Bude.
Nanti yang di sini dibantuin. Oke.
Ya.
Ready?
Ready.
Andre ready?
Siap.
Siap, semuanya siap. Kita akan countdown bersama-sama. Kamu Sunda asli, coba hitung mundur dari angka 300.
Jauh ya Bude, jauh.
Jauh.
Dari 3 aja Bude, dari 3.
5 deh, 5.
Apa leh 5? Sampai 3 aja.
Ya oke, 3.
Tilu, hiji, tilu, 2, hiji.
Yeay, mari kita mulai. Inilah dia, Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Let's go!
Oke, ini akan bersembunyi dulu di area yang tadi sudah disebutkan ya Bude. Jadi hanya boleh di area sekitar bush, area turtle pit, dan juga di area sungai.
Benar, dan kalau satu aja udah ngedapetin, kita akan langsung kasih aja redeem code-nya. Kita lagi baik hati ya.
Betul sekali, karena hari ini hari terakhir pasti kita mau semua ya hari ini senang dan berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis.
Turtle Pit ya, Turtle Pit. Ayo jangan ngumpet di tempat lain, abang-abang Q. Ngumpet yang benar. Ini cloud-nya, itu kayaknya, apakah itu tempatnya? Cloud? Di Turtle Pit, let's go.
Ini untuk para penonton dibantu ya nanti untuk Andre biar bisa mendapatkan redeem code-nya dan pastinya membantu Andre mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy.
Tim MPL sudah? Sudah? Oke, Andre silahkan jalan. Terusnya gampang banget, jadi 3 tim MPL ini harus stay di tempat Turtle Pit. Dia nggak boleh bergerak-bergerak, dia harus bersembunyi, nggak boleh pindah. Sisi satunya ya Andre ya. Sisi satunya. Yang sebelahnya, yang satunya. Bukan yang situ Andre. Oke. Dan ini akan menarik banget karena Andre harus mencari 3 kali kesempatan. Kamu nggak boleh masuk ya Andre ya.
Penonton boleh dibantu ya.
Waduh. 1 dapat, padahal 3 kali kesempatan. Tarik semua Andre.
Oke, kita lihat
Mana lagi nih,
kesempatan
mana lagi
kedua.
nih?
Boleh maju. Kemana?
Kanan, kiri. Oh, Andre 1 kesempatan lagi nih untuk mendapatkan 1 player. Mana? Lah. Waduh, terjadi.
Kemana?
Kemana
Penonton?
Lomang. Gak dengar. Mana? Ya, 3 kali kesempatan sudah dihabiskan. Dan tadi siapa ini yang recall? Benedetta? Hey, kenapa kamu recall? Gak apa-apa, gaya dulu. Recall, malah kepencet. Ini nih harus hati-hati. Namun karena kamu sudah berhasil mendapatkan 1 tim MPL, kamu berhak memberikan redeem code dan juga Samsung Galaxy.
Yeay, selamat
Asik.
Andre mendapatkan 1 buah Samsung Galaxy dan pastinya untuk penonton bisa mendapatkan redeem code dan berkesempatan dapat skin gratis.
Yap, tapi Andre, kamu kan udah ngedapetin 1, tadi menculik 1 cloud-nya. Apa tuh rahasianya kamu bisa mendebak dengan tepat? Apakah kamu habis semedi atau apa?
Feeling aja.
Feeling.
Ya, terbukti kali ya win rate 64% ya tadi ya.
63.
63%-nya ya langsung mendapatkan.
Terus Andre, udah penasaran nih, kan kamu bakal ngedapetin hadiah. Coba dong kasih sesuatu buat kita, pantun.
Jalan-jalan ke kota Bandung.
Cakep!
Aing Bandung bukan aing maung.
Maung.
MPL ada di Eldorado. Era Reki Liquid sama-sama gacor.
Mantap. Dan langsung saja kita akan buka redeem code dengan pantun yang cakep ini. Inilah dia redeem code. Jadi siapkan device kalian, langsung aja cepat-cepat dia dapat. Dan semoga kalian beruntung ngedapetin skin. Dan inilah dia, jangan sampai salah huruf, jangan sampai salah angka.
Betul sekali karena ini kodenya yang bisa membuat kalian berkesempatan mendapatkan skin gratis. Gak usah difoto, langsung aja dimasukin karena siapa cepat dia dapat.
Betul. Dan pastinya hari ini seru banget, tarik menarik. Dan dari Andre sendiri udah ngedapetin handphone ini. Mau kamu buat push rank biar mungkin win rate-nya naik gak sih?
Push tiap hari.
Push tiap hari, mantap.
Dan pastinya kalau dari Andre sendiri nih pendukung dari Araki atau Liquid.
Saya Liquid, khususnya Iron Siki.
Arosiki berarti Kalvari ya. Boleh dong dikasih semangatnya dari Kalvari. Boleh dipanggil? Kalvari mana suaranya? Oke, jadi langsung aja. Jadi kita akan serahkan ya hadiahnya. 1 buah Samsung Galaxy yang akan diberikan kepada Andres.
Betul sekali, ini spesial langsung di tangan. Hati-hati ya, ini nanti bude kantongin. Enggak dong, ini untuk Andre karena sudah bisa ngehook di Franco Hide and Seek by Samsung Galaxy. Congratulations Andre. Kasih tepuk tangannya dong. Dan thank you udah memberikan kita redeem code.
Ya, dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita pastinya bermain Franco Hide and Seek. Masih banyak lagi keseruan lainnya. Dan pastinya game ketiga yang jauh lebih menegangkan. Karena di sini kita akan melihat siapakah yang bisa mendahului skor yang sudah didapatkan. Kalau begitu langsung saja Bude, kita akan lempar kemana?
Kepada panelis kita untuk mencari tahu seperti apa game ketiga. Let's go!
Oh my god, I can't believe you got the S24.
I'm jealous.
I'm so jealous.
Got it for free. I don't know. You guys are handing this out.
Hey,
Just-
he got a hook. It wasn't
It's not
free.
for free, Gideon.
I mean, it
come
wasn't basically for
on.
free.
Come
Are you saying you can do a
on.
better job with the hook?
I
Are you a
proper-
better hooker?
You know what? Now that you bring it up, I think generally the fact that you guys are handing out these phones, because again, this isn't the first time you guys are just handing out these phones. Even yesterday somebody was doing that as well, and the day before that you're handing out phones.
Hey, this is how much we appreciate the audience, man.
I
And
mean,
the fan base, the support for MPL ID so far. We've been hitting records, and hopefully we get to hit some records as well today for our grand finals.
he earned it, right? I mean, he earned it, Gideon, for that phone.
I'll trade that phone for a Labubu. How about that? Think about it. Think about it,
I
right?
haven't received my Labubu.
I think it's in the back somewhere. I'm pretty sure
Popmart.
it's just waiting to get. I think Popmart is just waiting for you to walk in their store to make it a whole event.
Okay. Oh, what?
Interesting.
Dude, what?
Yes.
How packed is it outside?
It's not funny. Here in Bandung, the weather is usually cold. There's so many bodies in here. I think it's like gone up by 4 degrees.
I mean,
That's
hopefully
true.
it doesn't rain,
That's true.
right?
Whoa.
Oh man, we're in the dark for the top 3 combo picks, literally in the dark. In each region. So, you know, let's take a look at this. We have all these 5 regions, actually, all the way up until NACT. What do we see is like a thing that we need to point out?
I mean, NACT really likes the Julian, huh? With the Aurora, with the Cho. And it does seem like the NACT here is the only region that really likes the Julian.
But these are combo picks, right? So
True.
bear that in mind.
True.
Combination between Edith and Suyo.
Yeah, okay, I can see it. I can kind of see the combo potential. But then again, anything with Suyo is like dangerous. As long as you deal somewhat like enough, like 50% of the person's life total, like Suyo will do the rest of it for you. The interesting ones that I have to say, like Ling Tigreal, okay, sure, that one's like not as common as I would have expected. Vixana Tig is the more go-to. Phoveus Moskov.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's the synergy between the two. I guess you push the guy away and then Phoveus jumps in and then like you all
Create space.
and then you knock him up like I'm not 100% sure what it looks like.
So there's absolutely no Matildas on the board, by
Nope.
the way.
Nope.
No Matilda Iritel, no Matilda Phoveus, no Franco Butrick.
Yeah.
We don't see that at all in all the other regions. So very interesting. But for those of you at home,
Yeah.
we want to ask you guys, how can TLID regain momentum? How can they bring another victory under their belt for game number 3? It looks like statistics show 42%. All right. Aaron Shiki is more disciplined. Yeah, we touched on this just a little bit. We do still have a contest early objectives as 39%, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And give Woody a what?
Give Woody an initiation
There you
hero.
go. An initiation hero.
I think 39% of people are wrong. I think 2 out of the 3 were correct. I think that Woody does need an initiation hero. It feels really bad when he's forced to play on like specifically the Rafaela. I think Matilda is still okay.
Okay.
But I do think that Aaron Shiki really needs to like kind of calm down here. He can't keep forcing these 1v1s against Skylar, especially after you lose the first one.
Yeah, I think most audience got the right
Right
department
idea.
there, right idea here. Aaron Chiki was one of the main factors on why TLID lost their footing in that game, especially in the early game, mid game likewise. So in game 3, if TLID or Aaron Chiki specifically can tone his game down, especially being under. Yeah, I mean, expect TLID can bounce back.
Especially him being on an Nonton as well, right?
Exactly.
Usually we see Aaron.
the ton.
Usually we see.
Chill.
Yeah. Usually we see Aaron like get that power spike. Sometimes at 10 minutes, under 11 minutes usually. And you got the Holy Crystal, I think above 12. So we're gonna see now. It actually looks like TLID have chosen to come back on blue side as we get on to the interaction phase for game number 3, presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
So far, I think most people are going to be like, yes, he needs to be disciplined. I agree he needs to be disciplined, but I think the mid lane matchups are really important right now because there's a lot of opportunities for TLID to kind of set themselves up for their mid trio to influence the gold side of the map. I mean, they can predetermine what's going to be strong side still. Even so, I think that RQ has been doing some really interesting scenarios. Like Sutsujin, the way that he's starting on these jungles, he's changing it up. He's not consistent with how he rotates across the map when he's doing his jungle pattern now, compared to like 2 days ago, where he always follows one path.
So no templates here for both junglers as well. It's going to be the main key, but for the bans here, right? TLID, similar to game 1 here, right?
Whoa.
The Matilda out.
Chip's
open.
Chip is open, so there you go. Witty will rock the chip again like game 1. RRQ, they need to readjust. They need to have a different scenario here from the drafts.
Guys, here's the thing. This is so unsettling because RRQ purposely left the chip open. They went in for the Choban, understanding full that the chip will be left open. So what do you think is the game plan now? Do they go for an early counter towards this chip, pick up something early like the Carmilla in the first phase?
I think Eve for sure. The Carmilla, I think they might want to hold off on that. Because it's really difficult to play Carmilla when your lanes are already in a lot of trouble. So it's one after the other. You cannot go before and then the form.
I mean, Gapakacha is also open, but no. They actually deny the Hilda pick from Iran. So maybe that's the way that he wants to invade the jungles with the Hilda, possibly. Even though TLID locked the Alpha and the Even, now that's going to be a problem for the Hilda.
It's going to be quite a big issue. I don't know if they're going to throw it into the EXP, but I'm just going to assume for now that it's going to be the support. I feel like the Eve would have been a better pick here for RRQ. They technically could still play Jushin to kind of slow things down if they wanted to. If they want to take it even a step further, they could play Charm. But that means the whole team has to play like very vertically, which isn't ideal considering how fluid both teams play.
I mean, Lilia's still on the board. Valentina's also still on the board.
True.
But I think the point of this Hilda is that you're trying to deny the early invades, right?
Yep.
Because with the chip being in the hands of TLID, they need someone strong in the mid lane. They choose the Jushin. The Jushin in lane against the Eve is that mid prio.
I mean, game 2, right? Jushin against Eve as well. From Yeheskel, it does seem like Rins was able to somehow monitor the members of TLID second phase. RQ, they can somehow eliminate the gold lanes here, right? They have the first pick. So yeah, they can, oh no. Instead, they eliminate the possible of a penalty zone. They're really targeting Iran here. Hilda picked up, Terizlock banned out.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with like secondary engagers, and not to mention, I think this is like a dead giveaway that most likely this Hilda is going to go into the EXP. Because as much as Hilda can like, you know, beat down the Terizla clears the waves way too fast compared to the Hilda, and by the time he's like down to 50% of his HP, it becomes a pillow fight at that point. So I think that Keskut is thinking ahead, he's thinking about the EXP matchup, he wants to hold the support matchup for later down the line.
Alright. Okay, here's my question. If the Hilda does go into the EXP lane, the only way to prevent the Hilda from roaming around is to win that lane. Who wins lane against the Hilda?
I'm thinking
Thomas.
Edith.
Edith also
banned out.
pretty good, yeah. What other really decent ones? I mean, it'd be weird if they pick Yutong now because like against that comp, it's just you're gonna get like peeled away so easily.
Dairoth, if you're talking about 1v1 Raw, Dairoth wins. Then again, Thomas, Dairoth though. I mean, Hilda can roam around, but let's see her first pick, second phase. they can actually hold their marksman pick.
But do they really want to eliminate the flex of the Hilda this early?
Probably not. I think I'm with the turn on this one. That this is where they could start considering maybe going for. Oh, okay. They reveal it so early on. I mean, technically, this doesn't say much, right, about the matchup. It's
True.
just a flex at this point, so they can still hold it up until the very end. So yeah, we're both wrong, but both correct at the same time.
Avatar of the Guardian can definitely counter the chip shortcut, right? From range, can actually just jump your formation out. TLID with this in mind, they need DPS for Aaron. Nonton is untouched for the first time in the series.
Nonton may be untouched here. I guess they could pick it up. I think it's between Nonton and Carry at this point because they're mainly dealing with the frontliners. I don't see for the far away.
Benedetta.
Oh!
Okay.
Huh!
Very ambitious pick.
That was one of my questions, right? Because I've been hearing that a good Irithel, okay. I've been hearing that a really good counter towards the Hilda in the EXP lane. This is assuming that she does go into the EXP lane is damage EXP laners. But the current trend is Benedetta tank. What are we expecting here?
No, I think Benedetta tank is kind of illegal right now. Doesn't provide us, especially if you take Revitalize. If you take Revitalize Benedetta tank, I think that you should be punished for that. It's a heinous crime. I prefer Petrify a lot more because there's a lot more scenarios of which that is useful. Because when you have Revitalize, you have to go in, but then also have to figure out a way to go back to your team to actually get value from it, just to maximize it.
So with that, Aran being back on one of his signature heroes from way back when, we're gonna see how this pans out. Will it succeed or not for game number 3? We're gonna throw it over to our casters.
5 seconds. 2 down, 5 more to go. We are at game number 3 of the grand finals of MPLID season 14. Still equal. Structure of Kaon against Team Liquid ID. A Benedetta pick finally in the hands of Aran.
Man, I mean, this is an interesting situation. Aran, target banned technically, and target picked away from as well. The Hilda that was such a menace, such a problem in game number 1, now is in the hands of RRQ, even though now there's the chip to kind of consider. But look at Tyron. Whoa, going back and forth.
Oh, this is a bit of a different Hilda. It's a Revitalize, not the Vengeance that Aran has been able to take. And it's actually not the Revitalize Benedetta. It's a Vengeance Benedetta.
What difference does it make? The Hilda with the Revitalize and the Hilda with the Vengeance?
The Hilda with the Revitalize can get more value from the shielding of a bush and the regen from a bush, but to a degree, it's already limited when you're in a fight. Whereas with the Vengeance, you have a lot more resistance to burst damage, and you can argue that throughout this match so far, the resistance against burst damage has been the more important factor here.
Yeah, that was the case, but now Edok, he will be able to be close to Skylar, but now add on Shiki. A lot of critics towards him, but Dyron.
A deep cut. Oh, great eye for an eye. Pops into Vengeance. Rin's Lantern Flare. Even with that eye for an eye, Aran should still fall. Dyron picks up first blood.
Aran in no man's land, punished. And Dyron, with his own weapon, with that Hilda snatched away from the hands of Aran, he has to fall.
Smart moves for both teams. I mean, for Skylar, kind of knows that, hey, there's a lot of movement from my team on the bottom side, and they don't see anyone. So most likely they'll be on top. So he played safe there on the Irithel. Hard to catch anyways, but look at Dyron already roaming around.
Wow. Dyron will give a lot of prio towards the laners of RRQ as they prepare themselves for the turtle.
Oh, waiting at level 4 just yet. Lantern Flare will pick him up. Now Crash Course on a 2, real level place into the back line. Super J to be compromised in this position. Aran is the one who takes the turtle. Now Rin's caught in the bad spot. No Crimson Beacon just yet. Slows down, and Aran will be looking to go for the kill. It's a slow back kill, but our Aaron Shiki actually will pop into Entropy to rotate to the mid lane too. So they're looking to capitalize on that turtle fight win.
Definitely a bit more of a spontaneous reaction there from RRQ. Not having the level 4 is quite, quite detrimental to their success there. No massive lane coming in from Rins that we've seen RRQ use to try and sow chaos in the formation of Team Liquid ID, and no Avatar of the Guardian. Those two massive ultimates could have swung things in favor of Team Liquid ID, but they didn't get the turtle, but they got a couple of kills, they got the level 4s, and they were able to get a bit more of a momentum in this early game. Now it's about maintaining it, especially with that EXP lane peskiness coming in from Dairon.
Yeah, and Aran is still just roaming around again. Like, it's almost the same, similar playstyle
Wow.
as the Hilda.
Great read.
As Witty is scouted out by Setsujin. He needs to get that purple buff. Uh-oh.
Skylar in the back spot, that's a Guardian. Shortcut coming down, Skylar with a heavy crossbow, Aaron! Oh no! He flickered, he went away, but he got all the way to the bottom lane, but there's another skirmish happening! Aaron just teleported to his demise! Dairon walking forward, Fabian taking a brunt of the damage, Dairon with a double! He might be able to get a triple now! Chasing the chip, trying to run away desperately with a crash course. Aran stun down, Yehesky with a slow, Dairon with a chase, one more shot, triple for Dairon! Is he really going for the maniac? Pops into the Vitalize, in the bush, that shield, that regen! Edok walking forward, looking for the help, and it's another Revitalize. Dairon versus Aran. He will be able to escape, but my goodness!
The sustainability from the Hilda provides Dairon the cover to pick up the triple kill. That is insanity!
Oh, Witty now caught again. Still, just a deadly catch, but man, they have been able to handle this chip really, really well.
They've been able to find him again and again. That's the big problem. Witty has not been able to find a way to sneak around. And if he does get spotted, Aran is absolutely on the case, man. He is a marathon runner. It's not about the sprint, it's about how long he can chase. Look at how far it went. It was from above the turtle pit all the way to the bottom side turret almost, but look at this engagement.
Again, the shortcut. Edok just gets out with the AOG. Skylar up top winning the trade as well, so man, RQ really just winning on all fronts right now.
Was that Witty's flicker that was burned? There is a slight problem over there, of course. Flickerless chip now. STLID, they want to try to match the pressure. But how exactly can they do that, Arashi?
It's so difficult because they don't really have the best of catch. Again, it's only the chip and maybe Aran that can kind of have some kind of stun. Everything else are just slows, are just knockbacks. And against a Hilda, that's difficult. Against a Gatot Kacha, even more difficult too.
Oh, nice one. A blink and another. Oh, Tyrant! Raid Boss is here! Not taking any damage. He laughs at the face of TLID's damage.
Raid Boss for a reason. And other items, Arashi. It's a Thunderbelt Benedetta, so still the Diablo way of the Benedetta, but now it's with the Vengeance.
A Thunderbolt in the hands of Dairon, and he has been proccing it left, right, and center, dude. With the War Axe completed for Setsujin, it's gonna help with his sustain as well. And look at Dairon, almost taking the position of the roamer here, looking for info. And just how fast you move in the bushes, in the river as well. The Benedetta from Aran just can't really match this pressure.
And the only thing he can do is to cut the waves, make sure it doesn't crash towards his turret. That's about it. The Benedetta needs to also match the pressure, maybe come to the mid lane as well for the chip. We'll try to open up the shortcut, maybe no. Edok and just scouting around. This is a very, very well dictated game played by RRQ.
Yeah. RRQ is doing a great job just making sure that the Hilda and the Gatot Kacha are the ones in the front, but look at Dairon's damage!
What? Of Yehesky's HP! Slaps on the Dairon, but the AOG will find one! That's gonna be fake. Lock-in, Dairon's able to survive. He's not gonna miss of it all right now. AOG pops in the entry, but Setsujin was looking for the kill! Fabian shreds through the HP bar, wins no flicker, has the Crimson Peak and a Lantern Flare! And now Skylar comes in again with the heavy crossbow! Yehesky, who teleported in, will teleport to his demise, and Witty, who has been isolated, will fall as well! RRQ! Wow!
Dairon cheats death for I don't know how many times around 1v1.
Against Skylar. One more dash should do it. Skylar solo killed up top by the assassin, but the turtle still falls in the hands of the mercenary.
That might be the only real problem for RRQ. The fact that Aran can go. Oh, Dairon! Woof! Oh, no damage! What is this Hilda pick, man? He cheated death in the previous engagement. Edok almost gets the catch there. Again, they're just sending the Gatot and the Hilda and alternatively. And if they jump on Dairon, Avatar of the Guardian, if they jump on Edok, he flies away. There isn't really an easy way for Witty to find an engagement at all.
Talk about tankiness, right, Dairon, and the fact that RRQ, they have a lot of disengaged tools to just further themselves away from TLID beats. They can prolong the fights. Ooh. Be able to sustain even further shortcut.
If you want to go on to Edok though, right? So exactly, every single time you see Edok, the crash course, it's literally just a crash course. It's a test. You don't want to go for the shortcut, but I have a question for you, Rashi. In the bottom lane, Aaron getting sandwiched there. Oh, okay, no crab claw cannon. Fabian rotating as well. Red tree. already used up. Oh, what baby, a rare mistake! He dashed into the deadly catch! He wanted to go up on it! Sutsujin, no deadly catch, real world manipulation, and the ability locks him down, but he has the top of the AOG. Around with the final blow, really gonna be taken very, very low. Simon again swings that sword or swings that spear, whatever you call it. It's him dying. Around next eye for a knife, trying to turn around. Finds it. That's one. Shut down though. Poor Dyron.
How do they fight this? Every time they want to try to fight back, every time they want to try to revolt, RRQ just collapse upon them out of Shiki.
No flicker. Aaron, entropy to the back, goes in for Riz. Oh, the flicker, but Riz gets the kill. He puts the light on Aaron Shiki's head,
Illuminating him, finding him in the darkness of the jungle, but Edok, whew, does not get hit. Dyron, 7-0. Not really going with the same build Aran was going with the Vengeance, with the Blade Armor. He's going for the Dreadnought instead, trying to make sure that Fabian gets mitigated, that Aran can be chased away from the backline. Again, solving these issues for Skylar. And again, even with the global presence, the movement speed alone from RRQ is allowing them so much prio. But now the Lord is here. Team Liquid ID definitely have more emphasis in getting control around this area.
Okay, I have a question, Arashi. Is this Dyron Hilda thing a hero that he's practiced before? Because he's 7-0, he's doing better than Aran.
Oh, when you talk about that Weedy getting shadowed,
I don't know about this, man. Even when he pops a conceal, I don't think there's any threat. RQ want him to pop in the shortcut. Because if you shortcut in, you shortcut to your demise. Weedy with the flicker forward, pops in the shortcut. No one should take the Spear of Alpha to the back, finding Skylar actually. But look at the damage from Sutsujin. Crab Claw Cannon, look at the sustain from Edok. Aaron cheeking with the entropy, still able to dish out some damage. Dyron continues to chase. But slowly but surely, Aaron is able to dish out some more. Renz melts Aran down. In the end, it's a 3-for-2. But RQ take the Lord.
The Hilda in the hands of Dyron. It's acting like the castle wall for the kingdom.
Dyron Wilderness smack. Boom! Right in the head of Aaron Shiki.
He's legendary. How do you stop him?
Dyron with the guitar solo, putting it down once more from the EXP lane. Dyron dictating the whole pace of the game. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. Team Liquid ID has the great late game combo again with the Yves and the Natan, but RRQ, what's the plan here? Dyron alone is just so much for them to handle. They're gonna lose a bunch of structures right here. Expect the gold lead to really increase in gap.
Yeah, the Lord marching up top still. A relatively easy Lord to take down. The Deadly Catch will zone them out. Now the problem becomes the Hilda, right? But when the Hilda is there, Erythal will also scale. Sutsujin as well with the Bane will also be a problem for TLID. Do they really want to bank on a base defense again and again?
Oh, hang on a second. Weedy actually has made his way to the back, but Dyron is zoning Aaron solo. But watch out, man. Skylar does not know he's there, but Edok is the one opening the way!
Great read from Edok. Gets the taunt. You don't want to pop the shortcut there. It's a shortcut for Weedy to get back to base. 5th death this game on the chip.
Edok reads minds. Is able to know that Weedy was in the back looking to pounce. And now, Dyron, this is his lane. Everything is just onto him right now. Look at the way he just moves.
Look at Aran. Whoa, Fabian. Fabian, good damage. Spear Valve from the back, respecting the damage. Skylar, oh my goodness! Forcing the reload, the blink, and even that doesn't really matter. Skylar surviving. Deadly capture, shots on the Fabian. Aaron shaking with the kite, but now he does! Just smacks him to the ground! What's the counterplay?
Insanity! The Kings, they have divine intervention behind their very backs. Repeatedly, they cheat death. And death is something that they want to bring to the cavalry.
Chase him, Dyron. They're just gonna go round and round. Aran gonna be chased down. Final blow. Lantern flares up. Aran brought back. Rinse constantly putting the Lantern Flare on him, but Aran has the dashes to escape. Meanwhile, what? A desperate play to the back. He pops in a shortcut. Fabian takes it. Skylar caught his Spear of Alpha. They go in and they find him, but they all get fed through the sharks of Sujin. Fabian, there's no way you can 1v3, not on the Alpha after you use the Spear of Alpha. He gets taken down. It's a shutdown over, but now it's the AOG to the back. Edok very low, taken out. Aran running away. Dyron continuing the chase. Doesn't see, it just feels like a stalemate at this point.
Oh. What was that fight, Arashi?
It was just pure chaos. RRQ are living for it. Gonna get some more right there. But look at the goal lead, man. I think that was actually favorable for Team Liquid ID. Yeah, an equal trade when they're at a goal deficit with an infinitely better skating late game. The fact that Skylar got caught there is part of the win condition. Let's take a look at it, the replay here. Presented by the official team on smartphone. Oh man, this was that burst damage. Skylar even goes under the turret casually, chunking Aaron Shiki to half HP. And Edok, the Nakakacha, that's the roamer, my guy. Flies out of danger. Now, securing the area around the Lord. But Team Liquid ID are trying to make a play with the chip here, sending Witty to the top side instead.
Aran. Times it well. Teleport to the back line. Witty pops in a shortcut, goes for a crash course. Skylar going to be covered, and Emily Cats will be able to find them all. Fabian, Spirit of Alpha, now to Edok. Big bonk into the head of TLID. Hezkiel caught.
The base.
Aaron in the base, still looking for a possible split push. He gets a base turret down, but Skylar's able to recall. Aaron should be able to recall as well, but RQ will not go onto the Lord. Fabian, not back up. 18 seconds on the clock for Witty. Aaron, can you defend it without an entropy? Skill 2, skill 1, used up Divine Claim. Aaron against the world. RQ will not risk it. They will go back to the Lord. They'll take the base turret.
Public execution of the usurpers in front of the Lord pit. And it's Aaron Shiki having to watch his teammates die. Now the Lord is going to be conceded by TLID. RRQ 25 kills in 14 minutes.
Oh man, Divine Game is completed for Aaron Shiki, by the way. But he is just so vulnerable, especially if he wants to kind of enter the fight with that shortcut. But the Skylar was kind of kite away from Witty, and then recognizing that he has the protection, he ran back into Witty, into his team, to allow that wombo combo to really get used to its maximum potential. The deadly catch, the avatar of the Guardian. Oh, and Aran now facing danger.
He's gonna try to cut the wave. Skylar having crossbow already. Aran still has a shortcut, that's why he's staying up top. Riz walking up. Fabian, Spirit of Alpha, able to find Riz. Big mistake. Dyron isolated, now gonna be melted down, but he has the winter crown as Fabian will pop in his own winter crown, but it is inevitable. It's a shutdown over for Fabian to take big taken down as well. 2 for 1. Oh, Lord cleared. Crab Claw can't do it a lot. Witty. Shortcut over, crash course as well. Full lock-in, got to catch up. Ida finding them. Skylar able to kite away, and again, Sutsujin gets the deadly catch on him, forcing Hezkiel to back away. Ida will chase Aran as Skylar makes his way back to the mid lane.
They have to hold. Hezkiel has to hold with Aran as well. Can they hold? Can they defend?
How do you do it? How do you do it? The Crab Claw cannon will be used for the passive to just go for the base as Skylar gets the kill on Hezkiel. That is game number 3. 2-1 over to RRQ.
Absolute cinema. But it's RRQ with the public execution of the usurpers. TLID, they had to try to match the pressure, but it was way too much for them to handle. 2-1 RRQ. They have their foot up front.
What was that game, dude? So many moments looked so good for RRQ, and it got overturned by Team Liquid. But just when you expect Team Liquid to finally get some momentum, there was a fight that looked so good for them, and RRQ turned it back around. That base tower take in the mid lane didn't seem like a massive factor. But right after that fight, they found the window, they recognized the calculations, and go straight for that end.
They were looking for a Hail Mary play. That was split push up top. The way Witty wanted to dive to Skylar, open up the shortcut, get the Crown Prince, steal his throne, steal his crown. But it all didn't work. He has 4 soldiers circling him.
And let's not forget to mention Dyron, man. We've seen the Hilda in the hands of Aran. It was oppressive. We thought, man, this is a great pocket pick that only Aran can use. Dyron comes up, steals it away, and look at what kind of chaos he's able to just demonstrate in the Land of Dawn for this game. Again and again, just not dying, just doing so much damage. And the fact that this composition again was found by Keskute, letting go of the chip, beating the team fight, and then getting all the combo, man. Every single team fight just looks so tough for Team Liquid. Where is the front to back? We didn't see Aran get to kite, Aaron Shiki get to kite back and forth properly a single time.
They can't play the front to back when RRQ is just running rampant. into the face of the cavalries. What a way to win game number 3. Dyron with the revitalized Hilda. The shielding. Felt like no one could kill him. But we want to ask our panelists on what they had to say on game number 3. Take it away.
Thank you so much, casters, for game number 3. And I mean, I gotta say, you know, despite me being a full TLID fan, I swear that was one of the most amazing games I've seen from both of them. Honestly, RRQ putting up an amazing fight in the early portion of the game, and the way things just really progressed, the outplays, the skirmishes that went down, that was a very high kill game.
I mean, Iran basically carried the team back. I believe Iran made a lot of plays that game, but Dyron, sure, right? 8-0. Gatot Kacha, such an underrated pick in that game. He made it work. Where the shortcut, sure, it may surprise Skylar multiple times, but the AOG has been connecting like crazy that game.
It really has. And honestly, when we look back at some of these moments, right, dropping the AOG, it feels like he can't miss. There's so many things that can go right for him, and worse yet, the chip ultimate as well as the RWM are huge signals that the Guardian, Avatar of the Guardian, wants to come in for, and it cuts them off from that backline, which is all Skylar needs, because he's doing a phenomenal job when he's allowed to free hit.
And that was the biggest problem, right? Because even the casters mentioned we didn't really see Aaron Shiki being able to get that front to back. I mean, Gatot Kacha didn't really allow that to happen. So chaotic. It really messed up with the formation that TLID really wanted.
I mean, yeah, it's surprising because technically Gatot Kacha was available to be banned in the second phase, but a very, very strong performance yet again coming from the Kings of Kings. MVP goes to the highest kills in that game.
Yep, Dyron, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. And for the longest of time, he was sitting at 8-0.
Yeah.
Eventually, he got shut down. But I mean, at that point, Dyron already kind of did his job, right? That oppression in the early game. I think Arashi put it really well. We thought that this was a specific signature hero for Iran, but Dyron picked it up and showed us a different layer that the Hilda could offer.
Not only showing us a different layer, but at the very least, just maintaining so much control over the early game, right? A lot of these, the fact is, Dyron knows that despite getting these kills, he's not going to be able to scale into the late game as a penultimate tank. He's going to be on the weaker side of things. He can't really wave clear like Iran, but at the very least, he is slowing down Aaron Shiki from getting that third item. He is making sure that Yehezkel always has to keep an eye out for that Hilda to peel away from Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, this was the only fight where I feel like TL got the better of RRQ. Even then, RRQ, they were responding, right? It's a 3v3. Aaron Shiki got some kills, but again, I talked about Gatot Kacha being an underrated pick, but generally speaking, Hilda, game 1, caused havoc, game 2, game 3. Cute denied the Hilda away from Team Liquid.
I also think the Hilda addition
Aku
into this
tidak bisa
game,
menerima dalam
there was a
bentuk
reason why
barang
it was first
beneran
pick
ya.
Kyle, especially for RRQ on red side, right? The fact that the Hilda had so much oppression into the enemy jungle disallowed Weedy to have that information into the opposite jungle, and therefore it was very difficult for Weedy to utilize the chip to its utmost value.
And we see him getting punished because of that, right? With the bot side gank initiation, or with the help of maybe a split push from Iran to try and pull attention away. They just eliminated the possibilities, right? As long as you're standing on top of 2 of those portals, and one of those portals is in a spot where you don't expect any action, it really just limits it down very, very quickly.
Such a good game, brilliantly played. And again, Dyron, Edok in this game played a crucial portion in why Rins, Sutsujin, and as well as Skylar got the efficiency that they need, got the optimal farm
MD.
that they need as well. All right, looking at perhaps the post game here.
Dari
15
MD apa
minutes.
dari MD?
It's not bad.
It was an
Apa itu
average of
dari?
13 to 14 minutes for our first two games. Finally get a little bit of a longer game despite it only being like a 2-minute difference. But the one thing that I really wanted to point out here is, shout out to Reptar or Renmar now. He always gives, I want to give my flowers to a certain player. And, my flowers go out to Aran. Despite this loss, we saw what he was able to do on the Benedetta. It's very nostalgic to the old Aram that we used to see. Do you not think so? Very individualistic. I mean, split pushing, doing a lot for his team macro-wise.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic lost against Benedetta Aran. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, I remember. But this time, it's a tanky Benedetta. He was on the Vengeance as well. He knows that he wants to target Skylar, and one of the ways is that Vengeance.
Yep, and not to mention, not only did he have the Vengeance, he also bought Blade Armor, right? So
Yeah.
every single one of his auto attacks reflect a good amount back at him on top of the critical reduction that you get from the Blade Armor. It's a very good idea, of course, but even so, Skylar, mechanically, you can see that he's hyper-aware. He's
Very
playing
sound.
He's playing a very hot game today. He hasn't made too many mistakes overall, and I think, with the supplement of the consistency of Sutsujin specifically, these neutral takes have been looking better and better and better, and Sutsujin, he's focused on the Lord until Skylar says the call, hey, I have an angle. All right, let's pivot.
Do you think it would have been different? That final moment.
If
Woody went in, portal, they tried to target the Irithel, they tried to target Skylar. Skylar was able to outplay. Do you think it would be different if Skylar died there?
Ooh, yes, I think it would be different. It would be different because I think that Aaron Shiki would be able to kite back Sutsujin, who would be the only other person to deal some real damage to that Crystal. I'm not sure whether he will be able to buy 11 seconds worth of time, but clearing that wave seems very likely if he could.
I think it actually might be. I think it's Iran mispositioning because he cannot recall. He could not recall in that moment. He had to walk to the base, which made RRQ, the base wide open basically. And yeah, Iran, unfortunately, in that last sequence, he was out of position to recall safely.
And that the gel of the chemistry in RQ in that final moment was insane.
It's ridiculous.
Right? Oh, the outplay from Skylar, but that was facilitated by Edok jumping in.
AOG.
It was beautiful to see.
Oh my
The new pillars of RRQ wreaking havoc in this game. I love to see it.
And, it kind of reminds me of something like, when R7 and even Clay decided to join RQ that time, and everyone was like, man, I miss the old guard. And then they became staples themselves. I think we are seeing the next generation of RRQ really solidify themselves as one of the best teams here in MPL Indonesia.
I agree. And for the past two games, we've been highlighting so much about Skylar and so on and so forth. And we actually even mentioned, Dyron's a good player, but we haven't really seen him shine. Finally, Dyron gets the recognition he deserves for game at number 3.
Which makes me wonder, right? If he's pretty decent on this Hilda, I wonder why his performances on Khalid are a little topsy-turvy. Because they kind of do the same thing, except you have a utility ult that actually does something in team fights compared to Hilda, who is just I don't like you and you specifically.
Yeah, I think it's a different kind of feeling as well, right? It's
Is it though?
Hilda.
Is it though? You just go in, you be like, bah! Just a little tap, just a little nut tap, and then you walk away.
Right.
Be a little sneaky boy.
You're right, yeah. Quicksand guard somehow same.
The
hits.
timings of the abilities are different, but the general concept is the same. So I would like to see whether Dyron can expand his hero pool even more. If Hilda is so good, I want to see him be really devastating on Khalid as well.
So now the big question is, what do TLID do now, right? What's the main problem here?
I think their main problem right now is that they don't necessarily have an answer into catching Skylar specifically because Cho keeps on getting banned. They need a new answer to this and something that doesn't require a hero to dash, if not be able to close the distance very quickly against Skylar. Because they keep forcing this Natan into Irithel matchup time and time again. And yes, it's a little more favored to Natan if he has full items, but half the time, and based on what we're seeing, the laning phase is where we see Irithel really take control.
So if that's the case, is Irithel worth to ban?
Compared
Switch
to
to
Bane,
blue side
I think Bane is something that they need to get rid of. I think Bane is a big deterrent here because every single time they're about to fight, they're like, oh, I'm gonna free hit, and then Bane's like, oh, but I'm gonna ult, and it's like, I don't want to be there.
Keep in mind, RRQ has been taking the Bane first phase.
They have.
So, is it really worth to ban the Bane one slot in that first phase?
Maybe not. Maybe TLID should just pick it up for themselves. Because so far, in terms of rating, I don't know what the stats are exactly, but so far the win rate between Bane 2 Alpha against each other seems a little more Bane favored.
Right now, especially in this matchup, yeah.
Okay.
So they have to think about Bane, though.
I mean, Chip now, yeah, Gato Kacha. That's the answer.
More,
But what, like, okay, TLID, what if they choose blue side again?
TLID Blue.
And then, again, RRQ, leave the chip open. You can't allow the chip to be given to RRQ either, right?
they gotta open the whole draft up.
Okay, well, we're gonna see how it pans out before we get into game number 4 because we're gonna throw it over to our host to see exactly what they're doing over there. What are they doing?
Mengguncang, deg-degan sekali ya Bude pastinya.
Iya Alisa, nih Bude tuh lagi bingung ya, mau upload juga untuk membagikan momen ini.
Wow.
Nih, pilih yang mana ya Alisa ya?
Loh, Bude itu lucu banget. Itu gimana cara ngeditnya, Bude?
Gampang banget kalau pakai Samsung Galaxy, semuanya bisa. Nih Bude tunjukin ya Alisa. Alisa pasti tahu kan sebenarnya?
Oh, yang pakai icon bintang itu. Oke, jadi tinggal klik icon bintang, lalu klik Portrait Studio dan bisa langsung pilih, wah ada komik, kartun 3D, cat air, dan sketsa. Coba pilih yang kartun 3D deh Bude. Dan klik buat. Wow, gampang banget ya, canggih banget Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini. Dan kita bisa lihat.
Tinggal dipilih, ini banyak banget pilihannya Lisa.
Oke, Bude langsung berubah banget ya. Wow, oke. Ini gampang banget menggunakan Portrait Studio dari Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Dan pastinya fiturnya banyak banget. Wow, pilihannya cantik-cantik banget Bude.
Bude mau upload, kalian juga bisa loh ikutan kayak Bude. Seru nih.
Betul sekali.
Pilih.
Pastinya dengan membeli Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini karena khusus penonton MPL bakal ada diskon loh Bude.
Wow, diskon serius?
Betul, karena dengan pembelian harganya mulai 791 ribuan aja per bulan dengan cicilan 0%, bisa dapetin total bonus hingga 2,8 juta dan pastinya gratis 2 kali memory upgrade sebesar 256 GB, Bude.
Buset, seru banget ditambah lagi. Khusus penonton MPL nih, ada yang spesial karena kalian bisa ngedapetin travel adaptor 25 watt, lalu ada Google Play voucher 200 ribu, dan gratis screen permanen MLBB untuk pembelian di samsung.com/id. Pakai kode voucher promo Galaxy S24 FE X MPL.
Dan gak cuma itu aja Bude, karena kamu juga bisa dapetin tambahan diskon sebesar Rp500.000 untuk pembelian pertama di Samsung Shop App.
Waduh, jadi buruan ya, karena promo ini hanya sampai 31 Oktober. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Get yours now.
Betul sekali, jadi bisa langsung aja dibeli di toko Samsung terdekat kalian karena promonya khusus untuk penonton MPL aja.
Benar, dan atau langsung ke toko Samsung terdekat.
Betul, atau bisa juga langsung scan barcode di bawah ini atau di deskripsi. Jadi kalian bisa langsung gampang banget check out dan punya HP yang sama kayak aku dan Bude.
Yeay, tapi nggak hanya itu karena ada sesuatu yang spesial dari Samsung Galaxy juga nih. Karena ada Samsung Galaxy Quest. Buat kalian yang mau ngedapetin ini nih, bisa.
Betul, caranya gampang banget karena Samsung Galaxy FE24 ini prosesornya sangat cepat juga dilengkapi dengan vapor chamber yang bakal dukung kamu untuk win streak seharian tapi HP kamu tetap adem. Jadi buat para gamers wajib banget untuk punya Samsung Galaxy S24 FE ini, ditambah lagi karena ada fitur Galaxy AI yang bisa bantu kamu jadi lebih kece pastinya.
Iya, jadi kalian bisa ngedapetin ini secara gratis. Samsung Galaxy Phone gratis, mau? Gampang banget, kalian tinggal jawab aja pertanyaan yang akan Bude berikan. Pertanyaannya adalah, berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE?
Yes.
Berapa?
Langsung dicari tahu ya Bude, dan cara jawabnya gampang banget, tinggal langsung aja follow akun X dari Samsung ID. Pastikan juga akun X kamu tidak di private supaya kita bisa lihat jawaban kamu. Dan langsung ketik dan cari pertanyaannya di Google. Berapa kapasitas baterai Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, lalu posting hasil pencarian kamu. Dan pastinya bisa berikan alasan kreatif kamu kenapa kamu harus menangin HP ini. Mungkin para gamers-gamers yang HP-nya aduh udah panas dan lemot banget ya kan. Dan tinggal langsung aja masukin hashtag Galaxy S24 FE, hashtag Galaxy AI, hashtag Fun Experience, dan jangan lupa buat mention 3 teman kamu.
Dan tentu saja, satu pemenang yang beruntung akan mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy Phone. Syarat dan ketentuan berlaku.
Yes, dan pastinya periode ini hanya berlaku dari tanggal 23 sampai 27 Oktober 2024 aja, dan pengumuman pemenangnya
Akan ada di X dari Samsung ID. Jadi buruan sekarang ke X, langsung follow dan jangan lupa untuk jawab pertanyaannya. Dan kita ngelihat kalau pertanyaan itu banyak banget ya untuk saat ini. Selain dari untuk ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy tadi, kita juga bertanya-tanya nih, kira-kira mana nih yang masih semangat dari para super fans untuk grand final kita?
boleh kita tes dulu kali ya Bude. Aku mau dengar suara dari Kingdom, mana semangatnya?
The Cavalry, jangan mau kalah, mana semangat untuk tim Liquid ID? Semuanya riuh pastinya karena kita akan menyaksikan, akankah ada raja yang akan mengambil kembali tahtanya atau akan ada juara baru di season 14? Jadi untuk melanjutkan permainan, sudah saatnya kita melihat bagaimana jalannya pertarungan untuk selanjutnya. So panelists, it's yours.
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara Monster, and Alyssa, and welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. Once again with us three, the GAG trio,
JG.
the gag trio.
We really got to come up with a better
It's
acronym.
sound. Why? What's wrong with gag?
Let me think
Is
about
there
it for a
something
minute.
wrong
Wait,
with gag?
that's
You're
why.
gagging, yeah.
That's why. That's the problem with it. Look, we're professionals here. We need to be at the top of our game, and I don't think gagging's part of that. But even so, I am starting to get a little worried for TLID because at this point, TLID have a lot of problems that RQ continue to pose to them. A lot of it has to do with the draft, and I think even in their gameplay, they made a couple of weird decisions in both Game 1 and as well as Game 2. I think right now TLID are just looking for a way to kind of break out of the stalemate.
It's a very good. Yeah, I think it's a very good challenge here, but I really want also to touch on TLID and RQ. They made it to M6. There will be new faces in M6 as well.
Yeah, for the first time ever for M Series, we're gonna crown a new champion, right? From PH.
Yeah, no AP Bren.
No AP Brand.
No Echo.
No Echo.
Liquid Echo.
TLPH now.
Yeah, no Blacklist.
No, who else? Oh yeah, that's it, right? Wait, how many M Series have we had? 5.
Well, I mean, if you
Fine.
really want to go into
No Evos.
Evo, exactly, Evo.
Evo.
M1, baby! M1!
M1. I mean, it's exciting to see these new faces because it's not like we haven't seen them before. Some of these people, like Aurora and even Sanji, came through the wild card even, and even when it came down to EWC, Twisted Minds was part of it as well. So I think that it's great to see teams who have been longing to get that championship spot actually achieving it now.
And especially now, it's gonna be a Swiss round, right?
Yeah.
So possibilities are endless. Speaking of endless possibilities, what did you guys think? If RRQ are now leading 2-1, how can TLID come back for game number 4? 59%, is that right? 59%. Aaron must avoid mistakes again? Are we... I understand game number 3 being Aaron related, but for game number 4, do you guys agree that this is Aaron related?
Game number 3.
Game 4.
Specifically for game number 3.
Oh, 3, yeah.
I don't think it's 100% Aaron's fault there. I do think generally there is a bit of an issue with the draft right now. It's hard to answer it because if you are taking away something, you're giving away something. And I don't think that TLID have been put in this type of position where Witty is losing out on his really big playmaking heroes, but at the same time having to deal with a draft that is technically pretty passive, that wants TLID to over-aggress and over-commit.
I think that's why I'm more inclined to agree with the second point, right? Don't overcommit is where I feel like TLID needs to repair for game 4. And for game 4, speaking of second pick for RRQ, meaning
Yeah, they're gonna
TLID.
get right side.
Yeah, TLID will have the blue side.
Okay, avoid overcommitting and overextensions. Name me moments in game number 3 that you believe TLID made that problem.
Bank again. I think wanting to kill Diamond in the early, I don't think is wise.
Was that is that a discipline problem though?
Discipline problem?
Because I feel like in game number 3, the discipline was a lot better
The
for
discipline-
TLID.
Yes.
The discipline was very, very high. I think the biggest overextension probably was around that very first Lord that we saw glimpses of it, and then even when we got on over to like the fight, the overextension of the fight afterwards, which inevitably led to like their mid inhibitor breaking and that and things like that. I think that was as close as you can get to the overcommitment that people are worried about. But I agree with Eterna. I think so far, coming into game number 4, TLID in terms of discipline is looking a lot better, but they need to find a clear solution in the draft, if not show us something else. Because if not, I feel like KSQ, he's just going to keep replicating this draft again and again and again. Take the chip, I don't care.
I agree. So we're gonna get straight into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
For the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy
Thank you.
FE.
Yeah.
And there it is.
The shake-up.
Let's go!
Suyo, Jushin, or Matilda.
Oh, Sushin.
Suyo, right?
I mean, Fabian, he's been having a tough time in Alpha, so I think he needs a bit of a change of pace.
If they want to go, okay, yeah, I don't think giving Suyo to Sitsujin is wise. Picking up the Matilda here, they need to go Suyo, and there you go. RQ, Matilda, Phobius perhaps, or
Phobius bad,
Bane.
Jushin?
Oh, Matilda, Hilda again.
Oh!
So game 2, they banned the Hilda. Game 3, game 4, they picked up the Hilda.
Dang, KSQ, oh, this so smart. Both of these coaches, very, very smart. They know what they're doing against each other. I think the Lucas is still going to have to go in for the Jushin, but he's going to pair it up with the Khalid, and this is a great flex pick against specifically the Hilda.
Okay, Ben Irital. RQ going for the Cho ban is signaling highly that they might want to go for the Irital. Do you think it won't work against the Suyo and the Khalid?
I think the worst part about this is that not only do you have to ban out the Irithel, there might be some consideration for Ixia as well. Because again, we're thinking about things that work well with the Matilda at this point of time.
Oh, you're right.
Man, Kai, woof.
Just like game 2, RQ, they banned the Akai out. Okay, TLID, you understand that maybe Hilda, Bane, and Paramis, and of course Matilda with favor. They do not want to combine Matilda and Paramis in the same composition. So, yeah, TLID, they're running out of bans here. Ixia, or Ska, or Irithel, or let them both open.
I think might as well let them both open. It'd be really annoying if we see like Harith into Lunox once more, but I think the iframes are going to be very useful in this game. We'll see what these next 2 bans are before we get into that.
Okay, what is going to be the choice here for RRQ? Why did they go for the Akai ban here, by the way? The Akai hasn't found as much success. Sure, it has worked, but the amount of times it's succeeded as compared to it kind of failing in terms of that execution is quite huge. They're shutting a run down now with the Benedetta now taken off the board.
Okay. Let's go. Ban out the Benedetta. They want to force it. Yeah, ban out the Irithel. And now keep it standard here. They know that Skylar can play Lunox, so it doesn't really matter if you get Harith at this point of time. I think that Skylar might even play a more safer option because Natan is still wide open, right?
I think leave the gold lane.
Yeah.
Leave the gold lane.
So, what, high loss here maybe? No. They already have Hilda and Matilda, so Mage. He's
no
been out.
Probably Lilia, right?
Lilia, I think I like Lilia.
They need some kind of wave clear, some kind of high ground. Vixana is all right as well. Doesn't look like there's too many good ults anyway, so Valentina doesn't seem like ideal just yet.
Or do they want to go crazy Luo Yi? Okay, they open their card with the marksman pick here.
Very safe, very safe.
Nonton finally switching over for the kingdom.
This is concerning.
You're so stressed.
I'm so stressed right now. Oh man, alright. So they already have a nail in the late game now with an Atan. An early game control with the Bane, the Matilda, and the Hilda. TLID, what's the stopper here? They choose Hylos as well as the Beatrix.
I like this a lot. At least Beatrix can hold her own for a little bit. There's a lot of combo potentials, with Bojushin as well as the Khalid. Let's not forget, I don't want to put Suyo out of that picture as well because he has an inbuilt stun, but he was more to set up for the other two.
Yep, Aurora.
Oh, so good.
Perfect. It makes sense, right? You want someone a little bit safer as well. As compared to a Vexana with the passive that the Aurora has, if the Suya wants to go in for a trade kill, it's a lot easier to weave in and out of this with the passive that Aurora has.
Honestly, that Aurora pick might be the pick that makes RRQ to the championship point.
I think it will as well. I mean, Eugloria's pathway, you don't want to get hit by that frigid breath. It really forces you to think about your zone of influence. Taking the traditional front to back might not be easy, but you gotta make things work.
So will we be heading over to championship point, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna throw it over to our casters to bring you game number 4.
One game away from that ever so coveted MPL Indonesia trophy.
Smash them.
2 steps away.
2 steps away.
2 steps away. 1 away from that elusive match point. There we go.
Welcome to
It's a battle for
Mobile
match
Legends.
point for RRQ. As we get into the land of Dawn for game number 4. 2-1 right now for RRQ and TLID. They got their hands on a Suyo.
We've been waiting for this possibility. Fabian on the Suyo. How crazy can it possibly be? Rins, though. No. How crazy is he? Oh, sacrificing the passive.
Oh, bottom lane. Getting ganked on the Hilda and the Fabian dash forward. First blood for Suyo.
Well, we talked about the Hilda being the pick to kind of keep the Suyo in check,
Not
to
like
contain it. But what is he supposed to do in the situation now, Arash?
That was the idea, right? Cut the wave, go into the jungle, be a nuisance while your lane opponent, Aran, is supposed to stay right next to the turret and kind of, wait around. But look at Weedy do. Ooh, that's a roam. We thought it was going to be the Hylas, I think. I at least expected Weedy to be on the Hylas. But on the Khalid, we've seen it match up to even the likes of a Cho. So it's going to be a lot of damage in the early game for Team Liquid ID. But the poke, the AoE, definitely favors RRQ. Movement-wise though, Dyran with the Wilderness Blessing, they're going to be roaming around a lot more. And Skylar, despite being up against all the aggression, Bargain Hunter and the weakest finder, but look at that damage!
Forced out a flicker already.
Yeah, that is going to be a very, very important resource because he has burned the passive, he has burned the flicker, and next up on the menu would probably be the turtle, so they have to be ready. As Widdy is there counter invading the jungle, Fabian has so much freedom on getting and plundering Sujin's resources down bottom in the jungle. The problem with Suyo now is, of course, he has level 4, he has level 5 even, and they're ready to take this turtle.
Should be free, RRQ don't really, or can't really go for the battle. With so much pressure on the hands of TLID, Fabian gets it, saves his retreat. Trying to go for a cheeky little steal, but knows that RRQ will have avenues to try to stop that from happening.
Yeah, the early damage is what it is, man. I mean, it's the Sushin, it's the Khalid, it's the Beatrix. So many ways for Team Liquid ID to pressure. Just like Edok and Daiwan even, they're both kind of a bit more concerned about their survivability, unlike game number 2 earlier, where they can kind of do whatever they want because they were just too tanky with the Gatak and Hilda, but oh, look at Edok.
Something, but he won't be in much trouble. Of course, TLID, they have better rotations, I suppose, with the Khalid always on its toes. But Vanguard is to heal up, and Fabian has the Hunter Strike. But Dyran, good so far.
All right, maybe not. Maybe you can't take that damage. What the heck? Suyo, very balanced.
Dyran is punished now twice. What's the difference between previous game, Arashi?
Maximum missing HP damage in the Suyo allows them to really burst down targets like Dairon. They want to play with regen, but all things considered, the Nonton really hasn't really been the recipient of a lot of big pressure items, and Endah is doing a great job just monitoring, shadowing Weedy, ensuring that not a lot of laners really fall behind. But from the jungle, from the farming difference alone, already a 2k gold lead at 3 minutes. Quite significant. Where you Sandstorm dodge from?
Wow. Good dodge, Witty. Knocked out by the Circle Eagle, able to flicker out with the regen too. Gets a bit of HP. TLID will just respect this. Well played RQ to escape from that. Well played Witty to escape from that too.
They want to brawl out in the early stages of the game. Now still Dairon with the same scenario that it has been in previous game. 1v1 down bottom.
And we get to see how much damage you can truly do on the Suyo. If you can burst a Hilda, that's a lot of damage. Revitalize even. There we go, power wildness. Now Yehezkiel should be able to lift him up. The stun connects and the execute should get him down. Turtle up top though, gonna be dealt with here by RQ, held down. Good snipe over to Rins, now walking forward, throws it down. Bridget Glacier will lock him down. Jin with the help of the guided wind, now able to survive. Winning, just slashes him down. Rins cannot sustain from that damage, cannot take that damage. Lantern Flare, Aaron Shiki will gun Skylar down, and Edok will be forced back.
The cavalry recharges their energy, and now they are ready for yet another revolt. Everything is going south for the kingdom.
Wow. They have lagging potential, but the early game is looking really, really rough. This approach from Team Liquid ID to just double down on that early game aggression. I mean, we talked about this a bit, Mirko. Hey, if the game never reaches the late game, because the fights keep happening, because both teams, you know, have it personal, they want to just win it out and show everyone they're better in these fights, in this early game, then why even get these late game tools? Look at this though, Circling Eagle on a run. Nothing available for RRQ to really realistically get. They're only trying to make sure that Syzygen doesn't fall too far behind, and Skylar at least gets some really good farm.
It'll be okay, Ron pops the glorious pathway.
Running through Ray's Sandstorm on the Syzygen, Bridget Glacier. Able to stop the deadly catch as well, but now Faven comes in. A snipe from Aaron Shiki down in the mid lane. Will be the end of Syzygen. 0-2-0 right now.
Problematic for RRQ. We actually talked about how the Hilda is actually a very good pick against the Suyo, and the draft planned out by RRQ is way solid compared to the previous one. But it's now going so hard for them. What's the big problem here, Arashi?
I think it's just Suyo damage. I mean, are you seeing how much damage Faven is doing? Oh my lord. I mean, even against Dairon, he's just shredding him down. It's way too much damage. I think RRQ, in theory, have a good composition, but individually, these heroes are way too strong. And considering the gold lead has increased to 7,000, RRQ are definitely in survival mode. You can see Widdy understanding that, recognizing that, looking for avenues to set up traps in the jungle.
The execute, Fabian. Whoa, will he take him away? Skylar walking up with the entropy. Now Bridget Glacier able to lock Fabian down, but no, it brings out the safety. Widdy zones Skylar away, and they will be able to steal away the orange buff here. Fabian takes it. Widdy trying to zone RRQ away from the tier 1 of the mid lane. Only a shot over to the Hilda. They can't take it, and it should be a perfect turtle take for Team Liquid ID.
What's the call now for RRQ? What do they want to do? Back on late game again?
They might have to really bank on that late game. Again, the Suyo in the end is still an assassin, but Skylar!
When he walks up, they try to go for that shotgun for the Wesker on Skylar, but he has the entropy.
It's a scary situation. Skylar also doesn't have to purify. So, Raging Sandstorm, the stun from the Suyo from Iran, there's danger everywhere, and Dairon zone away immediately, dude. These towers are falling down like dominoes.
The bully gets bullied in this game. Dairon is not having a good time. And take a look at how much pressure, how much control the LID has. Circling Eagle.
Ooh, flicker. So much respect. Knowing that if you do get knocked up there, Rins could just flicker forward and, you know, combo them together with the Aurora.
So in theory, for the late game, they still have a good composition, but survival, right? Is that even possible with all the pressure? And Syzygen actually gets his purple, but man, Widdy is just relentless, dude. Always in the faces of RRQ, and that just gives all the time. But look at his play, though.
There he goes, though. Once you use the flicker, you are going to be susceptible to that. Whoa! Chances to the back. Oh! Witty with a flicker backwards, but still, look at the sustain coming over. TLID favored with the playing backwards. Skylar trying to go for the chase right now as Edom walks forward, breaks the quad. Wow! Over Skylar, ends up getting the range. I did not expect that. A shutdown, a big one at the 8th minute mark, and it went to the worst target for TLID. It went to Skylar.
The castle walls are shook by that one retaliation that is made by the kingdom. They get a lot of kills on that altercation. TLID shut down after what was looking like a very good initiation from Witty.
Aran, maybe locked down again. Circling Eagle, everything. Sutsu Jin, Crab Claw Cannon. He was 0 and 2. He's gotten 3 kills out of nowhere.
We know this issue, man. Aurora is so annoying to deal with if you're the fighters. If you're really Aran, and later on, it's gonna disjoint the formation of Team Liquid ID. The Lord is up, but Aran is not around.
Uh-oh, this Lord. They want to fight for it. They want to blitz it. They want to dance together on this chance. Conceal open by Witty.
Very early Frigid Glacier. Now Reggie Sanson. Redemption. Now Fabian in the midst of it all jumping in. Deadly Catch used up as Aaron Chicken deals with Tyron Witty. Quick sand guard, still healing, still buying time. Finally frozen and taken down. Fabian with the flank again. Fabian with a soul severed, will be able to find it. Aaron forward. Skylar gets shot, but he will not fall.
Almost, he assassinates the Crown Prince. It was so close. And now TLID, they have a time frame to control even deeper into the map for RQ.
He's getting his shoulder on the top side. He's gonna be forced to go for a 1v1. Fabian is absolutely on the hunt.
Ooh. Sutsu Jin stunned.
1v1.
Now slashed down. What is Bane gonna do against Suyo? He's just gonna run. But even then, Suyo can chase. Glorious pathway in the bottom lane and cut them from the Lord. Still Skylar, able to find a space to go for some hits over to the Lord. 2,000 HP. Diamond gun down here on Chicky. Nibiru's passion, but again, RQ have dealt with the Lord.
TLID, they contain any possible pressure exerted by RQ. They want to play with the side lanes. It was Sutsujin overextending and he was punished for it. Now they might look for a siege. A few more minutes, but still, the passive from the turrets standing strong.
The Holy Crystal is completed for Skylar though, so the man has absolutely enough damage to be a real threat. The fact that he was able to get that shutdown earlier definitely was a big value moment. But looking at the items here, Queen's Wings completed for Fabian. Trying to get the reduction just to survive long enough to use the output potential. And Aaron Shiki on a vengeance here, going with the Hepsies, the BOD, the Malefic Roar. He wants burst damage. He wants to take down RRQ. He's not trying to do DPS. Therein lies the concern though. He can be great in sieging down turrets, but in the defense, RRQ have so much ways to kind of deter a Team Liquid ID from moving forward. But as of right now, the gold lead that earlier shrunk down to 4K is now back at almost 8K, so Team Liquid ID have regained that momentum.
Yeah, pretty late Hunter Strike there from Sutsujin, but 7.6K gold up for TLID. They're waiting for that Lord to spawn so that they can get that Lord and maybe stage yet another siege. The talisman as well for Edom.
Final nggak seru kalau menangnya
reduction, but now
mutlak. Penonton lagi
TLID, they're
rame-rame.
playing the safe. Even Yeskel is itemizing towards that Blood Wings. He wants that extra shielding, Arashi.
Extra shielding and extra movement speed on the shield cost Skylar though, whoa!
So he's all good.
There's limited crowd control for Team Liquid ID, but there's a lot of burst damage. Skylar might want to be a bit more careful doing that. Look at the damage!
What is that? Disgustingly good. And on Shiki, accurate. And so impactful as well with the Renner's apathy.
Man, Aaron Shiki with the gun fu is gunning down the members of RRQ. Dyron now not having a lot of chances to proc that Thunder Belt. Not nearly as tanky as he was in the previous games. Oh man,
again. Whoa, let's repeat. Ooh. He has to Raging Sandstorm defensively. And that is one engage 2 taken down. But the cooldown, of course, is not going to be a big issue for Witty and TLID. Free Lord Arashi, they blitz it.
Oof. Divine Glaive completed for Skylar, so damage is there. But can he survive though? Team Liquid ID are notorious for being able to find their targets in a team fight. And Skylar just isn't on the same kind of hero like the Irithel. He isn't really as maneuverable. If they were gonna let go of a Lord, I would think it would be the previous one instead of this one. But now circumstances has pushed their hand with the Lord for Team Liquid ID marching down the mid lane. Do they have enough right here with the Frigid Glacier, with the entropy? In theory, in the base, Skylar should still be able to just stay safe, to really be that static defense for the base.
Yeah, proper dive though, Liquid.
They do. The Raging Sandstorm will open up the map and the way as well. Glorious pathway popped up.
No, Skylar gets caught. Raging Sandstorm from Witty. All the way to the back, finding them. Skylar will fall, unable to utilize the flicker. Tyron gets gunned down and slashed down by Fabian before he can even do anything.
Crystal.
The Suyo, we thought it might be countered here, but maybe the Suyo is just too strong. Fabian on the Suyo, 12,000 gold lead. 2-2. We got a game 5 in our hands.
Domination by TLID. They will still ride into that dying night. RRQ. They are shook that Hilda wasn't even able to contain the Suyo.
Is that the solution? The B-Tricks. Mr. Dyron tries best to do the exact same thing he was doing on the Hilda. Zone away the backline. B2 tanky. But against the B-Tricks, has that Hilda bitten more than she can chew. The Weskers, the Nibiru's passion just absolutely melting Dyron down. No pressure at all coming in from the EXP lane. And an absurd amount of damage coming through from the jungle. Team Liquid ID has just powered through the draft through brute force. In theory, RRQ had a chance. But in practice, Team Liquid ID has just stomped all over them.
They don't care about the odds. They like those odds. They equalize the score. We got a game in our hands. Game 5 imminent. And TLID, their young blood's boiling again. The revolution, the rebellion is not done yet. TLID. What a game that was.
Phenomenal stuff from TLID, man. Again, I think there was a miscalculation for me, right? I expected the Hilda I think they expected the Hilda to be able to match that damage of Fabian, but man, I don't think so. I think this is just why Suyo's just been auto-banned every time. Even here. Tyron just disappeared, man.
That mini Bauman ult though.
Mini Bauman ult, you have an alpha.
A mini retry.
You have an alpha 3-time swing with that hold of the skill 2.
Yep.
You have a stun, a dashing stun with
You have
skill
an
1. You have a
empowered sword.
Yeah, you have a blink.
Change it to
skill
Mia.
1. You know what? Nerf 1-1.
Nerf. Hey,
Yeah, probably, man.
but give some respect to my girl.
You want to talk
Mama.
about the elephant in the room, though. Skylar, he doesn't know the Purify. Is that too greedy?
Answer our questions, panelists. What do you think about the non-Purify Natan in that game? Take it away.
The Suyo.
The Suyo!
Thank you, casters. I mean, I personally am not complaining about the Suyo, being given over to TLID because, man, yeah.
TLID.
Super balanced, by the way, in the early game.
Very much so.
Perfect hero with no flaws whatsoever.
It was evident in that game. But yeah, speaking of Natan Flicker.
I think it's a mistake. I think it's greedy. I think that Skylar, as good as he is, has costed his team games for one reason or another. Sometimes it's a too many recalls. Sometimes, most of the time, it's battle spell choice. And finally, we get to see him punished hard for this one. Because previously, didn't want to go for Purify. Takes a Flicker. Irithel. We've been through a whole meta of Irithel. Most people were like, okay, we can go for Sprint, but as soon as there's CC, give me a Purify. Man still goes for Sprint. He doesn't care. He trusts in himself, and I respect that, but man, TLID, good punish this time. I don't think they're going to get away with it again.
Okay, I mean, it did bring TLID now back to 2-2, so we're back square even, dead even between both of these teams as we take a look into the highlights again, right? And what I find interesting, we talked about it before, one of the highest amount of survey votes was the fact that TLID really need to be able to secure that early game. And this is just typical template TLID gameplay that we saw earlier on.
Don't forget about the factor of that Khalid flex, right? I mean, I think 80% that Khalid, we thought EXP, then yeah, you pick up the high loss. Maybe Skylar thought that Hylos was going roam, and that's why he opted for that flicker. But then the switch up, right? It's Weedy on the Khalid, game changer.
He was so active so active, landing perfect moments as well with the Raging Sandstorm, and therefore he deserves the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone.
I think Witty is, honestly, Witty had a really incredible early game, and I think that Rins unfortunately forgot what Khalid does. Losing losing Aurora passive level 1, absolutely unforgivable. It's just how? There's no reason for you to lose it that early on. At the most, you lose a battle spell, but your passive as well, that's when it becomes ridiculous. And as Gami mentioned before, having that double flex pick, the double flex pick in both Khalid as well as the high loss is really interesting, because now if you play the Hilda, no matter what the matchup is, it doesn't feel very, very nice. And especially specifically against the high loss, you're just gonna get sandbagged. That's why you see the constant proxy of waves, and that's why you see the positions of Fabian as well as his boy Witty just pathing down from purple all the way down to orange, knowing that this could be a possibility.
So Hilda, meta undebunked?
Well, on condition that high loss isn't there.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm about to say. Yes, DL, he brought the Hilda quote-unquote trend to Iran. It seems like Keskut, he denied it twice already, and suddenly with the Khalid, it's an answer from SDL himself, right? He knows the kryptonite, and it shows in this game that, yeah, Darwin Game 3 was nowhere to be found in Game 4.
Yep. Could barely play the game. And honestly, like, even Scholar getting his signature in that Natan, Eroshiki feels a lot more comfortable playing this Beatrix. Like, he doesn't even need the setup sometimes.
Whoa, I didn't realize 13 minutes and 24 seconds?
Yeah. And Natan, this series, for the record, very low percentage.
Very, very low percentage. It's not looking good for Natan all across the board, but generally, I feel like at least TLID is back in their element, right? Playing towards that early game, having a couple of late game securities, but generally just designed to team fight and to end this game as early as the mid game. Because RRQ, as you can see, once Sutsujin is put on this Bane, they immediately go a more passive route of play.
I think this is going to be homework for TLID once again. I'm still sticking to my opinion that TLID really needs to work on this. If they don't get the early game, they need to figure out a way to adapt in the game and just recollect themselves to be able to play into the mid towards the late game. But in this particular matchup, how do they replicate that same purpose of finding a better early game setup? Because I don't think that the Suyo will be let go again.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is why I think that blue side was very, very important for both of these teams. I think it's going to be a consistent back and forth until somebody figures out something about the red side that could maybe turn the tables for at least a minimum, for Team Liquid, at a minimum 2 games. If not, I mean, RQ is going to get the match point first, and then an immense amount of pressure is put on the team.
It's going to be very interesting, you're right. It's going to be very intense, and it does seem like for this series that first pick value has been delivering like crazy instead of, if you compare the last pick value, all right? Remember that Aurora last pick, it wasn't really as expected. I expected more from the Aurora.
I mean, Rins shouldn't have lost his passive at level 1. Like, so much happened because of that, right? Had Rins not lost his passive, maybe he could have been able to contest that mid wave so that he could maybe save Dyren when he was proxying, you know? So many variables could have been tweaked significantly. Because again, as much as Edok wants to be able to kind of pull people out of these tough decisions because he's playing Matilda, if you don't have the backup, you're pulling them into yourself for a free double kill.
Very interesting, but I want to go back here.
Go back? How far?
Go check tack.
Okay.
He mentioned 4-2.
4-2?
And for now, it does seem it's 2-2. Will it be 3-2 and then 4-2? Just
I mean,
as
like,
predicted.
calm down, because RRQ are also playing impeccable games.
They are.
Okay, they have been looking clean, they have been executing it well.
That's right.
And it always just boils down to the drafts. Because I'm not saying that RRQ had a bad draft, but this was a really good draft for TLID with the identity and where they find their strength. Early game.
Man, you can tell that your blood is blue. At this point, you don't even need a blood test. It's just, oh, no, sorry. It's B for blue. I agree with you. I think that, like, even RRQ right now, it's not about the performance. It really just comes down to like, can we get a better draft? Maybe Skylar, let's not, take a purify every once in a while. This is starting to get really, really nerve-wracking. But at least for TLID, especially for the Calvary fans here, with this game, it's a refresh. It's a reset of mental.
So we'll take a little bit of a refresh. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into that championship point, we're going to throw it over to our hosts up on the stage. Bye. Right.
Echa, sini dong. Echa, welcome Bandung.
Eca.
Udah nyapanya gitu aja?
Dio, lihat mama.
Begitu ya. Echa, akhirnya setelah hari pertama datang, sekarang datang lagi untuk menyaksikan grand final.
Kemarin nggak datang, hari ini datang lagi.
Tapi kamu nyangka gak sih kamu bakal datang hari ini untuk grand final?
Nyangka dong, nyangka banget. Kemarin udah pede banget sih, meskipun kalah waktu kemarin, tapi pede banget dia pasti bakal masuk ke final.
Kepedean itu datang dari mana nih? Apakah feeling-feeling dari Echa? Atau mendengar bisikan-bisikan?
Pede aja sih karena ada Fabian Acu kan.
Oh, Fabian tadi jago banget gak sih?
Jago banget, parah.
Parah. Tapi ngomong-ngomong kita bakal kilas balik nih. Karena ini kan pencapaian terbaik dari tim Liquid sepanjang sejarah MPL Indonesia. Dulu, pada saat dulu biasanya kita ketemu
Dark
sambil
Era.
Dark Era
Kita pulang sambil ente, kadang-kadang ente. Kita paling bestnya tuh masuk 3 besar guys. Jadi ini sebuah kebanggaan sih buat kita. Kemarin aku capek-capek ngecas HP aku, tapi yang full malah perasaan bangga aku ke Liquid. Anjay.
Oh, asik.
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 Gokil.
Keren. Echa. Tapi Echa, ini kan perjalanan yang cukup panjang, apalagi Echa bersama Liquid tuh benar-benar dari Dark Era. Sekarang era apa nih?
Apa ya? New era ya? Nggak tahu sih apa sih sekarang.
Eranya baru, era kuda nih sepertinya ya.
Iya, era kentang. Hah? Kentang. Nggak tahu Bude.
Nggak tahu.
Pokoknya GG aja, era GG.
Era yang GG.
Ya.
Ngelihat sekarang mereka bertarung sekuat tenaga sebagai brand ambassador dari tim Liquid ID. Apa yang Echa lakukan dari tadi?
Teriak-teriak sih. Aku disuruh maju-maju. Aku dari tadi waktu game pertama merinding banget sih meskipun sempat kalah, tapi aku percaya pasti bakal bisa comeback. Kan ini namanya final, kalau misalnya nggak balas-balasan nggak seru kan. Kalau dibantai gitu kan kurang seru ya. Jadi emang sengaja sih puring kayaknya.
Bukan puring.
Apa namanya?
Ngefur. Enggak dong, ini semuanya udah memberikan yang mereka miliki ya, Ca?
Iya benar.
Rasanya di panggung tuh biasa, Echa biasa di panggung juga ya?
Iya.
Mengalahkan rasa nervous itu seperti apa sih?
Nggak tahu sih, jujur kalau aku jadi player kayak tanganku gemetaran sih.
Utang banyak.
Gitu.
Iya. Tapi mereka hebat banget sih, maksudnya kayak player Liquid
Aku
kan banyak yang masih
bengong.
muda dan first time masuk ke MPL
Aku
kan.
nggak
Mereka hebat banget
bengong.
bisa ngalahin rasa demam panggungnya gitu. Itu big deal banget loh
Aku
buat
nggak
anak
bengong,
sekecil itu.
Kakak.
Berkelahi dengan rasa deg-degan
Di panggung besar
di
MPL.
panggung besar itu.
Wow. Tapi Echa, ngelihat
Nggak
semua
bengong, lagi
yang
baca
ada di sini, The
webtoon.
Cavalry, ada nggak sih mungkin yang kamu ingin sampaikan sebagai brand ambassador juga dari BA untuk The Cavalry yang ada di sini, yang lagi di rumah, yang lagi nonton, yang lagi deg-degan juga. Mau digombalin boleh nih?
Aku makasih ya udah dukung Liquid dari dulu sampai sekarang. Kita dukung terus sampai Liquid menjadi juara. Kalaupun enggak, mereka udah lakukan yang terbaik. Terus aku nggak mau gombal buat yang nonton, aku mau gombal buat Fabian.
Langsung aja nih.
Aku dari kemarin sibuk nontonin kartun Mickey. Tapi Mickey-nya bukan Mickey Mouse, Mickey-nya mikirin Fabian Acu.
Tapi sekarang Fabian akan melanjutkan permainan. Coba semangat terakhirnya nih, ayo.
Semangat Fabian dan tim Liquid, semoga kalian menang menjadi juara.
Kata-kata buat barudak Bandung.
Wow.
Dan itulah dia, kita akan melanjutkan bagaimana keseruan dari hari ini. Final belum berakhir, Grand Final masih akan berlanjut. Dan ini akan menjadi game yang akan mendebarkan siapa yang akan mendapatkan poin berikutnya. Mari kita cari tahu bersama para panel dan juga para caster.
Clara kembarannya
Monggo.
Kak Endah. Mana ada kembaran? Beda tahu.
Thank you so much, Bude. Thank you so much, Echa Aura. She's actually, okay, she's not Echa Aura anymore. She's Echa TLID, sorry. there are differences. Get with the program. But yeah, we gotta get with the program here in the best of 7 because we're now down 2-2. We're
2-2.
going to the 5th game. And we could potentially be, well, not potentially, we are definitely going to be seeing championship point. But the question is, who will be able to get there first? Will it be RRQ or will it be TLID?
So intense.
I genuinely don't know anymore. As much as I've already predicted that it's going to be a 4-3, it could go either way.
Right now, seeing RRQ's performance is so spectacular and awesome, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, Eterna, what are you doing right now?
Sorry, you know how... So TLID are going to M6, right? And,
Yes.
And I think I could be potentially going there as well.
That is... Oh, okay.
But I don't know how to ask Yao Yao.
How do you... Okay. There's...
Just as friends, by the way. I just want to grab like...
Yeah, totally.
like coffee or
There's a
something.
feature there where you
Okay.
can actually ask the AI. Do you know that?
Wait,
The
what?
AI feature on a phone?
Wait, what do I do? Oh, is it this?
I mean, practically, ladies and gentlemen, the Galaxy S24 FE. For those of you who are looking for a phone, it's flagship performance, but also a very budget-friendly price.
All right. How do I ask
That's an
Yao
AI
out?
feature.
Daerah 32, Endah dari R.
6 Malaysia. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, I'm using the AI feature. So I could choose whether to have a casual or
Pokoknya
professional
RRQ
response.
yang menang.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's very convenient.
What does that even mean?
Like
I'm
if
gonna
it's
be
like
like,
a professional setting.
Is casual good just be like, hey girl, how you
Wait, I
doing?"
forgot to set it in English.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's kind of awkward. But for those of you who are curious about it, the Galaxy S24 FE is a perfect choice. Price only at around... I keep forgetting the Indonesian numbers are huge. 9 million IDR. Its gaming performance is 2 times faster than the previous version. Not only is it great for gaming, but the Galaxy S24 FE also has impressive Galaxy AI features that Eterna currently is exploring.
And also, one of my absolute favorite here, Gideon, the feature that is... It's called Composer. All right, this feature helps you create chat messages, captions, emails, and more with the help of Galaxy AI. And it's also perfect for inviting your crush to play together. How it works, Eterna is showing how it works.
Eterna, show the audience. Stop indulging in it. Eterna, Eterna, show the audience.
Oh, right, sorry.
Show it to the audience.
I forgot. So basically, all you need to do is like open the keypad on whatever, you know, chatting thing you use, guys.
Kalau TLID menang aja
And
aku
there's like
mabar ya.
under the chat box. There, under the chat box, there's the AI
Penagawannya tetap
icon.
mabar dong.
You just press
Ya,
it. Okay, I'm gonna press it now.
It's very
Lihat
simple, by
ini
the way.
Kak Iswell,
simple
lihat
to do.
pertandingan
Yeah.
berikutnya
I press it,
belum selesai.
And then all I need to do is write what I want.
Ask away.
Selesai,
Ask
bro.
Yaoi, yeah. And then you can choose standard or not, casual or professional. You can also change the language, which I just did. I changed it to Tagalog. Okay, and then
choice.
and then it auto-generated it for me. Okay.
Very simple.
It auto-generated?
That's how AI works, apparently, Gideon.
Dude, I was thinking like
Dude, we
small
mama.
stuff. I was thinking about like, yeah,
There you go.
emails. I'm like, no problem. But now you can even open up to your crush like, yeah, that's the whole paragraph.
There you go.
And luckily, we can check it first.
Okay.
So it doesn't auto-send.
That's a
We
cool...
can tweak it here and there. I don't understand what this means.
It even added emojis into it, right?
Yes.
What does this mean?
Very, very interactive indeed. So you guys, what are you waiting for? Get it. Because again, ladies and gentlemen, for you MPL viewers, you can get it a free 25-watt travel adapter as well, a 200K IDR, Google Play voucher, and a free permanent MLBB skin when you buy on Samsung.com/ID by using the promo voucher code of Galaxy S24 FE XMPL. I remember, repeat that, Galaxy S24 FE XMPL.
You can also get an additional discount of 500,000 IDR for
a
your
lot.
first purchase on the Samsung Shop app. Hurry up because the promo only lasts until October 31st, 2024. So buy the Samsung Galaxy S24 FE now.
What does gandamo
I don't-
yawi mean?
Look, I don't want to get involved in this bit. This is the part where I draw the line because as soon as I don't know the language, I know somebody is messing with me, and I
Okay.
know that from my Filipino counterparts.
Okay, but we don't want to mess with you guys.
Thank you, po.
Thank you po. Chantel po.
I'm sure she's watching this, by the way.
Kamusta? Okay lang. Let's go, guys. Filipino. Anyway, for you guys at home, once again, whether you're Filipino or not, everyone around the world, we want to ask you guys, not language tips, but more so, how can RRQ make a comeback for game number 5? Yeah, okay. It's pretty self-explanatory. 45% ban or pick Suyo.
ID. Amin.
Should be 0%. No, that's a balance zero.
What do you mean? I mean, 45% of the audience is correct. I don't know who the other 55? Yeah, 55% of people are like,
math.
Suyo's not the problem in that game, man. He's not the problem.
You should limit Wheaty's initiation hero or power. Duh.
No, it's Witty. It's all Witty's fault. I think that Witty, yes, he has a couple of tells, but I don't think his initiations are great, but they're very, very telegraphed. And he only goes in when he knows he can guarantee get the hit. So it's like, why do you care so much about the initiations, especially when the early game was so heavily driven, not only by Witty, but this Suyo from Fabian?
All right.
Brave Fave to win work.
And I don't think that's going to happen again. I mean, look at your screen right now. Second pick. TLID are now on red side, so RQ chose first pick.
I hope TLID has something interesting for red side, because again, it feels like they kind of figured out blue side, but they don't want to show it off again to RRQ to maybe pick up on some of those habits. So keep them on their toes.
You know what? I expect RRQ now being on blue side, they might ban the Hilda out.
Ooh.
Like game 2. I don't think Guess Cute has a direct answer for this Hilda, even TLID has shown what they can do against the Hilda game 4.
Do you think Fanny Cho Hilda again?
Fanny Cho Hilda.
Yeah, I think they want the Matilda, if not the Suyo. Or maybe TLID is trying to be cheeky. Let go of the chip.
To Edok? Oh man, I don't know about this.
I don't know about this. Mr. Gotti, I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Gotti.
Don't stress us out. Okay, let's get into the drafting phase for game number 5, right?
5.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. There you go.
You hit the nail on the head with this one. It's one for one, each and every one of them.
Fanny Cho Hilda.
Fanny Cho Hilda. Game 2.
So what did RQ go for? They went Matilda in game number 2.
They did go for Matilda in game number 2, but at least St. Lucas has already like put a big clamp on that, right? They get rid of Matilda, they get rid of the Suyo as well as the chip. Now Fovius is going to get first pick for the side of Cascute. We come back to St. Lucas. Let's see how he's going to manage this. Because again, I feel like Fovius for certain teams are a hit or a miss.
Yes. And based on game 3, I believe. Yeah, Dyron rocked the Fovius like crazy. TLID, they should have the scenario, right? They should have the radar that Fovius first pick. But it seems like they're taking their time here.
Wait, do they go? Do you want Bane or do you want? Do they just go Angela Ling? Okay, sorry, that's crazy.
I mean, it's a little tough.
Bane and Alpha is Alpha.
Pasti apa lagi deh?
I don't know. It feels like TLID always leaning in, especially when they have that first option. Will rather the Alpha over the Bane 9 times out of 10. But Witty now getting access to the Khalid once more. Pretty big deterrent for RRQ. I mean, if we're talking about how Khalid is supposed to play in lane against the Fovius, generally Khalid has a slight advantage pre-level 4, but then afterwards, Fovius doesn't really care what the Khalid does at that point. He can tank for days, he can poke him out, and most importantly, he can break him out of the quicksand guard.
What about the clear?
The clear, Khalid is going to take out 90% of the time.
So the Zushin and the Bane, okay. So RQ, it seems like they will not prioritize the Yve. It seems like Rince is more comfortable here on that Zushin as well. TLID, they will take the Yve. So it's a the theme is still as game one in this series.
Yep. They basically kind of given what their main laners are going to be. 2 out of the 3 of their mid trio as well. Ooh, they get rid of Irithel.
Yeah.
So does that mean first pick Nonton and then they kind of say, you know, whatever happens, happens?
Beatrix, I think. I think now Skylar wants the Beatrix. With this Irithel ban. If not TLID, ban for that last
Actually,
spot.
I think Kesku should ban out the Beatrix, to be fair. It's red side, and they've already got 2 enablers. They've already got the Raging Sandstorm. They also got RWM as well. If you pair that up with the Beatrix, you've basically got a death trap.
But if they do that, what's to stop them from picking up something crazy like a Claude?
Like a quad.
I prefer the Clint. If Beatrix banned from inside of RRQ, I prefer TLID picking up the Clint.
This is specific for RRQ Claude.
It is.
Specific and against TLID that have picked up the Eve.
Yes. No, that's a very good angle to look at it. But 2 things that I was worried about. Number 1 was Hylos, which got banned out here. The second one is Franco, and that also got banned out by TLID.
Yeah, agree.
Dang, they are on top of this draft. Woo! This is a tough one. Do they ban out the Beatrix? I feel like they should, because I feel like RRQ's, especially Skylar's hero pool, is deep enough to take advantage of it.
Another body they are going for here. Terizla. One of the main factors. TLID, they will pick up the Nonton early here. So they're not practically concerned in leaving the hero for Aaron Cheeky last.
Guys, this 1-1, but outranged by Eve.
Yep.
It could still be Beatrix, right? Beatrix. Even Kaja is an option.
Because Kaja, you want to pair it with a mid laner who has more burst. Jushin is not very bursty here. And I feel like unless they've got like some... I mean, it could technically work with Bane, but I think Bane still would need items first before he can do that. All right, there we go. The Beatrix comes through. Shawhead. Okay. Jeez. Oh, boy. Oh, I hope Aaron brings Purify.
Owen, are you there? Owen?
Akai is good here. TLID can pick up the Akai. RQ banned it out like twice last game, and if not 2 games ago. Now I feel like Akai proper disengage tool, great pin down possibility, and Jawhead is going to be very annoyed against an Akai.
How does it lane against the Phobius though? Because I don't think you can put the Akai in the roam.
Actually, well, I think against Phobius it does pretty well in the early game, right? Because his base damages are actually deceptively high, and when you're dealing with the poke, you need to just worry about Phobius' second cast of his first ability. Okay. Implosion instead. So they're really doubling down on this big wombo combo.
Want the big CC. Tigreal and Jawhead, both roamers first time in the series.
Okay. How are we feeling about the drafts this time around?
I think this is very snowball heavy for RRQ as well as TLID. I think First Blood is really going to matter between both of these teams. That first turtle is going to determine the next 2 minutes of the game. That's how devastating it's going to be.
Let's not forget Nonton Eve late game though for TLID.
Let's not. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from the panel. We're going to throw it over to the casters for championship point.
2-2. A ceasefire to be cancelled soon, as they will all battle it out again. Clan of Dawn in game number 5. It is still TLID against RQ Hoshi.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, game number 5. The battle for match point, championship point. TLID able to equalize the scoreboard, and now it's another Alpha versus Bane in the jungle. It's not really that crazy anymore, huh, Arashi, from the regular season. But still, so far, both these junglers, it really depends on the early game. Whoever seems to get the early has always just dominated through.
In theory, Edop on the Jawhead, again, can do so much more damage. It's so much more, so much stronger individually, right? 1v1. Especially with the mecha suppression, extra damage, 2% per each stack, up to 6 stacks, so up to 12% damage, additional damage for the team. It's like a mini focusing mark. Emblems of Indie Home though show that it's full movement speed, agility, and wilderness blessing for Edok. He's playing full utility, whereas for Witty, he's always been more frontline heavy. Going with the firmness for the extra bit of survivability, but the thrill on 3 members, they want to have that early game damage. With 3 agilities inside of RRQ, it's going to be an early game skirmish. It's only a matter of when with Skylar having the weapon mastery, waiting for a kill. Whoa.
Good shove over. It's not the ejector threat. And for TLID, it's really just all about getting the Natan to a comfortable spot. It's not really the best of matchups against the Beatrix, so
Ya,
playing it safe is
bahaya,
okay. As long as they go for the control over the neutral objective.
We talked
Kok
about the AKHIR,
banyak yang
right?
dukung
This
liquid?
stage tool against
Iya,
Jawhead.
emangnya
But then you
kalian
see
semua dikasih
Witty in the
duit dukung
Tegriel.
liquid
Not one of his best heroes, of course. We haven't seen it that much.
Yep.
But we talk about the second hammer, right? That can really knock back the enemies from RRQ. Is that also a disengaged tool to really just counter the Jawhead approaching?
In theory, Unstoppable Force can't really be stopped like that, but, you know, if he gets a pushback, he might be in danger of being picked up himself. Look at this though, control for Team Liquid, but RRQ are ready to contest.
Good shove from Witty. Good ejector. Fabian be locked down. Now Demonic Force. Oh, the shots. Eno is the one who gets it with the spark missiles. Tyrant first blood. There you have it. Rins Crimson Beacon to the front, forcing Witty to flicker out.
Fabian thrown it through the Sharks, and he was stuck in the turtle pit. RRQ, they get that early game going. Iron Chicky, it's not gonna go for the kill.
Darren has a level advantage. He's trying to bully
Juara nggak sih
Aran.
RRQ?
Beating
Dia
him up here
jelas
while he has the
dong,
advantage.
RRQ.
In for a bit of a
Bukan
play
dikasih
here.
duit, bro, dia drop pick.
Being forced to use the Raging
Tunggu
Sandstorm.
lagi.
Darren doesn't want to go for the dive. He's had enough. He got the dub.
Witty though, pressured by Rins and Skylar with the Beatrix. How is he gonna fare in this lane, Arashi?
In the lane, I think for Beatrix, it's about getting some poke in with the Renner, clearing the lane and rotating. And we've seen Edok. This be a big problem here for Team Liquid ID. If they're just waiting around, Edok doesn't really have to commit to really do damage with the smart missiles. He can just walk around and have that extra shield, and he'll just win the trade by default. But I think it's going to be a long wait till the next neutral objective here for both teams. So I got
Beda kan
confirmation.
mainnya sama tadi,
Witty,
iya.
This is the first time
Beda
ever,
banget.
ever
Kalau
that
tadi
we've seen
tuh
a Tigreal
kayak
pick from Witty. A
RRQ
debut pick, you would
kayak
say,
nggak ada
for Witty
perlawanan.
in the
Aku
grand
aja
finals.
sampai
Is that a card up
lihat.
his sleeve? Is it desperate times with desperate measures?
Auroranya
Edok though.
ulti.
Whoa.
Real world inflation and the speed of Alpha. Aran walking forward. Edok. It got really low. Raging Sandstorm to take him down. Now with Lancer Flare, Tyrant moving forward. Crimson Beacon. No spear of Alpha means you're dead.
Kami nggak butuh
Alpha
duit yang itu
down.
ya.
Aran in the back. Has to run. Chopped down by Tyrant under the turret. Witty getting the shove, but there is no way that they can go for any kills. There's no one alive to do so.
Dukung yang
Aran
nggak
forced
pernah
back
juara MPL
RQ
sih.
with the early game win.
Masih
They
ingat
know
kan
they have the
dia juga
phobias.
sama
They know the
Landa?
longer the
Oh,
game
iya.
goes, the fight goes
Aku
rather,
tunggu janjimu.
Tyrant is just gonna pop off, dude.
Kak
As
Kairi.
long as it's a front to back, as long as Team Liquid ID are kind of corralled together for safety, it's fine. But look at Witty though. Whoa!
Oh, with the shove back again. Aran into the front. Whoa! Good knockup with the Fabian Spear of Alpha. Rins, no Crimson Beacon. Big resources spent earlier. Fabian, no Spear of Alpha.
Tango, they want to fight
Aran
this
walking up,
run.
Raging Sandstorm onto two. Retreat on point from Fabian. Gets out. Deadly Cash from Sujin will not find them.
No.
Great trade there. Aran sacrificing
Thank
himself
you,
to
Lep.
get the turtle, and Tyrant actually comes in to try and flicker in, disrupt the turtle take. A bit too late though, but RRQ setting up for something on the top side. There's gonna be surprise coming in from Fabian and Witty though.
Oof, they invade TLID's jungle. They have control over this. And Witty getting tossed upon.
That's the ejector for you. Whenever you're in these bushes, opening up is always scary.
There's a lot of abilities that could just mimic the movements of TLID, and they can jump into the backline of TLID as well. Talking about the Phobius jump and then Edok with the Unstoppable Force. Does this mean the only tool that can keep them in place is the
Aran yakin bisa juara
Might actually,
MPL.
maybe the real manipulation and the Raging Sandstorm, those two,
Kalau
this all be
Ranger
comboed
emang nggak
together
ada
in
masanya,
theory.
semua orang
So
nggak
RRQ
selalu di
for sure
atas,
needs to
bro,
be a bit more
pasti ada
careful.
di bawah
Not for
juga.
now. I mean, RRQ with this control, they can use the Jawhead even more efficiently. But look at this dive though.
Very aggressive on the Sujin. Aran also walking up concussive blast. Ready, Sujin will be taking down Fabian. Then will be traded back. Tyron. Oh,
nice.
Prince is the guy that Tyron has given the kill over to.
At this point, man, Darren is just absolute menace. But ooh,
Implosion from Witty. A shove. Skylar, no Purify on the Beatrix. And that's why they picked
Yes,
the Tigreal. They know Skylar will be
Apa-apanya.
vulnerable.
This is a very good kill that also cements
seru,
the
bro.
lead up top. They get the turret going down.
Minimal
This might
banget
be
ya,
the
pernah
chance,
juara
but it's of
Anda.
course Mr. Ade.
Bang Ade.
RRQ jersey?
Ade
It
sekali.
is.
Hey, Arashi, I'm just saying, man. I've been watching this guy streams, or at least his clips. And whenever he wears someone's jersey, they lose, man. They have to use the Bigatron's jersey, man. You know, so.
I want to
That's
see him
the
flex his M1 medal. He did that in the regular season, right?
I don't think he'll do it twice. Maybe Edok will do it twice. Ejector again onto. Whoa! Good dodge with the Spear of Alpha. Away from the Bennet's Rage. And we have Ade acknowledging that he's been featured here.
Hey, cool. Just like AKHIR when they're engages, conceal play.
Shove over into the real room. Ablation, Witty looking for an implosion. Raging Sandstorm combo with the implosion. 2 members, but Rins. Oh! And now demonic force from Dyran. Onto the back. Aaron Shiki disappears. It's a shot over, trying to find them. Yehezkiel still gets out, but it's a big win for the Kings of Kings.
Dude, RRQ, they're just getting so much more value due to the clumping nature of Team Liquid ID. They've been trying to corral together for safety, but it's really working against them, especially when Dyran is just so out of control, dude. 3-1 and 4, getting shut down there, but having so much pressure. Compare his impact here to Aran. All Aran has been able to do is zone people away and get big crowd control AoEs. But for Dyran, he's doing everything. He's sustaining, he's doing damage, he's knocking people up left and right. It's just so good right now. His damage, he's actually the highest gold difference from both teams.
As an XP.
As an XP leader,
Insane.
Yeah, so good from Dyran. Has been able to get the targeting going on as the Phobies as well, jumping into the backline. TLID, they have nothing that can protect them unless either Aran lands a healing Raging Sandstorm or maybe an implosion also going on. As RRQ, they want to take control of top side. And Aran is there just to safeguard the players of TLID. But now for TLID, what's their winning condition, Arashi?
The win condition is to get Aaron Shiki on curve and get a combo, right? If they can actually land a massive combo and catch 3 members of RRQ, it could be a big moment. Oh, Witty! Whoa, they go on to Witty. Implosion used up already. Demonic Force now. Dyran in for the pursuit into Aaron Shiki. Good Spear of Alpha from Fabian, but Dyran just flickers out. Meanwhile, Witty will be dealt with by Sutsujin. Prince picks Yehezkiel up. Fabian has been isolated by RRQ. Usually you see the cavalry run people down. The Kings are running the cavalry down.
The lone stallion beheaded by the kingdom. They want the revolution to stop, and they are on course of doing it.
Edok has Flicker. They have a window here with 2 members down. No Tigreal. They're gonna go straight for the purple. Go straight for the Lord. I don't know if they have enough damage to rush it. There's definitely a lot of damage available. But Rins, that was a great play to really separate, to really break apart the composition of Team Liquid ID. This is the problem here for Team Liquid. If they go and group together, they lost earlier because of the AoE, of the combos. If they spread apart, Rins just kind of wedges himself in between all the members, and they just kind of win regardless. They just don't have enough damage just yet. 5,000 gold lead, Lord coming up, RRQ. If tempo is what they're looking for, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, they're excelling in their own rights. Not TLID, the only thing they can do is just cut down the creeps, farm it up, maybe just wait for Aaron Shiki to get his power spike in that Holy Crystal, maybe. And this Latan will have a very, very huge responsibility of carrying this game. Skylar with the BOD. This will just even exert more damage towards TLID, but not the items though, Arashi.
In the items, Thunderbolt, Radiant Armor completed for Dyran. He's definitely up on the curve. Skylar has the Sky Piercer though. It's a Spa. Let's see. With that build, can he actually get some stacks going? As Hitsujin, as always, man, that damage is great.
Oh, there you
but
go.
Third item, Power Spike for Aaron. Now RRQ needs to be a bit more careful. Dyran can maybe tank some shots, but Rins, Hitsujin, and Skylar, they have to be very aware of where exactly Aaron Shiki is. And he has a Purify, so he can't really be stopped as easily.
Yeah, a single implosion towards Skylar can be the end of RRQ because Skylar is vulnerable, like you said. No Purify on the Beatrix.
Wow.
And this is the first Lord, right? So it's easy to take it down, especially when you have an Atan that gets shredded down easily. And the Eve as well.
And a Holy Defense.
And a Holy Defense.
Yep. Well, Fabian, on top of that, goes for the Queen's Wings as well, so it's going to be a bit more durable. As wow, a fast-moving Jawhead coming straight at you. Definitely scary, let alone the one piloted by Edok here. Finding a lot of opportunities so far, but RRQ, the patient just wait around right here, and we get a taste of that burst damage. Yehezkiel, almost.
The Renner.
More than half his HP.
It was almost Yehezkiel.
Wait,
Oh.
not yet. Is Yes alive?
Yeah, easy
alive.
killed.
Hey!
Whoa.
Very like that. The conceal play from TLID. They want to reclaim control of their top side jungle because the wave is shoving towards them, but bottom side, still a slow push for TLID. Dyran might jump in.
He does jump in. Ejector, not ready. Just Raging Sandstorm onto Rin. Still has a Purify. Good disengage here. You're not going to be taken very low. Real relation, unable to find him. Down to the back, just jumping. Mender's happening, not connecting. Aaron Shiki finding Dairon Winnie. Finding two, but then, only then does Rins decide to pop in the Purify. Very, very patient.
Sama-sama saya mulai
Up top.
rada ngantuk.
It should be a base turret. It will. Free for
Ini
RRQ.
karena nonton ya, kalau main
Look at how much effort needs to be exerted by Team Liquid ID to catch Dairon. Even then, if they were just a little bit slower, if Dairon was a bit tankier, he could have gotten an extra kill there too. The damage on this hero really is quite insane. Now with the base tower taken, unfortunately for RRQ, it is not on the side of the Lord, so they cannot use it for an advantage. But look at where Skylar is, already cutting, already prepping for the next Lord take. 7.5k gold ahead. Team Liquid ID with the golden combo, the Natan and the Yi. Do they want to contest this? Do they want to let it go and play that defense? Take a page out of Geek Fam's book.
They want to.
They have to.
They have to. They have to defend. They can't contest this Lord. I mean, we did look kind of confused with the Thankyou as well.
Yeah.
The implosion. It was hard for him to find and target a specific RRQ member. And I feel like, yes, you have to bank on that implosion coming from Witty. But how are you supposed to maneuver if there's so much layer towards RRQ's front line?
Especially with all the AoE like waves coming in. You have the deadly
Ya,
catch, but
semangat
also
dong.
the wave of the
Iya,
Phobias just knocking you up. If you're coming from the front, it's going to be so difficult. And I think the idea for Witty is that he wants to come from a different route, not go for a frontal assault, but the zoning. Look at where Edok is at every single time. It's almost like the entrance to the jungle on the bottom side is plugged by Edok.
Harusnya
The
kasih
one on top
musik
is
ya
plugged by
ini.
Dairon.
Apa?
They have a
Pertandingannya
tri-lane
biar nggak
wave
ngantuk.
pushing
Mereka
up top,
harusnya
down
kasih
bottom,
musik
one in
ini.
mid as well. This will be the base
MPL-nya.
defense we all talk about. Geek Fam style, TLID, can they hold?
Let's see if they can. Edok walking up Rodin, zoning them away. That's an implosion onto Edok. Let's jump back to Edok. Able to flicker out. Rin's gonna be caught by the speed of Alpha though. Aran jumping in, diving in. Two members down. RWM catching Dairon with a raging sandstorm. Dairon melted by Aaron Sticky. And they keep themselves alive in game 5.
The revolution still underway. They keep it alive. Renner's apathy to impale Aaron Shiki, but he will be fine. They hold the base, but they lose 2 turrets.
Very similar gold lead still, so all things considered,
Kecil ya.
not a massive swing just yet for Team Liquid, but these are the moments where they can find some more turrets, more farm in the jungles, maybe even another pickup if really can get close enough. There is a flicker available and Skylar has no Purify, so now he needs to really respect it without the frontliners available, without Edok and Dairon around to just tank some of them.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, what happened to Aran? A pull, fuck. Edok, ejector, Witty. Caught.
Nice banget.
Lantern flare over to Aaron Shiki. No! There is no entropy. Buys the Blood Wings. He pops the Purify, but he will still be cornered.
Oh!
Even despite dealing that damage. Now in the mid lane, it's a cut in the waves. Fabian will be able to buy some time. Yahezkiel gun down. RWM not enough to take this game, to save this game. Fabian chased down by Dairon. One cannon minion, another super minion wave up top. The Kings of Kings have secured match point. 1 game away from an MPL title.
The fashion, the closure of that game. It was unexpected. They won that fight in the middle. Sutsujin turning his back towards TLID, catching them all on their way back, and they got the team fight going.
It was just a great reaction from RRQ, identifying the Team Liquid. They have damage,
Don't
they have high ground, they have everything going for
Don't
them
panic.
going into the late game, but what they don't have is mobility. Immediately you saw Edok
Selain
burst
makanan,
into
gereja,
action.
dokter,
You saw
juga
everyone use everything they
sih.
can to locate that fight. And Rins on the Sushin with the spam ability, with the movement speed boost, with 2 gap closers, was able to just get the slightest bit of crowd control onto Aaron Shiki. And just like that, we talked about this. You're the kings of the base defense, but dare you venture out into the wilderness.
It feels like it's a deja vu of the games they've played with the Natan and the Eve. They want to defend their base. They want to hold on to dear life.
Iya dong.
They want to hold on till Kingdom Come, but it just didn't happen.
selesai
Why are
jam
they
berapa
pushing
ya?
outside?
At this point, it's just no discipline. What
Why would they
Panic?
push in like that, right? They have a Eve, they have a ton. They're great at wave clearing. They got a win in the team fights, but they didn't. There's no way they didn't pay attention to the respawn timers. There's no way. They definitely knew it was coming. They decided to stay because they thought they could win the team fight, despite using all their resources for the skirmish already. That was just a bad call.
It seemed like they thought that RRQ were gonna come in one by one, because we've seen it happen before. But RRQ waited. They sacrificed a structure and they got it done as a team.
We'll throw it over to the panelist desk to decipher what happened right there. Eterna, take it away.
Bisa sampai jam 11.
Thank you so much, casters, for that game. Game number 5, and we're finally at championship point. RRQ just need one more game to be able to win the Raja Galaxy title for season 14. Everything has led up to this point, and what a game by RRQ. Very clean. They held control from the early portion of the game, and it felt like TLID had absolutely no answer to that.
Again, I think the series, just first pick value again. Dyron just rocks the Phobius very, very well. And last pick value, that Witty Tig Witty. Yeah, that ain't it, man. That ain't it. I ain't feeling Witty on that Tig. And yeah, unfortunately, he was, his implosions wasn't really game-changing implosion in that game.
Yeah, it wasn't, but I also think that they needed to focus a little more on an answer to particularly Jawhead, and I think they needed a better way to kind of get around the map. And as Arashi mentioned, yes, they don't have the mobility, but they have if they execute well enough in these fights, it's basically impossible for RRQ to have any kind of callback to it, especially when it boils down to resources. This is a war of attrition between these two teams. Nobody wants to pull that trigger first, but TLID is more inclined to do so, because if they're able to take at least one member out, the whole fight suddenly shifts into their favor.
But for some reason, if the pilot behind the Tigreal wasn't Weedy, let's say it was somebody like Key, I think it would have ended a little differently.
It's tough to say, considering that they have Azushin as well here.
I understand. He gets caught time and time again. It was a huge problem for Weedy to find those combos. It's not as simple as that. It's not as straightforward as that. And beyond that, Weedy, we haven't seen this pick in quite some time. I don't think we've actually ever seen Weedy on the Tigreal. But going back to the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE, it's Dyron on the Phobius. So we saw that the Phobius was first pick prio by RRQ. We thought that maybe that was a big gamble as compared to letting go of the Alpha and the Khalid, but man, just this guy, man. I mean, even in the lane, Aran was suffering so incredibly that he couldn't go anywhere.
He really couldn't. I mean, TLID found success in the previous match only because they had potential answers in their flex pick. Unfortunately, Phobius does really well into both Khalid as well as Hylos, so it really didn't matter for him. Dyron had the time of his life. You can see that Aran is significantly under-farmed the entirety of the game. By the time the game ended, he had like what? T2 boots, a Thunderbelt, Blade Armor, and then one more component. He was getting shredded by everybody at max build. Sutsujin, to me, is a very big standout in this match. He hits level 15, he's 4 levels ahead of Fabian pretty much the entirety of the game, and he can kill anybody who builds armor when he purchases Malefic Roar.
Oh, it's so disgusting. It really shows as well how Keskut is always the one step ahead on the draft. Of course, execution, there is no doubt. RRQ is definitely up there. Dyron, take a look also this last sequence here. Yeah, I think TLID, they snoozed a bit, right? They snoozed a bit in this last sequence, which cost them the game. Aaron and Shiki really know where to go. And they know when Aaron Shiki's down, it's just over. Again, very good call from RRQ, but very bad call on the other hand from the side of TLID to overstay. I know that they want the inner, but it's really not worth it.
I think that, even so, at a certain point, you need to just throw your abilities out, right? I feel unfortunately, it's starting to look like everybody is looking for maximum value at all times. Sometimes I think that Yehezkiel just needs to drop the RWM to stop the bleeding, man. If you're missing a leg and you're running out of blood, you're gonna die faster unless you cauterize it. So he's got to be able to slow them down.
And in the end, RRQ, they completely capitalized over that. Oh, man. 14 minutes and 35 seconds, that's all it took. When it comes down to it, is there anything that we should note about, emblems, itemizations, or is this all standard?
It's all standard all across the board. I think the Winter Crowns are really making the difference here. I think the only other thing to point out is really Skylar going for the Sky Piercer, because his job generally is to finish off his targets rather than chunking them out. It's, two different play styles, and that's why he's 3-1-1. It's not his job to be that guy just yet. He's just letting the rest of his team kind of bully Team Liquid ID into submission, and just before their last breath, they just see Skylar on top of him.
So does this warrant Jawhead being a good replacement towards the Franco and the Kaja as that, combination with the Beatrix?
Not necessarily. I think that Jawhead was in a very unique position here because he is good in the early game, but he's not a game changer. He is more so a lead extender. Any kind of small lead you have, he's like a 10x multiplier who walks in and is just like, big money for you, big money for you.
Yeah, I mean, with the Jawhead picker, they're taking a risk because if they win the early, they will surely control the mid fairly and, of course, control more, snowball more, which RRQ evidently showed in that game. But if RRQ slipped, let's say, yeah, it's going to be tough for a Jawhead to be that game changer if Team Liquid got the lead early. So RRQ taking a risk, but very well calculated risk because they have Dyren on the power pick, right? That Phoveus was the center of that early and mid, and RRQ Oshi, they bank on the XP, that first pick value very, very well.
So again, right, the general theme still reigns true. Not through, true, I mean. Still reigns true, early game. Early game,
Jangan skor sama lagi lah, kelamaan.
Yeah, no comebacks, right?
No, not just yet.
I think so far RRQ is much better throughout every phase of the game in comparison to TLID. I think TLID, their early game looks good. Their mid game is solely dependent on their early game.
Yeah.
And their late game, sometimes they've been making some weird calls. So at this point, really this marathon is starting to kick in, the exhaustion as well as the overthinking to certain scenarios as well. Right now, we need the TLID that is responsive, very quick on its feet, because that's what RRQ is looking like. Every opportunity presented to them, they clamp on it so fast.
Yeah, I agree. RRQ, they're so solid. No, Rashi!
There's a reason why the Kingdom's been looking good all season.
Oh, man.
I'm
freaking out a little bit.
I mean,
Championship point, guys.
Their job is not done that yet though. If they snooze this game, momentum will shift.
But like essentially, we can't even consider this momentum based anymore.
No.
At this point.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
It's been the back and forth for a long time.
Exactly. So we're gonna throw it over to the host first before we get into the next and potentially the final game of this best of 7. Take it away.
Superfans, mana suaranya?
Ramai banget pastinya karena kita melihat Grand Final nggak hanya yang ada di dalam Eldorado Dome aja yang benar-benar penuh, di MPL Festival juga sampai membludak.
Membludak Bude sampai parkiran tadi aku lihat dari jendela mobil nonton Bude buat nonton Grand Final MPL Season 14.
Seru banget pastinya. Gimana? Seru nggak? Kalau seru tepuk tangan semua. Memang apalagi sekarang poinnya lagi kejar-kejaran banget. Dan RRQ memimpin dengan 1 poin.
Betul sekali, 3-2 nggak dikasih kendor baik dari tim Liquid Indonesia maupun dari tim RRQ Hoshi. Tapi ya Bude, karena kita sudah sampai di MPL Festival, kayaknya nggak lengkap kalau kita nggak kasih challenge buat penonton.
Betul, Bude akan challenge semua yang ada di sini, kita bikin wave. Asik, tahu kan yang wah, siap nggak? Pakai tangan aja ya, jangan berdiri, nanti kesundul. Sundul Bude nih, kita dari arah sana dulu, dari kiri Bude. Nanti akan dilanjutkan untuk wave di MPL Festival. Dari kiri ke kanan, siap nangkep? Siap semuanya.
Oke, kita cek ombak dulu sebelah kiri, apakah sudah siap?
Tengah siap. Kanan siap.
Yang belakang siap. Oke Bude,
Mantap.
langsung aja kita hitung pakai bahasa Sunda ya Bude.
Monggo, ayo.
Oke.
Mangga. Ayo.
Mangga, kita coba.
Tilu.
2, 1.
Wow.
Wow.
Beriting. Balikin. Dari kanan. Tengah. Kiri. Seru banget. Bude beriting sini MPL Festival Bandung Baruda. Well banget.
Super well ya, saking luar biasanya memenuhi Eldorado Dome. Tapi gimana nih prediksinya, siapa yang kira-kira bakal menjadi juara pertama?
Rame. Semuanya berbeda nih.
Siapa? Wow, oke.
Di MPL Festival, memang semuanya itu lagi nunggu-nunggu tim favorit mereka untuk juara. Yang RRQ rame banget, yang tim Liquid juga rame banget. Semuanya menantikan kalau di sini semuanya rame untuk menunggu nih. Akankah tim RRQ bisa mengambil kembali tahtanya?
Ataukah tata tersebut akan jatuh ke tim Liquid Indonesia?
Bisa ada juara baru, kita nggak akan tahu bagaimana pertempuran best of 7. Para player sedang berjuang, mereka harus menguji semua yang mereka miliki dari segi mental, gameplay, dan juga tentu saja bagaimana mereka bisa mengalahkan diri mereka dari hasil-hasil sebelumnya.
Betul sekali Bude, jadi kita akan lihat sama-sama ya di game selanjutnya apakah tim Liquid Indonesia bisa kembali mendapatkan skor dan kembali imbang. Jadi game of 7 ini akan menjadi full series. Langsung saja kita akan lihat analisnya dari panelis, silakan take over.
Barudak!
Thank you so much to our wonderful hosts, Clara as well as Alyssa. And we're back on the English panel for potentially the final game in this best of 7 if TLID can't work themselves a way to come back from this 3-2. I mean, earlier on I was like, to Arashi, but he's like, I'm like, okay. I mean, it's very possible at this point.
I mean, your feud with Arashi is back and forth just like this game. So far, I was pretty surprised. I thought maybe that, TLID, based on how playoffs has been going, it's just been like, oh, first 2 games, no problem, and then after that, a bit of a coin toss.
What about you? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good, man.
Feeling
this
good?
Is the,
Really?
For the first time.
I feel like I'm gonna
Hey, for the first
drop,
time,
like, my
I
heart's
don't
gonna
have
drop.
to worry.
Oh yeah, because I
for
forgot your team's not here. History of Finals MVP though,
Hey.
right? This is potentially the last game. So now we got a little bit more of a taste as to the performances of all these 10 players. So let's say RRQ are able to go 4-2 with this. Who do you think is arguably someone that could potentially get the Finals MVP?
From RRQ, I'm looking towards Sutsujin. However, I think he needs that one, especially in this grand finals, he just needs that one big play to send him over the top for me.
Very interesting, right? I see the vision, I see your point, but he has been playing the Banes. Not, again, I'm giving not enough credit perhaps, but I feel like Darren has potential to beat the finals MVP, being very, calm and collected, being that X factor, especially if we're talking about the series, that early game, which is very crucial. And Darren really allowed RRQ to really have a great foundation in that early game. And if he did, or if he do spectacularly in this last game potentially, I see Darren being the finals MVP.
Here's the thing, right? For Finals MVP, are we looking at someone that has spectacular moments here and there? Or are we looking at somebody that has stayed consistent throughout the entirety of this best of 7? Because it's different.
I like consistency better.
I'm gonna say big play. I'm going to say big play because
Okay.
right now in the meta, I feel like a lot of things are streamlined and as consistent as a team gets right now, and I think the level of MLBB competition across the globe has increased to a level where it's like consistency has already been hit. The question is, how do you get that extra 5-10% over your opponent? And that's with the big play. There's a reason why it's called most valuable player, and I'm not talking about valuable in terms of like, oh yeah, you have a positive KED8. No, you could be 0-9, but you make that one 5-man implosion like Keyboy did on a world stage, you get it straight away.
Interesting. Interesting.
Kadang gimana Mbak?
Interesting. I don't know. I'm not saying like consistent like Rinz is being consistent. I'm saying somebody that has always remained consistent in a matchup that maybe isn't favorable to them. What I'm hinting at is more to Skylar, honestly.
Oh, I mean,
Skylar.
I feel like he's too easy of an answer. Because to be fair, he's got a long history in professional play, and there's a good reason why that RRQ keeps on trusting him with not only leadership, but and to guide the next generation, but to also hard carry the team if necessary.
Yeah, so I think if it were to be Skylar, it will have a better story, right, in that sense. But let's see here, right? I mean, yeah,
I think, sorry to cut you, but when we saw the earlier poster, it wasn't even Skylar getting the finals MVP for RRQ season 8, right? It was Clay.
It was Clay.
It was Clay.
So technically, he has never gotten a finals MVP.
To be fair, season 8 Clay getting the MVP, it was pretty neck and neck
Season
between
9.
the two. Oh, season 9. It was pretty neck and neck between the two, honestly.
Season 9, yeah.
Ah, feels bad.
The
But
reminiscence.
guys, it won't feel bad if you have a Samsung Galaxy, because you guys can sit over at the Team Galaxy Zone, you know, with all the brand ambassadors, the talents, just everyone. And not just that, you guys actually get front row seats to one of the most intense
BRB.
best of sevens that we've had in quite some time. Like, I hope it goes all the way, so you guys also still have time to head on over here. Because, you know, who wouldn't want front row tickets?
Yeah.
Front row seats?
And don't forget to bring ear protection because you still have the entire kingdom behind you. Every time they say the Viva RQ and start with the air batons, you know that the first like 10 rows is just all RRQ.
And even in the game, just like a single kill, or they get like a turret.
Little Wanderer, yeah!
Oh my god, that's so true.
Passionate, man.
And yeah, on the camera, you see the brand ambassadors as well as the talents from TLID. And guys, you know,
Your friends.
imagine sitting behind them right now. Starstruck.
At least you don't have to wear ear protection.
Hey, they're allowed to. What do you mean?
They are allowed. They are allowed to be fair. Whoa!
Yeah, they're wearing protection of their own. They're using Head and Shoulders over there.
Oh my goodness, that is some lush hair.
Beautiful.
Beautiful hair, right? One solution, Head and Shoulders.
That sounds like a very guy thing. It's just like one solution, hair, body, conditioner, no problem. But Head and Shoulders got you guys covered, especially if you got dandruff issues. One-stop shop to saying clean, beautiful hair.
Guys, I'm so sorry, but I just realized why it's called Head and Shoulders.
Don't you dare.
Because dandruff, it falls on your shoulders.
Oh my, where
That's why it's called Head and
have
Shoulders.
you been,
Oh my god,
Eterna?
guys! Oh, wow!
Why do you think?
I am today years old.
Have you heard of their sister product for
Udah mulai.
psoriasis that I use all the time?
What is it?
Knees and toes.
Are you making a joke or is that for real?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh man.
Hey, look, a lower third.
Oh yeah, what is that? Match point for RRQ. How can TLID win in Game 6? Just play. I'm kidding. Audience topic voting. Let's see the answers.
Nonton is not the power. I love
so funny.
I love almost every like lower thirds for TLID is just Aaron Cheeky.
Is it?
Aaron Cheeky,
Oh my
not
God.
making a mistake. Aaron Cheeky.
You're actually right.
Yeah, Nonton is not the power. Aaron Cheeky.
Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah, the Nonton. I mean, like,
the Nonton has been a little bit of a curse, not gonna lie. It hasn't been looking too great. Even Skylar has, taken an L on his Nonton as well.
Because the problem is with the Nonton, you need a little bit more time to scale, and so far, we haven't really seen the Nonton get to that point, right? The early game being the #1 theme so far.
Yeah, and I think, both times. Well, then again, I feel like RQ, as much as we expect them to actually drag it out to the late game, feels like TLID really opened themselves up wide for the end game scenario for them, even when they're behind. So I feel like it's more on TLID than RRQ.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm blanking here.
Second pick.
I'm blanking.
Second pick. Okay. If you're a TLID fan, I think they have a chance. Because first pick selection has been rocking the win rates here this series.
It really has. It really has. Let's jump into the drafting phase here. I'm excited to see whether or not we're going to see something different, something new, innovative, because right now blue side has been crushing it despite teams picking red on purpose.
Go big or go home at this point. Can we see finally? Oh, could we potentially be seeing an assassin battle in the jungle for the first time here in this best of 7?
Please.
As we get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE. Alpha being banned out.
Bane.
And the Bane! Let's go!
Oh, got your wish.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
RQ, what do you want to do here? Suyo is still open, but remember, Matilda is as well. But remember, for TLID, there's the Ling Angela combo that has been broken by RRQ with the Hayabusa.
It has.
Just want to put it on the table there.
Well, to be fair, that game, I feel like that game's a bit of an outlier. It was like one mistake, the game was basically over at that point. I mean, when you're 4-0 at 3 minutes into the game, you know you're not having a good time.
That's the thing. Okay, RRQ, they learned from game 30, I believe, right?
Yes.
Suyo banned out here. And
first pick.
TLID neglecting the Matilda. They went for Phobia's understanding that Dairon was too power. They denied this hero from Dairon.
Okay. So if they do decide to take Matilda, we've seen teams have two opinions about Matilda into the Phobia's matchup. One being, yes, I am building up his passive. What are you going to do about it? It's still good because I can heal you. Or B, we better not touch it because now 2 people are going to get affected by Phobias.
But the big question is, if they pick out the Matilda here, who are they going to combo it with? Bane Alpha banned out, Suyo off the table.
Oh, that's actually a good point. I mean, I definitely think he, or even,
That's dirty.
Oh!
That's dirty.
Rats! Making a comeback.
Guys, Barats where though? EXP
most likely.
or jungle?
Yeah, I mean, it's usually it's
Right?
the
It's dirty!
this current patch with Lingela and Ling. So this draft is TLID did this draft, Phobia's Angeling combo yesterday against RQ in the upper brackets.
Yeah, they did. I'm just going to assume that this Barats is going to go into the EXP lane. Barats actually has some pretty decent odds against Phobias on account that Barats gets his stacks first. That is the big thing. If he doesn't have his stacks, he's just like any other hero, if not weaker.
Okay, and now we're going to the second phase, and the band's starting to make sense, right? Ruby gets eliminated by RRQ. TLID, by the way, guys, first glance, RRQ's composition right now, does it not look like a blacklist composition? Barats, Matilda, and the Pyramid.
Maybe a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. It does reflect it quite a lot.
Shout outs to Blacklist, man.
Oh.
But, we're taking a look at this asset as well, right? A little data. Hero pool, RQ right now with 60 unique picks.
Wow.
What else do they have under their sleeves?
Let's see.
A little too much. A little too much. I feel like they've been hiding a lot of stuff from the longest of times, and now that we're at match point, I think that RQ have nothing left to lose, right? I think so far TLID with the Bruno ban makes sense. They generally want to maintain this early game, especially if Skylar is going to try and win and dominate that lane. But at the same time, it's like we don't really see what jungle would be effective here for the side of RRQ. I would argue that it's probably going to be the Hayabusa, because at least you have iframes to work with.
X-Borg possibility.
X-Borg I think is also good, but then where does the Barats go, right? Do you throw the Barats into the jungle at that point? Do you put the X-Borg in the jungle just so that you don't die against the Ling Angela combo?
Yeah, it's tough. Let's see here. TLID seems like they commit to a Skylar man here. Brunos and the Nonton. RQ, will they show their card with this composition? I see a possibility Clint might make to the composition of RQ.
I think, I mean, with the Matilda, it could be, this is risky, but Irithel, I know it's against the Ling. We have a Brody possibility against the Ling as well. We've seen Skylar utilize it against an Assassin. Oh, okay. Julian gets picked up for Sutsujin. So the Barat should be going to the EXP lane now for sure. And there's also a possibility of Moskov for RRQ.
I don't know if RQ really want to play Moskov here. I think if they are locking in that Moskov, they just want the global presence and the potential to knock Ling away, maybe even Phoveus, because again, you're just stacking up this Phoveus at the end of the day. But I guess they're really confident that Barat is going to make sure that he doesn't go any further.
No, Ruby's banned.
Oh, Ruby's
Khalid
banned.
Lunox. Beautiful. Great iframes, and they need an AoE.
All right, so there you go. Right, Khalid Rome, Angela mid. Angela, yes, will be the choice.
Last pick for RRQ.
Oh, it's really tough. They can't go Ixia. I think Brody's okay. Moskov will be very, very safe. You're up against the Lunox as well, so you don't have that many great matchups. Maybe the Beatrix, but even then it doesn't feel that great. Not a lot of setup other than the Barat and Julian.
Okay, Irithel.
Yeah.
Doubling down on Irithel.
It's a risk, but I mean, it's Skylar.
It is Skylar, and it's also the Matilda as well for Edok.
Yeah.
We saw that combination earlier before. Guys, championship points. Tell us what you think.
I think that right now Skylar needs to absolutely smurf on TLID. Take sprint, you have to win your lane, you have to skill as fast as possible, because generally RRQ, their team fighting is nasty, but they're going to lack damage.
I think Lunox will be the hero that will take us to Game 7.
Game 7. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, championship point. We're gonna throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
1 game away from the trophy. 1 game away from glory. 1 game away until the kingdom finally rejoices. It is game number 6. Match point for RQ Hoshi against Team Liquid ID.
The cavalry will not have it. They will not have it without a fight. Fabian on the link. The usurper wants the throne. He wants the crown. Ladies and gentlemen, in the land of Dawn we go for a possible final game in the series, but a possible comeback to equalize on the board from the cavalry.
A signature strategy from the cavalry. Great macro presence, great dive in the team fight. And look at that, even in the lane. This Lunox pick certainly is a curveball. RRQ, can they withstand it? Can they find ways to fight back far enough? Skylar!
That's the guy.
Suaranya si
Flickers forward, finds first blood. Will be taken down. But that is a way, that is a cannon minion that he will lose on top of his life.
Oh, Skylar gets assassinated. Yes,
Suaranya
It's Flicker.
siapa?
And this lane, the Airtel against the Lunox. Talk to me about that lane, Arashi.
The Irithel against the Lunox, there's so much more sustain built into the Lunox, more burst damage too. So the traits that usually the Irithel can win by being more maneuverable, by just having a lot more burst in the kit, can't really be exploited to the same degree. But look at this!
So the Jin on the Julian, knocked out by Fabian, slain by Fabian. The mercenary down, the usurper will take that kill. Now Tyron trying to stop the farm from being taken, but again for Fabian, it's like taking candy from a baby. You can just take it away. Tyron, Dobok, Witty will try to tank it up. Tyron low, Aran tanking it up. Fabian just needs one more shot. Defiant Blade to take it
Parang
down.
ako
Brings an Edok, rotating up top, Witty.
tadi.
So trying to heal up. Fabian will let that happen. The Shadow Stampede before he backs away. In front of pursuit, Edok will get away.
They were juggling the aggros to dive into Tyron, and Tyron has to die. But TLID, they come out unscathed.
They run. Gotta respect this. So Jin saving the chain, saving the enhanced side. Aaron still able to sustain for a bit. Another level of sustain, but Skylar with a crossbow will get it again on the board for RRQ.
Great move by Jin to just be patient with the usage of the skills there, ensuring that he has it guaranteed. But with that play on the bottom side, more cryo for him to get to the top side. The turtle and a purple buff.
Last time Darren was able to get a miraculous death to this welcome. Will he be able to find him? Wow! A run takes it for him as he goes for the infinite pursuit. Fabian gets a turtle. He gets the Tempest of Blades, and Dyron will fall for the second time this game.
The usurper blunders the resources of the kingdom, but that was Aran jumping into the backline and giving path for Fabian.
Damage from Weedy, man. And Aran is running the Vengeance too, so even in the late game, if the idea is to just burst down this Phobias, Team Liquid ID has a lot more solutions to try and make that play happen.
Oh, baby Sandstorm into the back. No Purify for Skylar. Good NetherRealm baiting Witty. Skylar throws the crossbow. Up top and down below. That is Witty again. Taken out.
That was almost a kill and a half for Witty. He was able to Raging Sandstorm forward. Thankfully, Rinse was close by. Nearby in the block, and he pops the NetherRealm.
Fabian actually out farming Sutsugen at this point in time. Skylar actually gets the cart held onto him by Rinse. Great coordination as a team there, but Fabian has gotten the Berserker's Fury. Already a big power spike. And every single lane for RRQ is actually in a losing position. The EXP, the gold, and the mid lane all pressured down, even the jungle. So RRQ are playing it super defensive.
We talk to a bot. That's true. We talk about the losing lanes, right, Arashi? But Skylar is able to collect 2 kills. Do you think that is still a losing lane for him?
Dyron. It's gonna be the engage. That's his welcome coming down. Aran trying to tank up the turrets. Fabian does get picked up. It doesn't find the wall. Fabian gets another kill without the purple buff. That it's still up. Take a look at this. He's delaying the purple uptake so that he has it for the turtle. Good brilliance to escape. You're not gonna be taken low. Aran Shiki will go for it. Finds the kill. Hard guard over. Flicker. Aran Shiki wants the cavalry to keep fighting. Wants the cavalry to keep charging.
Chaos Shiki with the double kill. He's able to stampede on the kingdom. 2 kills for himself and TLID. They gallop into the castle walls.
Oh man, that's a great fight by Team Liquid ID, winning across the board. RRQ. The issue right now is so many players, so many members of Team Liquid ID can really go invulnerable. The Tempest of Blades, the Brilliance Order, so many ways to outplay, but Widdy.
Good Sand Guard, getting him a bit of HP. That's a Flicker Shadow Stampede to pull him back, but Widdy was able to get the Raging Sandstorm. Now Aaron put some damage back. Skylar, that heavy crossbow starting to hurt now, but Aaron will be able to respect it, will be able to get the healing from Yehezkiel, who has rotated bottom lane.
3 of the 4 kills only onto Widdy though. Definitely far from ideal for RRQ. The gold lead, however, was at 3,000 more or less. Now it's down to 2,000. You're seeing the mid game here for RRQ looking a bit more alive, especially with the power spikes for Skylar. Being a crit build, you actually get a bit more value from the first few items compared to the whole shred that requires the Trinity to really get things going. But of course, Fabian has a lot of damage.
Really trade, hard guard comes down. Skylar able to escape her now. Julian, Sutsujin, walking to the bottom lane. Aaron will just shove this wave together with the hard guard on him still to get Prio on the map. Meanwhile, Fabian up top, getting the turret. That is a tier 1.
Look at how much attention they're giving towards Skylar. Skylar's just getting bullied over and over again by Widdy and the Lunox in the hands of Aaron Shiki. The rotations is pulling apart the players of RRQ.
Rinse, Stampede, Aaron! No flicker. Dead. On the Brilliance, Chaos to escape. Aaron jumps into the midst of it all to help his teammate, Circling Eagle, to knock 2 up. But Widdy's right there to prevent that from being a full dive.
RRQ transitioning to more of an Ube style here. You can see it. They're moving together as a unit. It almost seems like right now, the deciding factor is whether or not Rinse can make the right call. If he follows the movements of Team Liquid ID and identifies which lane is going to be under aggression from the cavalry, and he can use that NetherRealm to negate that whole outcome and keep the game going just that much longer into that mid game that RRQ can use.
When we talk about the LID composition, they're more of a dive composition, but you talk about how Aran is there to become the front line. You have the peel as well from Widdy. How is the Julian supposed to access the backline? What happens?
Enhanced sword trying to run away. NetherRealm already baited out now. Comes the Blaze on the Sutsujin, who will fall. The Mercenary down. Skylar very low. Fabian leaving the Blaze again as they put a push back on 2. Demonic Force procs are eternal. Aran will continue to zone him away, but a Stampede brings him back. Aran will jump in. If you're gonna kill me, it'll be on my terms.
Just relentless aggression. That is the way the Phobias operates. That's going to be a neutral objective. Some turrets as well for Team Liquid ID. Extending the goal lead to 4K. RRQ making maneuvers happen, trying their best to read into Team Liquid ID, but there's just so many tools to kind of keep your eyes on. The Raging Sandstorm, the Tempest of Blades, now Susujin.
Oh, purple buff stolen. Fabian stealing it away. This time Aaron has the flicker, so RQ will not continue that chase.
Sutsujin pulverized, torn apart by the cavalry. He hasn't been able to come online. Oh, 3 on the Julian. If the Julian is this beaten into a pulp, how effective it is going to be as the time progresses, Arashi?
Fortunately for the Julian, you can kind of still operate as a card control tool technically with the enhanced chain. But ideally for Sutsujin, he still wants some more damage. But Skylar face checks!
Raging Sandstorm over to Skylar, has a heavy crossbow, has his Shadow Stampede to help him as well. Zeta walks forward, Witty will actually be threatened there. Now able to heal back up. Aaron, that's a big power spike.
Second item, Holy Crystal. Talk to me about this, Arashi.
It's more scaling, right? More numbers to really add damage to your kit. And for now, there's not really a lot of magic damage, especially in the 1v1 against Skylar. And magic defense, I mean. So Aaron can really abuse this. And he's been playing very aggressively because he knows he has an invulnerability tool to get out of the ganks of our queue. They don't have a lot of repeated engagements, but look at that. Witty.
Stampede, Witty. They have Shane finding him. Witty will not try to commit any of his resources. Heck, he doesn't have any resources to spend, but Fabian, on the other hand, Usurper will stay busy. Flavor Fave with a tier 2 traded for the Roamer's life. Dyron unable to get that cheeky Deadson as well. Competition was not up.
He's turbo farming his items, right? 3 item power spiked, BOD completed. And now the question becomes, how is RQ going to match that side lane pressure the TLID will constantly have in the hands of Fabian?
I don't think they have any easy way of doing so. The best they can do is use Mathilda to kind of elevate their movement around the map. But even then, the way that RQ is playing this Uwe against this assassin, it just makes it so difficult for them to actually get any winning circumstances. And keep in mind, later on with the vengeance, Aran can last a lot longer in the front line. So it really feels like RQ have to bait out some spells and then make their way back in. Use the Mathilda guiding wind to just allow themselves to bait out some of the resources. Because in a full-on 5v5, I don't see them coming out on top.
Run in a 1v3 so far, not even.
Yeah, they're all running away for dear lives, and look at that. The Lord free, conceded by RRQ. They can't really pressure back TLI. Ooh, Skylar.
Good poke.
That's an ultimate down though. Lord is still pushing on the top side, and the purple buff always, Team Liquid ID, playing classic. The right way to just shut down your opposing jungler. Just keep going for these invades, knowing that you have the frontline advantage, you have the damage advantage, you have the macro advantage even. There's not much that RRQ can do here without really making a lot of sacrifices elsewhere.
They have total control in the second half of the map. The Lord even wanting to siege towards the turret.
They're on shaking with the Ruby DD combo. Dyron taking very low. NetherRealms is safe in the vengeance pot. They're ready for a run. Coming to blade from Fabian. Dyron trying to go for the death as well. Come on, will not be able to find a Fabian now. Much Dyron, did he found Fabian? And the Usurper shot fall in the hands of the mercenary. Skylar on the chase for Yehezkiel. But TLID, they back away. They think it's worth it to trade Fabian for the base turret. And I think they were right to make that call.
Again, the soldiers of the kingdom, they hug the crown prince, protected with their palm of the hands, and Fabian, he falls down in that altercation.
That is a bold move from Team Liquid ID to go for a dive under a turret against a Faramis, against a Julian. Wow, they just kept going for it, and I really believe, obviously, that the plan wasn't to really trade Fabian for that pickup. Hey, a familiar face.
LJ. Of course, MPL IDX streamer presented to you by.
Kapan ya aku jadi kayak gini ya? Apa? Masuk TV ya?
He's out there, man, just lingering, just watching.
There you go.
Masuk.
Revelation.
Masuk TV.
He realizes. There you go. Woo.
W-man.
Oh, what the heck was that? Where did Enoch go, Fabian? Wants to dive in over the rims this time. Time to blaze used up, Dyron. NetherRealm cancelled. And there you go, Raging Sandstorm on the 2. Dyron still has immortality, but now it's gonna be Aran with Infernal Pursuit in towards the base. No minions, they will lose Aran. But they've taken Edok and Dyron down.
Oh, they're knocking on the doorsteps of the castle the kingdom has been able to build. But I feel like no, they don't want to exert even more pressure. They will back away. Discipline, as they've learned from their mistakes.
There's nothing to get right now
Maksudnya
on the map.
Masuk tadi ya, kotak itu loh, kayak tadi itu loh.
Making a statement
Bukan di TV beneran,
hey, you wanna walk out of your base, you have to remember that we are danger. And we will punish you if you just overstep your limits.
purple buff secured by Syzygen though. And you're seeing level 15 for both junglers. RRQ slowly but surely trying to catch up with the farm. But man, when it comes to
Bismillah,
pressure,
bisakah aku
nothing you can do
doakan?
right there.
Ya
Tyrant
amin.
taking so much damage only with a handful of spells.
Is there a scenario where RRQ is able to match TLID in a 5v5 Lord take?
The longer the game goes, in theory with the Netherrealm, it is possible. But the problem is, Team Liquid ID don't have to go
Iya
for
Mbak En,
that.
tahun
They
depan
have
aku doakan.
the macro play with the Angela, with the Link. Why would they go for a frontal 5v5 against a Paramis, against a marksman? Look at Witty.
Oof, Witty looking for a flank angle. He might be able to catch Syzygen, but no backup close by. So he's all alone, stranded in an island, just becoming a distraction for the TLID cavalry to take down the Lord.
Ya Allah, nggak dapet
Interesting
lagi
play right there.
loh.
Witty with the movement speed bonus from the passive, actually going and threatening the bottom side. And again, RRQ can't afford to split apart from each other. This almost seems like the same idea with the Yves Natan, just with a different format with the Faramis Erythal. But it's just not the same kind of shred. There'll be more bursts available by Skylar, but he needs to find the right targets. Technically against the assassin it can work, but with the hard guard, this is why that Angeling combo is just so difficult to deal with. And especially with the fleeting time available, there will be no hesitation from the Hezkiel to just pop that hard guard again and again. And Fabian, man, he is just up there at this point.
Yeah, this Ube combo is working at its best for RRQ to defend their base, but now can they hold the second Lord marching in?
Fabian, chunk low, time blade, and the Tempest of Blades. Lord, will not be utilized to its fullest. RRQ dealt with it quite well.
Is that a loss, Rashi?
I think that is a loss. Team Liquid ID get some ways to push to clear on their own, denying gold from the Team Liquid
Gak
ID
bisa
members.
MLS 16.
And then the waves can get caught by
Beda,
RRQ,
2
no
juta
problem.
subscribe.
There was no dangerous moment there that they can go for a fight, they can punish. They did not get more damage or too much damage onto the base turrets. Team Liquid ID, it really felt like they didn't really set up the waves at all there.
Yeah, it was all just done and dusted. The Lord evaporated in mere seconds by RRQ.
Barangkali ada
And it feels like it's harder
epic
to
comeback.
be able to lay claim on the backline of RRQ. The fact that they have a lot of layers before they could access their hands towards Skylar.
Witty. No, whoa, God, wait. Gotta reflect this. Oh, Fabian gunned down. Well, now it's starting to hurt. Now that hard guard isn't able to save him all that well. Run. So able to run away. Fabian clearing up top. TLID escaping from the clutches of RRQ.
Look at that though. 3 ultimates for the side of Team Liquid. Now the full views doesn't really count, but RRQ are forced to just blow everything almost immediately. That is the amount of danger that they can sense from Team Liquid ID. But especially for Fabian, he needs to be very careful right now.
He does.
Burst damage, right? Assassins, surprisingly, are quite weak to it. From the Erythal, from the Beatrix. We've seen it before. 3 hits in the late game will be enough.
Oh, look at that.
Wow. Fabian able to react in time. That would have been game-changing had that hit.
And now for TLID. Of course, they want to bank on Fabian, but Aaron Shiki hasn't been able to see much of daylight with the damage that he's supposed to deal, with the way that he was supposed to dive to the backline of RRQ, but it seems like he's not getting the airtime that he needs.
Right now, it's just unfortunate for Team Liquid that the Lunox pick allowed them to be so aggressive to just bully Skylar, but now in the late game, when they just go for that big engage and they use all the ultimates, it's almost like game over, right? RRQ, if they can survive the initial burst, will be able to do a lot more damage. But Syzygen need to be careful. Preemptive plays have been rampant in Season 14.
Now it feels like they want to try to contest the Lord, but this time around TLID is just juggling it, enticing RRQ to come inside.
They can't.
Shrouded in secrecy, they have this done. They get the third Lord, courtesy of Aaron Shiki.
And again, the Kings are forced into their own castle against Skylar, though.
Bapaknya streamer kesayangan aku
Wow,
pas
we're unable
MPL
to stop
streamer.
that engage from happening.
Only a mere few seconds, almost 9,000 damage. The fact that
Emang
Weedy was
Emang?
able to just Raging Sandstorm out, and
Siapa?
the leftover damage actually splashed over to Aaron, taking him down to almost half.
Emang
That's a lot of
streamer
burst damage.
kesayanganmu
4, 1,
siapa,
and
Tis?
4. Skylar hasn't technically been shut down completely. It's only a 5k gold difference, and we've seen that with the right composition,
Dapat lagi
even
dong.
10k can be mitigated by the base, by the safety that the base provides for
Ew.
you. Around though, going more and more tanky. Ooh. Look at the damage though.
Ridiculous damage.
In and out.
Ridiculous healing too.
And that was a Holy Crystal purchased by Yehezkiel.
Ezio. Witty around walking up. Oh my god! Now goes over in front of Pursuit. Raging Sandstorm onto them. It's not gonna be enough to take anyone down. Just another round right now. It's just gonna be one member taken out. Sujin still able to deal with the waves.
They hold.
That's another block from Dyron. Fabian will be cut. He buys the immortality, but I don't think he can live. He buys the winner crown. The usurper is hard to kill. Oh, but he is not immortal.
Bisa nih.
Is this the turnaround the kingdom is looking for?
Papi yang jelek.
They defend their castle. And they will advance forward.
Udah settingnya dibikin
The
lama
risky
biar
play by
rednya
Team Liquid
naik.
ID, and they did not even get a base tower for their troubles. In the bottom lane, it was saved. RRQ with 22 seconds before Fabian, the menace, the usurper, is back on the map to have an impact. They can use this to set up all the traps, all the pressure. But look at Rinse.
Ready, Sandstorm! And Aaron Shinking capitalizes! Now with a hard guard onto Aaron, as an enhanced chain onto 2. Aaron still able to dish out some damage. With a crown and immortality built by Sutsujin. With the help of the photo and an enhanced chain forward. TLID now on the chase, the cavalry.
They advance.
Will charge. Witty walks forward. Dyron tied up by Yehezkiel. He will be mobilized. He will be taken out. Yehezkiel is on a killing spree. And TLID have been able to bait RRQ out of their castle now. Another siege into the base. Rinse, no Netherrealm. Just yet. You'll have to wait. Sutsujin will use the enhanced sword to escape. That's a circling eagle. Eat out with a flicker. In front of pursuit.
Skylar.
Forward. Netherrealm coming down now. Sutsujin trying to clear out the waves and he won't be able to do it right now. But no! The cannon minion! One cannon minion was all it took. TLID stay alive in a best of 7. They will not let their dreams be shattered just like that.
A game of inches. The cavalry. Steadfast. Still galloping. Still in the dreams of the revolution.
Masa ke siapa lagi kalau yang
One
bukan
hole
baca komen?
in the castle walls.
Eci.
We take it to
Personal
game
deh
number
sama
7.
Papian.
Game number 7. And the final game of this match. It is a close grand finals. Team Liquid ID,
Belum bisa
after a
nih
series of
Papian
moments
kah?
that had
Kok dendam
us
gitu
doubting
kayaknya.
the possibility of a full series, they have done it.
Nyebelin sumpah wajahnya
One
tuh.
moment is all it took.
Nyebelin banget tuh.
This is exactly why we're watching
Tangil banget
AKHIR
wajahnya.
Mobile Legends.
My oh my. There was a chance. There was
Papian.
a scenario where RRQ was able to turn it around. They got the assassination towards Fabian, towards the usurper. They execute him. But still, TLID with a Hail Mary play coming in from Yehezkiel and Chaos Shiki. It all turned around, and game 7 it is.
The cavalry have always bowed down to the king in the regular season. 2 legs it was. But they had to bow down, kneel before the king.
Papian sih.
In the upper bracket finals, we expected something different with a 2-0 start. Yet they still had to bend the knee. But today, it might be the day they finally conquer the kings. They finally usurp the throne.
Now then. Game 7. What will happen? Will the castle walls still stay intact? Or will the cavalry complete their revolution, their rebellion, their revolt towards the prince on the way to become a king? Will it all be stolen away from the clutches of the kingdom?
A final showdown on the field of battle. The forces of the kingdom against the swift and aggressive cavalry.
And for the first time since Season 8, we will have a full 7-game grand finals.
Panelists, are you not entertained?
This is one of those rare moments that I'm pretty sure everyone around the globe watching right now and everyone at the venue they're getting goosebumps, right? We're going all the way to a best of 7, and we spoke about this in the beginning that this is going to be the battle of the ages, and we truly are seeing it. Both of these teams are adapting on the fly with one another, and it's not just the players but also the coaches as they go and try to play that chess match into like its utmost moment. And just, I don't have any words. I'm dead. I'm gone.
I mean, SDL constantly, and as well as SQ. Yeah, their chess match, right? It seems like SDL Game 6 here. Enough is enough. Let's take away the Bane. Let's take away the Alpha. Let's go raw. Fist fight, assassin v assassin. Technically, Julian is not an assassin, but you can call it an assassin. But yes, Ling, Fabian, Flavor Fav, knowing Flavor in that game.
I'm telling you, the pucker factor of this game continues to just hold on, man. It's really stressful to see because even you can tell that this match is painting a huge toll. Taken a huge toll on both TLID as well as RRQ. I think that RRQ is handling it a lot better, but TLID, right, when you see the momentum, they really love to push that, and they're doing everything in their power not to make a mistake. And this dive on the top side, right, initially just goes to show they're really nervous, like, man, I want to take you out, but I don't want to trade at all.
They're learning from their mistakes, right? They're trying their hardest to not replicate the same thing that they did back in the past few games that we saw earlier on. And the fact that it was just the cherry on top, right? Go big or go home. Fabian just really pulls through with the signature Ling that we were so excited to finally see the Angela come into play as well. And it's a tough toss-up, right? Because essentially, in theory, the Faramis is going to hinder a lot of these movements, but you see Fabian being able to work around it. But you did mention, Kitty, what did you say about Rins in the game?
I mean, I said that if there was a time as a Cavalry fan for Rins to suck, I wish he sucked now, because he was hitting some insane Netherrealms. The timings of them were ridiculous, and that's what really dragged this game out. But give it up for the MVP here, winning on his Khalid.
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S24 FE.
Witty, again. I mean, when he's given the hero that he is comfortable, i.e. not Tigreal, yeah, Witty performs, man. 448 again. And he was one of the main factors, right? He made a lot of space in the mid-game especially.
So much space here. However, I will say, Witty's early game definitely was questionable when it came down to the gold side of the map. I think that even Arashi was probably looking at him and was like, hey, come on, don't make this lane harder than it already is. I've already dealt with him. I have a winning matchup. Like, you don't need to spice things up anymore.
And we saw that be reflected into how fast Skylar was also getting the item power spikes,
Dulu
right?
suka bikin konten
He was
tapi
look, he's
bukan di
at
akun
4-1-1
ini,
at this
sekarang
point.
enggak, soalnya dulu ke-hack.
So, I mean, the one time that he died, it was a triple kill. A triple kill for Aeronshiki. So, I think that it really is boiling down to execution. At the same time, the draft from RRQ side gave them a very narrow win condition unless they outperform their opponents.
4.000
Really shows how, again, stable Team Liquid can be if Witty has the right tools. Here, this is the play. That last sequence, he opened things up alongside Aeronshiki. Yeah, I mean, without the flicker even, he has, the flicker is still on cooldown. That is where the collapse, somehow a deja vu of game 5. That same bush that RRQ made the play.
It's hard to say, right? Because again, I think there's been a lot of conditioning that has been going into this game, whether it's from draft or even the plays. But even now, with movements across the map, I think a lot of the team members are being very conscious about, hey, I'm not going to rotate this way 2 times in a row. You can see how paranoid both sides are, and I think that Rince, under the pressure right now, he's starting to look like a diamond as long as he picks up that fire miss. So far, I'm hoping, especially as a Cavalry fan, that he's going to underperform in this next game, because based off of, honestly, based off of where the drafts have been going, blue side has been winning consistently, so therefore RRQ should technically take that final game.
You know what? I feel like it's getting quite unfair for RRQ here on the panel. I think we need another Arashi on the panel, maybe.
I can be a kingdom. I can be a kingdom for 2 seconds.
All right.
1, 2.
That's it. 2 seconds.
That's as much Ghana can give him.
Okay.
That's the charity.
We'll take it. We'll take it. So reflecting back onto this, I heard you guys mentioning some comments about them not going in for magic defense. Now, my question is that an error, or were they just so concerned about Fabian's damage that they had to, prioritize magic defense later on in the game?
Well, there's two sides to the argument. Initially, me and Gotti did notice that, hey, there was a lack of MR. We see that the Athena shields coming out from, like, even Edok came super late into the game. He got a Enchanted Talisman. He was already building up to maybe, I'm not sure whether he wanted to go for something crazy like a Genius Wand, but definitely Flask of Oasis. Then finally, he got the Athena shield. And then you look at everybody else, right? You notice, wait a minute, nobody really has MR other than Dyrin, but even if he has a Radiant Armor, but he's still small Dino, it's not really going to do too much. A lot of this was just because of Rins and that how effective his Netherrealm is. You can see glass cannon builds all the way through. Even for Skylar, right? He swapped out his items midway saying, hey, I know I trust you, Rins, but after the Netherrealm, I need to survive with just a little bit of help. That's all I need.
I mean, with the additions of that, right?
Pokoknya nggak pakai
I mean,
jersey
they are
RRQ.
banking on Rins with the Netherrealm.
Kenapa
But
lo
what
pengen
it
lihat aku pakai
allows
jersey RRQ?
for Aaron Shiki, he allows what
Pakailah, pakailah,
built
biar
that
menang ya.
Genius
Pakai
Wand
nih.
early
Aku
as
pakai
well.
lah.
Because, hey, no MR, no Athena, okay, a couple of Silence Robes, but still it can penetrate with the Genius Wand. And Shiki got a couple of assists, important hits with the Brilliance, with the Chaos Assault as well, and that allowed as well Team Liquid to have more control. The map was blue, what, 70% of that early mid, the map was blue.
It's completely controlled by TLID. You can even see it reflected in the gold difference as well. Here and there, we do see some ups and downs in the previous games, but in this game in particular, it was just full control by TLID.
I can't even say that it was like full control because you saw how many times they were like, man, it's getting really hard to end this. Let's just keep throwing ourselves at the wall and eventually we might outplay them.
Because I didn't think that they had enough siege, right? I mean, they went in for the Angela in the mid lane. They had the Lunox in the gold lane. They didn't have as much damage, like an Irithel, let's say, to go in for the siege. So it was difficult, granted, we'll give them that. But finally, they were able to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, very evidence showing as well why the Matilda Faramis is also very strong while defending when the opposition is lacking siege, right? You got the Favor, you got the Flask as well, plus the Netherrealm allows you to supplement. And of course, Skylar, such a mobile hero on this Irithel, allows him to move around here and there, healing damage, basic attacks, auto attacks, and at the end of the day, Team Liquid got the edge though.
But now for sure, RRQ are gonna go for blue side, right? Right?
The theme is,
I mean, that's how the game's been going so far, right? I would only imagine that whoever's getting blue side is going to get the significant advantage unless we see something different, which we did see here in game number 6 with the bans. So I can only imagine that if they do get blue side again, I don't think the bans are going to be the same, and I think a lot more of the traditional Banes and as well as the Alphas are going to get through because that's a lot of why RRQ has been finding success.
I agree. That's why. I think they'd want blue side.
Yeah.
They want to force the chip on the red side, right?
Well, yeah, that too. That's definitely a good point. But even so, it's a 50-50 here. I mean, good luck to both of these teams.
Oh, okay. We're gonna throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar with an interview with an interesting person. So we're just gonna get that, get to that. I mean, I'm losing it. Take it away, Bude.
Spesial.
Apa yang spesial ya?
Apa ya?
Apa ya?
Tadi sih udah bisik-bisik ya. Mau dikasih sekarang nggak sih?
Pantun.
Boleh.
Oke. Ke Bandung mahal ongkos.
Cakep.
Liquid mahal nih bos.
Waduh. Gugun memang ya di sini banyak banget yang rindu tentunya. Tapi Gugun, kita melihat di sini bahwa kamu adalah salah satu orang yang punya sejarah di season lalu memiliki title Rookie of the Season. Tapi Gugun, gimana sih kamu ngelihat rookie-rookie sekarang yang banyak banget bertebaran di Grand Final, tapi mereka bisa berperform sangat kuat gini nih?
Kalau aku ngelihatnya ya rookie-rookie yang ada di Grand Final ini mereka lebih spesial sih. Kayak mereka punya mekanik yang lebih jago, terus punya mental gitu sih, punya mental lah.
Wow, mental itu paling penting pastinya ya.
Mental paling penting buat main di MPL.
Mental paling penting, tapi ngeliat Grand Final ini, Best of 7, kamu nyangka nggak sih bakal seberat ini untuk kedua tim?
Udah males Mbak dulu soalnya.
Nyangka sih, karena mereka sama-sama jago, terus mereka sama-sama punya mekanik, sama-sama pintar juga sih.
2 tahun.
Dua tim yang kuat lah season ini.
Kelihatan serem.
Apakah ini yang spesial dimiliki oleh para rookie yang ada di Grand Final ini yang tidak dimiliki oleh rookie-rookie lain?
Padahal aku
Iya,
pengen
karena
skip biar
aku lihat sih mereka gameplaynya juga
gila
jago
habis.
banget sih.
Jago banget.
Jago banget, pakai banget.
Pakai banget. Karena kita tahu sendiri kalau Gugun sendiri dia itu sempat satu tim bersama dengan Rins dan juga Idok. Gimana kamu melihat sekarang mereka berperform di Grand Final ini bersama dengan tim RRQ?
Aku ngeliat mereka jauh lebih improve daripada di MDL dulu sih, kayak mereka tuh punya hero masing-masing yang lebih banyak lah sekarang daripada yang dulu. Terus mekaniknya juga jauh lebih jago daripada yang dulu.
Berkembang banget nih, jadi
Jauh.
pada saat bersamamu dahulu sama sekarang udah kayak peng.
Ya kayak melambung tinggi lah.
Melambung tinggi. Pernah berjuang bersama, kali ini mereka juga harus berjuang untuk Grand Final. Tapi gimana kalau halnya dengan tim Liquid nih? Ada juga Favian, ada Aaron, ada Widi.
Favian Acu ya. Favian Acu sih jago banget ya. Apalagi tadi main link kan. Bantai-bantai.
Oh, jadi memang dari hero-nya masing-masing tuh kedua tim ini punya yang spesial ya?
Ya.
Dan untuk satu game terakhir, menurutmu apa sih yang harus terpenting nih untuk kedua tim ini?
Kalau udah game terakhir sih biasanya mental sih yang penting. Mental.
Ada nggak mungkin tips untuk memperkuat mental untuk para player?
Apa ya? Mungkin semangat aja sih. Semangat terus ya mungkin have fun aja sih, nothing tulus aja sih.
Have fun and nothing tulus, itu yang harus mereka miliki. Kita memiliki dua tim yang ada di Grand Final ini, mereka memang sedang berjuang untuk menjadi juara, tapi kedua tim udah punya slot untuk M6.
Kalau yang
Nyangka nggak dua tim ini yang bakal
mantap.
mewakili Indonesia?
Nyangka sih,
Biasanya
aku ngeliat mereka
macet,
dari regular season mereka
macet-macet kayak
konsisten,
kemarin.
terus tiap minggunya juga
Kemarin
mereka
juga
improve
nyetelnya
sih,
yang-
gak nge-stuck.
King Gugun ngelihat
Ini,
betapa
MLBB,
improve-nya dari kedua tim ini,
MPL tuh
gimana halnya mereka
Indonesia.
berjuang untuk nama Indonesia di kancah internasional, Gun.
Macet-macet.
Kita bisa melangkah jauh nggak sih?
Kalau aku ngelihatnya sih bisa sih, paling hambatannya tuh paling dari tim
Nah, itu
PH
Habis tuh
sih.
tahu
Kalau
tuh.
aku ngelihatnya tim Onyx doang sih, Onyx PH.
Berarti sejauh mana nih kira-kira nih?
Mungkin
Inggris
Grand
aku
Final
punya.
harusnya bisa sih.
Liquid kan ada
Grand
si
Final.
Tumis Eja,
Wah,
yang Indo
memang
di
menjadi
sini
salah
suka
satu
ada.
tujuan kita karena ini adalah di Aksiata
Bener.
lagi, kembali lagi. Kita ingin meramaikan Grand Final. Namun untuk kontender sekarang kamu pasti ngeliat dong region-region lain. Bagaimana sih kamu ngeliat mungkin dari perbedaan setiap regionnya dan mana nih yang bakal menjadi region terberat kita yang akan kita lawan?
Kalau menurut aku sih, kalau buat season sekarang sih PH sih, dari Onyx sama Aurora sih. Karena mereka tim baru juga kan di internasional kan.
Masih ya, masih menjadi PH. Philippines menjadi lawan yang akan berat. Wow, kalau dari sekarang sendiri di Grand Final ini, di game yang ke-7 kita akan menyaksikan banyak sekali aksi-aksi di internasional pun juga. Apa nih harapan yang mungkin Gugun ingin sampaikan kepada dua perwakilan Indonesia kita yang akan berjuang di M6?
Harapannya sih semoga lebih konsisten sama lebih improve lah. Semoga kalian bisa kalahin tim PH. Dan bawa pulang piala M6.
Mantap, amin semuanya. Dan hari ini akan menjadi penentuan siapa yang akan mengangkat piala untuk MPL Indonesia Season 14. Kita akan bersama-sama masuk ke dalam Grand Final. Game penentuan, game yang akan bisa menjadi satu gong untuk tim. Akankah RRQ Hosi atau tim Liquid ID? Mari kita sambut bersama dengan panelis. Monggo. Mangga. Thank you Gugun.
Thank you Bude.
Thank you, Bude Clara Monster, as well as thank you, Gugun. It's so great to see him, come to the venue. He's now with MDL, if I'm not mistaken.
Biar
Yeah.
mantap
So
peserta
I don't know. It's just the
teriaknya.
different generations of
Iya.
TLID making their
Hostnya
way
seru
here.
yang MBL ya.
It's
Kalau
heartwarming, right? We have the
daripada yang
Gugun
Inggris.
era. We have the face hugger era in the building. We also have the new era
Tapi
with
macet,
Aaron
Kak.
Shiki,
Kalau
Weedy,
nonton sering
as well as
enggak.
Fabian.
Tapi kalau
So
ditampilin
pretty interesting. But welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the English panel. We're down to the final game in this best of 7. We're going to the 7th game, and it's so weird because season after season, it feels like there's like a common trend. Do you remember there was like this one season where all across the
Soalnya aku
globe
pernah
it was a
foto
full
loh
4-0?
Kak masih ke
Yes.
mesin Eja.
And now we're getting
Tapi
4-3s
sebelum terkenal
and
seperti
ACT and
sekarang Kak,
WH.
Now I'm yelling.
Maybe MPL and
Coba.
Hey, don't put the onus on us here. We don't know what's gonna happen there, man. We're the most entertaining region. We're not consistent with it.
But what's consistent is GoPay, right? GoPay has just been so consistent, especially for us gamers, because it's the go-to wallet for gamers with huge damage. You guys can grab diamonds while GoPay Games treats you with up to a 15,000 cash back. And you
Gaming sampai dengan motor listrik.
Motor listrik.
Motor listrik yang kamu
jalan nih. Buat jalan-jalan sama ayang beb. Sama ayang beb.
Udah nabung nih setiap top up 15.000. Dapat motor listrik. Dan gak cuma itu, tapi kalau mau teleponan atau
nih,
mungkin mau
misalnya
kontak-kontakan.
Gua mau slip callan. Iyalah.
Tenang aja, ini amunisi yang penting banget buat para gamers.
Apa tuh?
Biar mabar tetap lancar, yang tentunya anti ngadat beli pulsa di aplikasi GoPay itu selalu murah. Pulsanya dapatnya 15.000, tapi sekarang harganya cuma 9.900.
Luar
Gak usah dicepetin, gak cepetin.
Beli pulsa?
Iya.
Dapetin 15.000 dengan harga 9.000.
Nah, biasanya deh, beli pulsa kan 15.000, masih bayarin 16.000
Ini emang orangnya ngomongnya cepet
9.900
nih.
G.
Aku
Saya
gak
udah
ngerti
tahu,
nih.
karena aku udah punya aplikasinya.
Bos,
Dan pakai tiap hari. Jadi
Oke.
buat kalian semua yang mau merokit bosku, jangan lupa langsung aja
Penting
download aplikasi
FPS
GoPay sekarang right now.
Betul. Kalian sana juga ya. Kalau nih biasanya kalau kita lagi makan, kita split bill, terjadi perpecahan di antara
Udah
kita.
pasti, baku hantam.
Nah, di aplikasi GoPay kita tinggal foto aja. Nanti ada fitur split billnya dia.
Wah,
Tidak akan ada perpecahan di antara kita.
Gak akan ada berantem-berantem.
Aku kira abis makan kita foto bareng.
Tapi Tibe ya, gua nabung berarti udah bisa pakai GoPay.
Ya,
Tapi kayaknya tabungan gua tuh kalau cuma duit doang, kayak nggak bagus deh. Kayak harus gue investasiin deh.
Wah ini dia, untuk urusan investasi Om Wawa dan aku udah pasti rekomendasi kolaborasi epic seri terbatas dari UBS Gold.
Emang Bapak
XMPL ID Season 14.
Bapak-bapak ini nggak pernah kendor untuk nunjukin sesuatu. Om, coba buka dong isinya.
Oke, nah ini dia ya. Bentar.
Isinya adalah tiket M6.
Hey,
oh,
salah.
udah ada, udah ada.
Udah ada. Ini kalian bisa tolong angkat.
Wow.
Jangan
pakai
kolam dua kali Kak.
Iya, Benedetta soalnya.
Nah ini kalian bisa lihat di sini ya, dengan membeli.
Aku nggak klik dua kali yo.
Selain daripada investasi juga, kalian ada kesempatan atau
Aku nggak
mendapatkan
klik dua kali.
skin gratis setiap pembelian
Normal
edisi
ini.
terbatas.
Benar banget.
Alektonya gimana udah? Alektonya?
Waduh, dipasang
salah.
nih.
Leher saya
Hati-hati Om,
kayaknya
hati-hati
nggak
kebeset
muat
Om, hati-hati kebeset. Soalnya
Muat.
pedang Alekto Katan ini tajam.
Karena gua nggak punya ayang
Aku
beb,
nggak
jadi gua
klik dua
masukin
kali
ke
loh.
aja.
Makasih.
Gak apa-apa.
Nah, yang bener dong.
Karena kan kita di MPL ID keluarga, Ge.
Iya.
Ya
Ya,
kan?
Ge, tolong dong benerin bantuin lo gimana sih lo? Cawe dong, lo gestar doang.
Dekat
Ini
nih,
kita
Kak.
Ya pokoknya jangan lupa teman-teman untuk cek www.ubslifestyle.com atau di e-commerce-nya UBS Lifestyle.
Kan benerin
juga.
sama Ge.
Oh ini
Teman-teman
ini.
bisa
Pedangnya di
untuk-
sini ya, pedangnya. Nah.
Iya, buat datang juga nih
Bisa
ke
juga nih ya, tapi kalian bisa lihat di sini.
Eldorado Dome.
Nah,
Tuh, mana
ini
pedangnya?
Coba kamera, tolong dong Bang
Tolong,
Lam.
tolong, tolong.
Ini OJ emang beliin buat ceweknya, maka ukurannya nggak terlalu lebar.
Iya,
Nih,
benar.
Ini sangat terbukti kalau ini asli.
Tuh.
Mau coba Om? Coba
Jangan
sabut
dong.
dikit.
Ini kalau kayak param dikit, langsung gitu.
Ini Ge, cepet lagi, kasihan Ge. Cepet, cepetin Ge, kasihan Ge. Om kita Ge.
Takutnya ada
Dia
efek
yang pasang,
under beltnya gitu.
dia yang pasang, dia yang ini loh.
Makanya.
Umurnya
Lari dia.
Om, coba di mana? Itu umurnya udah bawa tanah itu. Kasihan. Tadi gua mau
Udah
ngebahas yang tadi ya.
digedein.
Ah,
Dengan
mana?
Samsung Galaxy gua.
Oke, boleh.
Apa-apa, ini berarti kata netizen.
Ini kata netizen ya.
Banget, Om.
Nggak tahu ini bener apa enggak. Kata Nugraha Yoga.
Oke, Nugraha.
Game 6 lagi berlangsung
Thank
Bang.
you.
Oke.
Sadar nggak sadar di sini ada letak kejeniusan Cash Cute dengan posisi RRQ match point 3-2 seakan-akan
Juara
memaksa
sekarang Liquid
tim
sih.
Liquid ID
Ini
ngeluarin draft terkuatnya. Ini
tidak.
jadi kayak pisau bermata dua, RRQ menang ya kalau juara lanjut ke game 7. Kalau menang ya juara, kalau kalah lanjut ke game 7 dengan posisi Cash Cute jadi tahu final draft terkuatnya.
Iya
Liquid.
Mbak, itu komen
Nah, tapi
tadi.
sempat dibantah juga kan tadi. Gimana kalau seandainya masih ada satu draft yang disimpan?
Nah, makanya coba kalau buat kalian semua yang mau berkomentar lagi, buat kalian semua yang
Tuh, gini. Kalau MPL Indonesia tuh pasti gini. Gak bisa Kak. Kak Jendar kalau mau nonton yang Indo nggak apa-apa dah, ini mah nggak bisa.
Memberikan pendapat, opini, bisa langsung aja DM. Kalau nggak ke aku, ke Om Wawa, AG atau ke Profesor KB, ya kan. Jadi kita akan bisa membacakan dan tentunya gua akan membacakan kalian dengan adanya Samsung Galaxy gua lah.
Waduh ya. Tapi
punya bos, sorry banget nih, walaupun tua.
Tapi tahu ya, tahu draft terkuat dari lawan juga. Kalau gak ada jawabannya bersyukur. Itu jadi PR gak sih?
Betul sekali.
Jadi sekarang ya tugasnya Cashcode ini berarti banyak banget nih sekarang pressure buat dia karena dia barusan kalah juga tadi.
Contohnya di MML Indo, Mbak.
Kan
ada MML.
Tapi harusnya aman gak sih karena RRQ bakal pilih.
Harusnya first pick. Harusnya. Karena dari tadi kita udah melihat bagaimana kuatnya first pick ya. Semenjak adanya di game yang pertama juga.
Ini respect sama reset gak sih?
Respect, reset udah pasti.
Bagaimana RRQ bisa menjadi juara MPL Indonesia? Survei membuktikan.
Oke, poin tertinggi ada di all in and all out. Udah tutup aja semuanya berarti ya. Kalau all in and all out ini berarti ya apapun yang diberikan dengan coachnya wajib untuk dimaksimalkan dengan sangat-sangat maksimal juga. Tapi ini seharusnya memang ada dari awal. Dalam awal.
All in.
Kenapa disuruh mewing dah?
DM gua buat ngasih opini tentang game 7, ada yang DM Oji gendut. Oji gendut, kurang ajar.
Gak salah sih itu.
All in, all out. Ya emang di sini adalah everyone's game ya.
Iya.
Walaupun kita sempat mention juga kalau misalkan first pick udah pasti akan dipilih oleh RRQ. Karena emang dari tadi first picknya sangat-sangat dominan banget. Terbukti dari tadi blue sides ini menjadi kunci. Walaupun sempat ada yang terpleset tapi ya tetap aja pick rate-nya tinggi banget.
Betul. Dan dari tadi kita bisa lihat kan first pick sepenting apa. Cuman di sini yang gua bingung adalah tim Liquid sudah tidak bisa ban Bane dan Alpha.
Betul.
Apa yang bakal nggak macet ya? Indo yang
aku
nonton
penasaran sih ini apakah akan menjadi perebutan Alpha Bane lagi. Main fighter aja stabil. Atau jangan-jangan di sini Fabian akan go big or go home dengan Nolan atau Hayabusanya.
Atau jangan-jangan bisa dibawa juga dengan RRQ itu sendiri kan. Bisa deny pick nih, kali trommernya dipakai, ambil juga untuk main assassin.
Tapi mungkin mewing sih.
Bisa Hayabusa.
Lebih
atau bahkan
biasanya
kalau misalnya mereka ada di first pick ya Suyo pun masih ada chance. Kalau ya, tanda penting kalau masih mau dilawan.
Tapi ya, untuk match penting Suyo nggak dilepas nggak sih? Tapi Oke, ini ada yang mendukung kliniknya Om Wawan. Apapun yang penting bukan Nathan.
Yes. Selamat datang pasukan
kalau
klinik.
Sekarang beda Om.
Sekarang kayak Nathan
kalau
kan?
Sekarang Yif. Ingat, game 7 Yif. M5 korbannya.
Oke. Ini ada yang bilang dapat salam dari Jepang. Wah.
Salam balik dari Bandung.
Ya kan, luar biasa.
Salam balik dari Bandung.
Ada yang bilang, tenang aja Bang Oji, Liquid masih punya draft rahasia.
Draft rahasia.
Draft rahasia? Oke, yang penting kita lihat.
Tunjukin.
Iya.
Jangan sampai rahasianya sampai ke M6 kejauhan soalnya.
Iya, oke.
Secure juara ini.
Secure juara.
Tapi dengan menutup ke arah Hilda, tandanya Assassin akan keluar.
Pasti apa?
Membuka chance juga untuk dari Sende Lucas dan kawan-kawan.
Atau deny aja sih. Atau jangan-jangan malah Liquid udah gak berpikir untuk ambil Hildanya. Jadi kayak band di sini terbuang gitu loh.
Iya. Oke, tadi ada yang bilang Liquid masih punya rahasia, sekarang dari RRQ Kingdom. Kalau menurut saya RRQ harus bisa sesuaikan dari draft hero-nya. Kasih chance buat maksimalin damage ke Skylar dan Rins. Susujin kasih initiate hero juga ke Diren dan Idok. Tinggal milih antara bantu Diren atau satu tim sekaligus. Terus RRQ antisipasi dengan draft dari tim Liquid.
Oh, antisipasi draft ya.
Sangat setuju banget.
Karena udah terlihat nih, udah ada Khalid yang di ban nih.
Iya. Wah, bener juga kata Profesor KB. Ada yang bilang kutukan Nathan if bisa jadi di game 7 soalnya dari M5, MSC dan MPLPH.
Iya, kutukan if. Ya, kutukan if.
Itu baru klinik tuh.
Real
If
klinik
game
ya.
7 ini horror.
Hari-hari klinik. Sebelah saya juga klinik sebenarnya.
Tapi kalau dia bisa menangin pakai if, pecah.
Pecah sudah.
Pecah.
Mungkin ini kuncinya.
Oke. Berarti kalau memang Matilla-nya dikasih if-nya pasti ada di tim Liquid ID.
Yes, dan bahkan Ini terakhir ya, tadi kan RRQ dan sekarang dari fans team Liquid, dari The Cavalry. Liquid punya draft yang RRQ nggak akan menang MPL season 14 ini. Gila.
Wow.
Gua
Mari
suka
kita
banget.
lihat.
Terima kasih banyak untuk seluruh Sobat Mobile Legends.
Terima kasih teman-teman.
Atas masukan
Jangan
opini
sebut
dan
Papi di
saran
channel
dan juga
ini.
masukannya. Tapi kita
Kenapa?
akan coba fokus menunjukkan draft pick terlebih dahulu.
Iya.
Age, Omawa, Profesor,
Sensi aku.
gua kasih waktu ini buat kalian ngedraft bertiga. Gue pengen lihat, karena ini adalah the last game, one last dance, one last dance, one last breath.
Oke, kita buka lalu kita mulai dengan Khalid Hilda yang di ban dan Matilda pick, tapi Chow sekarang lepas dan Angela. Ini pressure mid yang luar biasa. Mau pakai assassin atau bahkan fighter. Kayaknya ini untuk dynamic duanya gak bakal lepas sih.
Iya.
Dan aku suka banget sih, ini sekaligus membuat segala persepsi akhirnya keluar dan bisa jatuh dipegang dengan tim Liquid ID ya. Chow kita tahu sangat powerful sekali sewaktu berjumpa dengan RQ Hoshi semasa babak di upper bracket kemarin. Jadi Chow-nya menjadi masalah, masih ada Angela yang bisa dipaketkan bersama dengan Link setelah ini.
Wow, Chow masih menjadi sebuah masalah harusnya. Apakah ini Chow-nya bakal memenangkan game atau jadi bumerang? Kita nggak tahu. Faramis sudah pasti. Untuk ngedeny.
Ini jatuhnya tindakan preventif nih. Untuk ngedeny Link. Apakah tidak terlalu terburu-buru Coach Age?
Sebenarnya enggak, karena
keren kalau tularan
pairing apa lagi yang bakal dipakai? Alpanya sudah diambil. Dan juga
kau
Faramis.
gitu tuh habis.
Masalahnya di sini masih bisa ada
masalah
kemungkinan
aku
Bane
kelihatan.
dibelokin ke
Terlalu
Fighters.
cabi.
Wah, nggak masalah
Ini
sebenarnya
rahaku
dibelokin ke
kedetek.
Fighters. Tapi yang dipastikan adalah Chow-nya kalau nge-zoning, dia bonyok.
Iya.
Dia punya power poking.
Ada alpha soalnya.
Tindakan preventifnya jadi ada dua. Pertama untuk menghindari Link. Kedua untuk menjaga jikalau Chow-nya ini zoning-zoning.
Yap. Sekarang kita melihat kembali ya,
Ini
Angeling
ada
yang dipakai.
rahangnya, Pis.
Yang berarti
Kalau
akan
nggak
ada
ada rahangnya,
permainan
kapan
agresif kembali nih. Dengan catatan ya, Fabian
Ini
harus tetap seperti game
rahang.
sebelumnya, menang
Oke.
di early game-nya. Terus juga apalagi ya
Banding
kemarin
masih
ya.
ada.
Oh ini ruginya bisa di-ban ya.
Tapi ini
ruginya bakal
kelihatan
di-ban.
Siom arahnya kemana? Arahnya akan ke Barat dan Bruno harusnya. Karena draft ini dari RRQ, malahan aku kaget. Ini game 7, tapi RRQ menunjukkan draft mereka di final upper bracket. Iya. Yang emang solid sih, Matilda, Faramis, Alpha kuat banget di early game-nya. Tapi apakah tidak terbaca dengan Barats dan Bruno yang sangat memungkinkan bisa di-ban untuk kali ini?
Harusnya ini Bruno bakal di-ban sih. Tapi Poveus. Karena ada Link yang pastinya.
Coba Papian
Interesting sih, menurut gue Poveus bukan jadi target utama dulu guys, tapi ya Ruby lah.
Ruby
Kita
dan
tahu
Harit
kalau
ya.
ya Angela Link pasti Ruby buat jadi golden.
Ruby dan Harit sih om.
Iya,
Paket lengkapin aja gak sih langsung?
Iya bener. Ini berarti ngebuka salah satu Be tadi Be yang
Lunok tadi masih ada.
Bruno dan
Kalau aku
Barat.
bilang Bruno ini udah bagus banget karena Bruno untuk single targetnya dia. Buat ke Link meskipun ada isinya Angela, damage itu tetap besar.
Benar.
Dengan dua itemnya dia Berserker dengan Hasclaw.
Om, gimana kalau tiba-tiba Brunonya malah diambil Iron Shiki?
Memungkinkan tapi dengan single target kayak agak rugi ya karena
Iya.
Netherrealm ada, Matilda
Iya,
juga
ada Barami
ada.
juga.
Cuma itu menutup banget loh best draftnya RRQ.
Yap.
Karena mereka pernah bawain draft ini. 3 draft yang komposisinya solid dengan Barats dan Bruno.
Menurut gue mereka bisa ambil Barat sih.
Harusnya.
Ambil Barat sih.
Tapi
Dari Bruno di ban ambil Barat sih.
Karena masalah. Kalau mereka
Karena pasti masalah.
menutup Kara Ruby, itu tandanya ingat ada satu hero dive in yang tidak mau tercancel atau mereka menutup Ruby Godland dari Iron Shiki.
Nutup Ruby Golden dari
Lunox di ban.
Lunoknya di ban.
Oh.
Mereka lebih memilih melawan Harit.
Atau jangan-jangan mereka mau bawa Harit dengan Ben Lunox.
Bisa jadi.
Aku merasa Haritnya malah diambil sama Skylar sih.
Oke.
Ini akan memungkinkan sekali mengingat dengan kehadiran dari Chow, Angela, Link, Purify combo harusnya bakal diambil tapi
Haritnya diambil.
deny dulu di Haritnya.
Oke. Deny Harit kali ini menutup Skylar untuk tidak bisa bergerak dengan Harit.
Aku cuma ngeliat Beatrix di sini untuk Skylar.
Beatrix
plus Barats mungkin.
Beatrix Barat.
Sama
Oke.
kayak yang kemarin. Aku suka ada Cloud sih, aku pengen lihat Cloud-nya Skylar.
Aku juga Cloud sih.
Kak, suaranya
oke,
bikin
siapa
ini yang
canggih. Suara siapa?
Ini dia. Barats
Ixia.
ya. Dengan Matilda.
Tapi
Dengan Matilda.
tapi Link bisa
Maaf
ke
ya kak, kalau
belakang
aku
loh.
sedikit rewel.
Wah, riskan
Nggak
banget.
apa-apa. Tuh.
Tapi ada Faramis.
Tetap
Suara
aja
Masih
sih.
bisa protect.
Oh dan
Padahal aku medok loh. Kenapa candu? Tuh kan,
Los.
macet-macet
kita
ya.
bakal highlight dari Liquid. yang dimana masih open dan bahkan bisa dibawakan oleh Aran.
Hylos, Aran, Yuzong gue sih.
Yuzong?
Underrated. Tapi why not? Tapi why not?
Aku ngerasa ini adalah game untuk Hylos. Sehingga sangat memungkinkan untuk menggunakan Vengeance. Tabrak langsung ke belakang. Tapi
Teris lah.
Wah,
draftnya kuat banget Liquid. Wah. Oke, Almawa. Silakan. Medik.
Game terakhir mentalitas.
Sebermbak Dunda langsung di-ban dong.
Aku lebih suka draft dengan fighter. RRQ.
Nanti aku juga tak ban habis.
Gak mau predik. Dan ini dia. Siapakah yang akan menjadi?
Ya Allah. Loh.
Siapa? Akan jatuh ke tangan siapa? Sekali lagi akan jatuh ke tangan siapa? Kalau begitu, terakhir di malam hari ini, Eldorado, mana suaranya?
Padahal tadi kalau dilawan Exia bisa menang.
Point untuk kedua belah
tadi
tim sekarang.
Sih? Irital ya?
Posisi imbang dan sekarang Sutsujin sudah mulai back to basic dengan Alpha yang digunakan tapi berhadapan dengan Fabian, Ling yang juga membawa kemenangan tadi di game yang ke-6 bersama dengan Angela dari Yeheskiel. Ini akan beradu adanya fight jangka panjang dan kembali Rins akan bisa membuyarkan hal tersebut dengan Paramis yang telah digunakan.
Yep. Tetap dengan metode mungkin dari magical damage-nya akan diberikan ke area dari Go.
Ini Angelanya mid ya.
Daron Shiki kehilangan sangat banyak HP di dalam tubuhnya.
Oke. Masih cukup terbilang aman ya, walaupun memang HP-nya udah low banget juga. Sementara set talent emblemnya, tapi Skylar.
Coba lihat ada gangguan dari Widih untuk bisa membuat Skylar mungkin akan bergerak jauh lebih mundur.
Karena memang kayaknya Skylar pede banget sih untuk adu pukul karena ada tenacity juga yang terselip ya di dalam tubuh dari Skylar. Dia akan punya durability tambahan pastinya. Berbeda dengan adanya Inspire dan juga Weakness Finder.
Hampir saja Yeheskiel menjadi korban pertama.
Nah ini weapon master yang dipakai juga nih sama Harit dari Iron Chiki yang harus membuat dia lebih agresif. Tapi Fabian
tadi mencoba untuk bisa mengantarkan damage-nya. Hanya saja sekarang Fabian kembali hadir. Dan sekarang kembali tercipta bahkan dua player. Hilang di bawah menit 2.
Belum ada Netherrealm, tidak ada Guiding Wind. Tapi ada game fact by Kopei. Fabian dengan linknya di game ke-6 menjadi player dengan farming tercepat kedua di MPLI di season 14 dengan mencapai level 15 di menit 9.06. Di bawah Sutsujin dengan Alpha di 8 menit 57 detik.
Yep. Dan Turtle akan menjadi milik siapa? Ada penalti saja masuk tapi Turtle-nya menjadi milik Sutsujin. Pertempuran terjadi, Arannya tertinggal sendirian. Arannya ditinggalkan begitu saja dengan Idol yang sudah diaktifkan. Dan sekarang ada Turtle Welcome yang berhasil menelan tadi ke arah dari Yeheskiel. Terlalu riskan tadi pergerakan yang dimiliki oleh tim Liquid ID.
Karena kebetulan Fabiannya juga belum siap nih untuk kontes ke arah Turtle-nya. Dia masih sibuk di area purple buff dan full barat.
Oke, dan Iron Chiki harus keluar dari satu full barat dan Didok. Mendapatkan gangguan dari Widih.
Jago tuh anaknya Prabowo pakai link.
Dan juga anaknya dari Iron Chiki ini nggak trigger dari resource spell-nya. Bisa dikatakan harusnya untuk pertukaran yang terjadi tadi di area top lane, walaupun belum ada yang tumbang. Tapi RRQ udah mulai buang resource kali ini tanpa ada satupun hal yang bisa didapatkan. Sementara kalau ngeliat lagi nih dari segi item ya, ada Swift Crossbow yang menjadi satu buah modal tech switch dari Skylar.
Tertarik Fabian ya, masih ada satu pin poise pergi lagi ke tempat yang berbeda.
Alright, masih cukup aman tapi Tyrant ini bener-bener nempelin Aran terus-terusan juga.
Ya, berdua ya udah ini mah di bawah nih. Terus.
Nempel terus ke Cakwe ya.
Cakwe sore udah lengket kan.
Udah lemes ya. Tapi Widih belum kelihatan nih bagaimana power inisiasi dari dirinya. Karena terlihat juga nih ada 2 Purify yang dimiliki oleh RRQ Hoshi. Minimal ada yang trigger dulu lah.
Yap, dan Rins benar-benar diganggu. Tapi barusan Spear apanya kembali tidak kena. Dan barusan ada Gold Crab yang berhasil diamankan.
Yap, itu dia full baras kembali.
Waduh, full barasnya sudah terlihat dan akan menghantarkan wave minion masuk dalam area defensif dari Iron Shiki.
Kayaknya buat clear aja ya, biar semakin cepat dan bikin Ironnya agak sedikit mundur. Tapi invade sekarang purple buff sekarang sudah mulai dilakukan oleh Sutsujin.
Ya, itu dia ada spear apa yang tadi harus dikeluarkan, tapi sekarang purple buff-nya berhasil diamankan, bahkan penalti zone yang masuk, tapi ini dia ada ram. Maka di tempat tersebut ada satu pergerakan lewat dari ke arah satu play di mana sekarang? Ada pergerakan Neron Shiki dan mereka berhasil untuk bisa mengamankan ke arah beberapa play, tapi ternyata malah berhasil dibalaskan dan Rizata tinggal sendirian. 4 player menjadi korban di dalam satu inisiasi tersebut.
Dan ternyata Netherrealm belum menjadi jawaban untuk bisa menyelamatkan rekan-rekan RRQ Hoshi. Dan akhirnya purple buff yang bisa diambil oleh Fabian membuat akhirnya pun di follow up dengan turtle yang bisa didapatkan. Keunggulan kali ini dimiliki oleh tim Liquid ID dengan 1.600 net worth yang diunggulkan. Kembali Widi akan mencari informasi nih.
Rotokan malah. Satu kombinasi 100% win rate.
Ya, combo
Belum
hero start
selesai
ya,
Kak, ini belum
Walaupun sebenarnya
selesai.
kalau ngeliat dari Matildanya ini bisa combo sama siapa aja ya. Dari Dairennya, kita lihat juga dari Flying Dino, yang sering banget kita lihat juga. Namun sejauh ini masih juga belum terlihat bagaimana Idok ini berada di area gold lane. Belum ada combo nih, full baras dan juga guiding win.
Yap. Dan sekarang ada pergerakan Idok di bagian bawah. Idok masih jalan sendirian cukup santai, ada Ixia juga yang berada dalam area tersebut. Widi masih memantau dari kejauhan.
Dan Iron Shiki lebih berfokus untuk clear dulu sambil berpindah. Ada rotasi yang telah dilakukan pula. Tapi keramaian udah mulai terlihat nih ya. Karena masih cukup lama sebenarnya untuk turtle. Tapi purple buff dari Fabian ini udah on.
Ini misal expert tadi juga ya udah terlihat juga pergi lagi ke tempat yang lain, mengamankan lagi dari stucknya.
Jadi pengen nafkah.
Terlebih dahulu.
Oke, masih cukup aman juga sebenarnya. Sementara ya regroup yang dilakukan oleh RRQ Hoshi, mereka berjalan bersama-sama.
Ya Allah,
untuk bisa
tiba-tiba banget loh. Tiba-tiba banget dah.
Sama Widi. Karena kalau mereka
gitu.
rapat, mereka bisa counter initiate dengan cukup mudah.
Yap, sementara Aran tertinggal sendirian, misal expert dikeluarkan dan tidak bisa memanggil Aran untuk bisa kembali masuk dalam pelukan dari Tyrant.
Oke, Soul Bloom, Circling Eagle, Widi. Kayaknya belum menjadi target yang optimal juga. Idok memilih untuk langsung putar balik tanpa memberikan lagi inisiasi berlebih juga untuk RRQ Hoshi. Namun bergerak ke arah atas 1v1, tapi ada Hardguard.
Ada pergerakan di mana Hardguard sekarang masuk. Namun wave minion telah habis. Subsujin Dika dengan satu. Papen on the string tapi Subsujin masih selamat.
Ya karena bermain di dalam satu buah outer turret juga ya. Yang kebetulan udah kena clear sehingga tidak bisa lagi dari tim Liquid ID melakukan dive in. Dan Fabian sekarang Hasklaunya udah selesai.
Apalagi kalau Mewin bikin gemes.
Karena
Astagfirullahaladzim.
sekarang kita lihat saja kan seperti apa lagi setupnya. Turtle sudah hadir. Landing jauh sudah diberikan kepada Angela. Bahkan sekarang Widi dengan konsilnya sudah akan memilih siapa lagi yang akan dia tendang dengan the way of Widi yang dia miliki. Dan benar saja Detonas welcome. Sudah langsung dikeluarkan. Penalti zone terlihat kali ini. Namun sekarang Fabian masih ada di bagian belakang menunggu tadi dari efek. Endah sudah akan habis sesaat lagi. Pergerakan Fabian lebih memilih untuk bisa mundur dan tidak ada korban yang jatuh. Dengan Turtle yang barusan sudah terlihat.
Itu tadi Widinya hampir tumbang ya.
Aran. Tapi Arannya berjuang menghilangkan satu katapult yang ada di bagian tengah. Karena itulah yang akan bisa membantu RRQ itu bisa menumbangkan ke arah satu. Counter turret mid yang ada di depan mereka.
Alright, dan memang belum ada pertukaran nyawa juga ya. Hanya ada Aran aja yang tadi coba untuk bertahan. Oh, the way of dragon.
Dijauhkan saja karena purple buff jauh lebih penting.
Betul, belum ada inisiasi ya. Karena kebetulan dari follow up-nya kayaknya masih belum siap. Lebih secure dulu karena purple buff-nya dan outer middle turret. Yang kali ini sudah berhasil dihancurkan. Sebenarnya kalau ngeliat dari Ixia, keadaannya enak gak enak. Karena dia berhadapan dengan adanya Link. Fabian yang bisa jump ke arah backline.
Gitu
Chow juga bisa, tapi kayaknya Joe masih jauh banget ya. Cuman kayaknya potensi yang paling gede itu di Fabian. Cuman dari tadi so far masih aman-aman aja. Karena targeting dari Fabian ya lebih fokus ke arah farming dulu nih sekarang.
Sementara di bagian bawah ya udah akan mereda kembali. Pergerakan dilakukan oleh masing-masing tim. Mereka juga menurunkan temponya dari 6 game yang sudah berjalan. Akhirnya ada tempo sepelan ini yang terlihat.
Ya karena ini sama-sama hati-hati gak sih? Match point loh, bahkan satu game ini yang akan menjadi penentuan apakah trofi MPL bakal dibawa pulang ke gaming house mereka. Tapi ya purple buff harusnya bisa diambil nih oleh Fabian.
Fabian numpang lewat dan berhasil tadi mengamankan karena purple buffnya.
Berhasil. Sambil lewat retri. Ya kan?
Mas sambil menyelam ke minum air itu jatuhnya.
Sambil lewat sambil retri ya.
Iya dapat itu.
Dapat ya, karena memang kalau bicara dari segi level sebenarnya ya. Ini ada sedikit keunggulan yang diberikan sama Fabian. Walaupun tadi setuju
kalau Habis Zaki gimana nggak?
Aaron Shiki harus mundur terlebih dahulu. Ingat Aaron Shiki membawa satu
Zaki itu kamu ya?
Dan itu dia, baru saja kita sebutkan dan sudah digunakan sementara Fabian akan mendorong landing jauhnya terlebih dahulu.
Dan ini resource-nya yang kebuang lumayan banyak ya. Kayak tadi ada flicker juga, hardguard juga, zaman force juga. Namun kembali yang harusnya mungkin ngelihat dari tim
Wait,
tadi,
Wave Dragon udah berhasil tadi mendapatkan Kara Skylar dengan satu flicker tadi sepertinya sudah dilakukan, sudah dikeluarkan. Ada penalti di tempat yang berbeda tapi jaraknya masih cukup jauh dari Skylar. Skylar berhasil langsung dihilangkan dengan cepat, bahkan tadi di bagian belakang. Ada pergerakan di yang sudah berhasil dilenyapkan pula. Sujin masih berjuang sendirian seorang diri tapi ternyata sejauh ini dirinya takkan bisa bertahan jauh lebih lama di mana Jairan mereka bisa habisan. Dan Jairan flicker ke tempat yang berbeda, Fabian tidak mau memaksakan.
Dan tidak mau mengejar karena Maniak walaupun memang ada di depan mata. Dairan!
Gagal untuk pulang dan Jairan dilenyapkan.
4 pemain dari RRQ Hoshi yang berhasil dihilangkan. Ini membuat harusnya Lord terbuka. Lord akan menjadi milik dari tim Liquid ID. Tanpa adanya kontes, tanpa adanya satupun yang bisa mengintip ke area dari Lord tersebut. Tapi kalau ngeliat dari Pesager, kayaknya mereka mencoba untuk tone down, jangan terbawa emosi.
Tenang, relax, tenang, tarik nafas dalam-dalam yuk, keluarin lagi pelan-pelan. Oke.
Pacarnya
juga harus tarik nafas sedikit ya.
Sabar, relax. Ada Wan dan juga Gaby. Dunia akhirat iri gua nih emang bener dah.
Siapa bocil Gaby Wan? Aku.
Wan, pikirin perasaan gua, Wan.
Lah kenapa harus pikirin perasaan lo?
Sama siapa di sini?
Nah.
Loh, langsung ke sini kameranya.
Iya,
ya?
bisa gitu loh.
Iya. Pas banget ini.
Oke, tapi sekarang dari tim Liquid ID yang lagi memegang kendali. Dia akan memberikan pressure.
Oke, ada satu time over. Skylar jadi luar dari satu Nether Wave yang sudah diaktifkan. Bahkan tadi di The Way of Video udah dikeluarkan pula. Dimana sekarang Risha berhasil untuk dihilangkan tapi Papiannya kehilangan Jawa yang dia punya dan Tyron kembali menjadi korban.
Oke, 3 pemain yang hilang dari RRQ Hoshi. Tidak ada serangan lanjutan dari tim Liquid ID. Mereka akan berfokus terlebih dahulu untuk membiarkan Lordnya di arah atas. Karena inner turret di arah tengah akan segera dihancurkan dan Yeskiel. Sekarang sudah punya fleeting time. Itu yang akan ngebuat nantinya fight akan jauh lebih panjang. Akan jauh lebih siap untuk di backup oleh Yeskiel.
Hanya satu langkah lagi tadi dari Skylar untuk bisa masuk dalam the ramp. Tapi ternyata tidak ada waktu yang diberikan oleh pemain dari Liquid.
Oke, masih kembali turun temponya. Emang lagi keadaannya unggul, tapi jangan lupakan ini bakal menjadi momen-momen yang krusial karena 1-2 mistake ini akan bisa dipunish, akan bisa dimanfaatkan. Oh, oke, saya salah fokus.
Yap.
Oh gitu.
Oke. Baiklah.
Baiklah.
Salah fokus apa sih?
Ya kan gak apa-apa.
Apa tadi yang dia lihat?
Apa sih?
Menunggu lagi nih 50 detik menuju ke arah Lord yang akan muncul. Apalagi ini adalah Lord yang sudah ter-enhance.
Saingan berat.
Dan
Apakah
kalau melihat dari potensi untuk team fight-nya lagi nih, RRQ benar-benar dependen sama Skylar-nya. Positioning dia emang udah bagus. Tapi itu dia apakah menjadi jawaban untuk Ixia? Karena yang dihadapi adalah Link. Sesosok assassin yang bahkan bermainnya bukan front to back. Mainnya udah langsung aja jump ke arah backline.
Dimana tadi Widi juga di saat dengan ada Tempest of Blade yang udah dikeluarkan, fokus sudah mulai terpencar, Widi akan masuk dengan sangat-sangat nikmat apabila bukan Widi yang menjadi openernya. Karena tadi juga kan openernya bergantian ya. Kadang Link, kadang Widi. Kita lihat ya kan seperti apa lagi nextnya.
Dan juga jangan lupakan ya.
Wait.
Oh,
hampir ya, kalau jatuh aja tadi itu dia.
Di final upper bracket kemarin, kebetulan RRQ hanya kalah 2 game oleh tim Liquid ID dengan cow dari Widi. Apakah itu akan terulang kembali? Dan menjadi pembalasan yang manis untuk tim Liquid ID karena
belum.
4
malah macet. Allah
kali 4 match berturut-turut dikalahkan oleh RRQ Hoshi.
Harap cemas dari semua fans yang ada di Eldorado dan Rins. Awan posisinya Ledok di bagian belakang Jairan. Mencoba untuk bisa maju ke area terdepan. Tapi depannya berbeda Widi.
Waduh.
Membuat Skylar tidak bisa mendekat ke arah rekan-rekannya. Dan Lord harusnya akan menjadi milik dari tim Liquid ID karena Sujin benar-benar ke-trigger untuk bisa mengejar ke arah Widi.
Ini Widi gak apa-ngapain. Dia cuma konsil aja di sebelah Skylar. Bikin overthinking. Sampai akhirnya tidak ada kontes oleh RRQ. Dan Lord bisa didapatkan oleh tim Liquid ID sekarang.
Yap, dan Skylar sekarang udah memiliki 1 orange buff. Tidak hanya dia pun bisa menambahkan lagi ya. Pertahanan dari RRQ Hoshi.
Oke. Dan Lordnya akan muncul sesaat lagi. Di detik 43, Lord muncul di arah top.
Ih, kalian musuhku semua yang macet gitu lah dah.
Lane sementara dengan harap-harapan.
Ya Allah. Dino, gerak Dino. Ya muter-muter. Udah bilang juga dimacetin nggak biar suppress RRQ kalah. Nge-freeze guys.
Liquid ID, mereka lah yang menjadi Raja Galaksi.
Di tanah Pasundan, mereka membuktikan bahwa regenerasi yang menjadi kunci milik tim Liquid tadi. Ambisi, strategi, eksekusi yang membawa mereka ke titik ini. Pengawalan untuk trofi MPL sudah sampai di sini. Tinggal kita titip gelar bergengsi, dibawa pulang kembali ke bumi pertiwi, dan sambutlah sang jawara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Apalah ini ya,
Welcome
Regi?
tim Liquid ID.
Ini dia perjalanan yang begitu panjang telah mereka lakukan. Satu langkah lagi bagi RRQ. Mereka bisa menutup musim ini menjadi Raja Galaksi. Tapi ternyata tim yang bertabur dengan rookie, tim yang bertabur dengan eksekusi dikaptenin oleh Widi, dan mereka menjadi Raja Galaksi.
Raja Galaksi yang baru telah hadir. Walaupun terseok-seok di regular season minggu pertama mereka babak belur, tapi membawa regenerasi menjadi jawaban yang sangat-sangat pasti. Bagaimana mereka bisa melangkah sejauh ini, membawa pulang trofi MPL yang bergengsi, dan bahkan mereka menjadi perwakilan Indonesia juga nantinya di ajang bergengsi Emerald Championship. Nice try RRQ Hoshi. Mereka berjuang juga dengan cukup keras. Namun game ketujuh bukan milik kalian.
Oke, RRQ Hoshi dan Raja Galaksi, tim Liquid ID. Mungkin ada satu permintaan gua kembali, bawa pulang M-Series ke bumi pertiwi.
Wow, player-player muda, penuh ambisi, penuh mekanik, dan juga bahkan melihat tanpa adanya pengalaman yang cukup panjang, Widih mampu memberikan sesuatu yang luar biasa. Chow menjadi satu faktor kemenangan juga untuk mereka. Dan bagaimana kita melihat nantinya interview bersama sang pemenang kita, karena enjoy the moment, enjoy your winning, karena ini dia Raja Galaksi tim Liquid ID.
Wow, plot twist di akhir season, plot twist di match yang terakhir. Audience prediction 80% ke atas menjadi milik dari RRQ Hoshi.
Kenapa macet-macet ini dah? Aduh. Ganti baju. Ganti baju lah daripada nanti aku di EC lah. Dah. Main ML yuk. Tak ini. Ki piye to ora mlaku ki piye iki? Parah iki.
Kerja keras yang memang terbalaskan. Mereka menangis, mereka dihujat, mereka diserang, mereka ditumbangkan, mereka dikalahkan. Tapi pada akhir dari musim ini, mereka lah yang memenangkan kejuaraan. Luar biasa.
Wah, ini benar-benar menjadi momen yang sangat-sangat mengharukan. Dan bahkan kavalry mereka akan bersorak.
Oke, dan sekali lagi the new history from Team Liquid ID. Dan host, take it away. Caster Deck, kita pamit undur diri. Bye-bye.
Error kalah terus rank loss. Aduh, dibakar PC-nya.
Season 14 menjadi season di mana lahirnya juara baru di MPL Indonesia. Tim Liquid ID, mereka memberikan yang mereka miliki dari regular season, benar-benar bisa menggebrak panggung MPL Indonesia.
Ini adalah bukti, walaupun ini adalah panggung playoff pertama mereka, ini menjadi sejarah baru. Tim Liquid Indonesia, the winner of MPL Indonesia Season 14!
Dan tentu saja kerja keras mereka telah berbuah manis dan mereka pun akan mendapatkan banyak sekali untuk juara ini.
Betul sekali, dan kita akan langsung memberikan hadiah kepada sang juara kita. Maka dari itu kita akan mengundang kepada Pak Michael Yahya selaku Creative Director of UBS Gold untuk memberikan UBS Medallion and Ring.
Karena kita melihat bahwa mereka belum punya cincin nih. Cincin pertama yang akan disematkan untuk player-player, untuk jajaran dari tim Liquid ID. Inilah dia. Dimana ini akan menjadi sebuah pertanda bahwa tim Liquid ID telah bekerja keras. Mereka akan langsung saja, inilah dia. Aran, the EXP laner. Medali telah disematkan. Dan juga cincin pertama untuk Aran. Dan Widi menjadi next player yang akan dikalungkan. The White Man, Widi, roamer yang terus menerus bisa mempelajari musuh dan siap menghantam semua lawan mereka nanti di M6.
Udah dibilang
dan inilah dia,
Papian Mewing
satu
ini bos
player
Papian Mewang
yang paling ditunggu-tunggu juga. Dengan ucapannya, dengan kespiciannya, dengan permainannya. Aaron Siki, the gold laner.
Dan selanjutnya ini dia, Skill, our mid laner. Yang juga telah berkontribusi atas kemenangan tim Liquid Indonesia dengan begitu luar biasa bermain untuk tim Liquid Indonesia.
Dan siapa dia? Fabian Acu bisa mendapatkan langsung medali pertamanya di playoff pertama mereka, ditambah dengan cincin yang telah disematkan. The jungler from Team Liquid ID, Mewing Dulu. Dan Kabuki pun dia memulai membuka setelah sekian lama berjuang bersama dengan Tim Liquid ID. Inilah dia, Kabuki dan juga jajaran semua para player yang terus berjuang bersama di depan layar, di belakang layar pun.
RRQ perlu rekrut
Dan
terus
juga
gak sih?
ada James di sini yang mendapatkan medali dan best gold ditambah dengan cincin pertama di Indonesia. Season pertama yang begitu naik turun untuk tim Liquid ID. Dan Yawi pun turut serta. Di atas panggung ini mereka adalah satu. Mereka terus berjuang bersama, memberikan ilmu dan segala yang mereka miliki untuk menjadi sang juara. Yawi telah mendapatkan cincin dan juga medali, namun jajaran coaching staff dari tim Liquid ID tidak bisa kita lupakan facehugger. Dia berjuang dari season ke season, namun season ini bisa dibilang mereka memiliki strategi yang luar biasa. Ditambah dengan cara mereka menyatukan para player. Tak lupa, inilah dia, Sende Lucas dengan medali yang telah dia sematkan. Terbayar penuh semua usaha yang dia berikan kepada para playernya. Cincin pun kacing-kacing. 2 cincinnya nih.
Mabar aja deh, iya nih mabar nih.
Tapi 1 cincin yang telah didapatkan, cincin pertama. Dan kita juga harus turut mengapresiasi dari manajer pula yang terus menerus kita bisa dengarkan dukungan dan support yang mereka berikan dari belakang layar. Dan Koda berseason-season pada akhirnya terbayarkan. Levi sudah dapat, Kodan sudah dapat, boom! 1 medali terakhir telah disematkan. Jajaran manajemen, mereka lah yang memperkuat tim Liquid ID dari balik layar.
Ya,
ini adalah
biarin
kemenangan
juara
bersama,
terus toh.
Ini adalah kemenangan tim. Dan kita akan berfoto bersama
Tadinya
dengan Pak
mau
Michael
mabar,
Yahya.
tapi nggak
Dipersilakan untuk merapat. Pamerkan cincin kalian, pamerkan medali kalian. Karena kalian pantas untuk berselebrasi bersama dengan UBS Gold.
Dan ini dia Kamari, sambutlah juara kalian di ML Season 14.
Aku alpha jungler, kayak cincin acu.
Terima kasih kepada Bapak Michael Yahya telah menyematkan kepada sang juara kita medali pertama dan juga cincin pertama dari mereka.
Betul sekali Bude, dan selanjutnya kita akan turut mengundang kepada Bapak Faris Shiki selaku MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager dari Samsung Phone S24 Ultra untuk menyerahkan hadiah kepada juara kita.
Makin rajin nih untuk pusreng, untuk berlatih. Khususnya mereka memang sudah menang di sini.
Betul Bude.
Di hadapan mereka akan ada next step untuk di babak M6 World Championship.
Betul sekali, ini merupakan langkah awal, ini bukan akhir dari kemenangan tim Liquid Indonesia. Karena mereka masih harus bersaing untuk mewakili Indonesia di M6 World Championship.
Satu persatu pemain dari tim Liquid ID, mereka akan mendapatkan 1 unit Samsung Galaxy S24 series.
Betul sekali, dan ini merupakan apresiasi terhadap kerja keras.
Kenapa ngasihnya nggak sekalian sih, pas ngasih kalung ngasih ini sekalian.
Kembali berlatih dan pastinya lebih rajin untuk push rank, mempersiapkan diri untuk M6 mereka di Malaysia.
Tangan mereka sudah mulai penuh sepertinya karena hadiah demi hadiah terus mengalir untuk sang juara. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini. Boleh kembali bersatu di tengah untuk bersama-sama merayakan Raja Galaksi. Raja Galaksi dengan Samsung Galaxy mereka yang baru.
Yang mana?
Dan tentu saja ini akan menjadi momen di mana sang Raja Galaksi mereka akan ditantang terus-menerus setelah ini.
Dapat HP
mereka mendapatkan secara baru, dan terima kasih sekali Bapak. Boleh kembali karena selanjutnya kami akan memberikan hadiah selanjutnya.
Betul sekali, terima kasih kepada Bapak Faris Shiki selaku MX Assistant Product Marketing Manager dari Samsung Phone S24 Ultra. Dan selanjutnya kita akan mengundang Bapak Andika Magara AKAN selaku Wakil Ketua Bidang Kompetisi, Atlet dan Prestasi ESI Provinsi Jawa Barat untuk memberikan champion check kepada tim Liquid Indonesia.
Yap, Mereka telah berjuang di tanah Bandung.
Enggak ada
Tanah yang menjadi
kata-kata,
saksi lahirnya
Ya, apa?
juara baru. Mari kita akan abadikan momen bersama dan Raja Galaksi.
Dan inilah adalah bukti bahwa kerja keras dari mereka untuk bisa sampai ke panggung playoff dan akhirnya membawa tiket ke M6 sampai di akhirnya grand final mereka menjadi juara utama dari MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Baik, kita akan abadikan momen dengan title Raja Galaksi, title baru untuk penunggang kuda handal tim Liquid ID yang sedang menjadi Raja Galaksi. Terima kasih sekali untuk Bapak, dipersilahkan untuk kembali ke tempatnya karena kita sudah mengabadikan momen ini, Bapak Andika. Dan
selanjutnya Bude, kita akan mengundang Ibu Stephanie selaku Head of Marketing dari PT Popmart Indonesia untuk memberikan hadiah kepada tim Liquid Indonesia. Berikut ini adalah hadiah cek dari Popmart sebesar 30 juta ribu rupiah.
Mendapatkan banyak sekali hadiah. Hari ini tim Liquid ID benar-benar merasakan kebahagiaan yang telah mereka nantikan. Tiap season mereka berjuang, tapi season 14 menjadi momen yang patut untuk kita kenang. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini bersama-sama.
Dan inilah dia momen bersama Popmart. Terima kasih untuk Ibu Stephanie yang telah memberikan hadiah kepada tim Liquid Indonesia. Dan selanjutnya Bude, kita masih punya pengumuman yaitu
untuk final MVP. Waduh, siapa nih? Siapa yang bakal menjadi final MVP?
Halo Bang Cancan.
Ini. Coba tebak-tebak.
Siapa?
Kenapa tuh wajah kayak gitu tuh? Wih, drama banget tuh orang.
Oke, kayak kita sudah mendengar beberapa nama di sini Bude, tapi langsung saja kita akan mengumumkan our final MVP for MPL Indonesia Season 14 adalah Widi! The Whitesman Widi, Roma Ranyar, rookie baru yang mewarnai tim Liquid ID, mewarnai MPL Indonesia Season 14. Dan tentu saja Widi di sini akan mendapatkan banyak sekali hadiah. Betul sekali, maka dari itu kita akan kembali mengundang kepada Bapak Faris Shidki selaku MXS.
Login Kak, sudah jangan ditambah berdarah. Aku tadi aku Endah. Ih, ada ini lagi, kuning-kuning. Apa? Diamond kuning. Diamond emas. Diamond. Mau pakai alpha ya sampai end life. Sudah jadi login, pendukung blokir semua. Mode set si Vanasarki. Seloreng dong Kak Endah. Mas Jani, udah nggak set sih aku ini. Sekarang kita berkawan lagi ya Kak. Baik. Nggak ada kawan pas hari ini, lu di blacklist. Mode set sih harusnya. Ya Allah. Kepencet. Aku punya hero. Sudah guys, ayo cepet login lah, temenin aku. Mendeset dong. Nggak nonton RRQ lagi. Kenapa dia bilang gitu? Nggak nonton RRQ lagi. Galing atau Vanika. Aku jungler kalau di challenge. Nggak dulu. Aku nggak ikut dulu Mbak, aku lagi masuk angin, oke. Mau nanya udah punya tisu kan, minum 3 box. Wish, udah glory 65 dong, Mas Daniel. Hatiku gembira. Mau pakai apa lawan Link Angela? Mau pakai Alpha lawan Link Angela. Siapa Mas Daniel? Sudah guys selebrasinya. Yang pakai siapa? Aku Mas Daniel. Alpha tuh hero apa sih? Wih, udah punya dong. Ngeri kali.
Air kena.
Ikut mabar Kak, boleh. Mas Daniel maaf ya, aku udah janji mabar. Nggak apa-apa kalau masih masuk angin. AKHIR ya? Gak apa-apa, hening dulu sampai tenang. Mana nih eksotis? Malam Endah, malam juga. Jangan ban Link dan Angela. Oke. Aku yang minta maaf, Kak Jenoyer. Aku tidak sabar, ayo mulai. Kurang satu. Mana tadi ada Kak Evan loh. Sek Mas Daniel, sabar sek. Salah undang. Khusus malam ini Alpha Jungler sampai Endah. Padahal aku bilang kalau nggak mau zero jangan ngetrol deh. Soalnya VIP bukan dia doang kan Mbak Endah. Iya kakak. Udah nggak sabar mau bantai-bantai sebagai pelampiasan. Fans RRQ hari ini lagi baperan. Nggak baperan sih. Kecewa aja. Wish, ngeri. Mas Daniel tenan iki Mas. Alpha sampai end life.
Please ban a hero.
Kalau dia mau ngasih building
banning.
biasa-biasa aja. Nih kemarin aku building sendiri kok ya. Lah, linknya di ban.
The enemy is picking.
Nonton live tuh. Eksotis.
Please pick a hero.
Eksotis.
Tes Alpha telah diaktifkan.
Sedingin embusan kristal salju. Abadi akulah cahaya kalbu yang menembus kegelapan.
Masalahnya sengaja Kak Eksotis biar lawannya pakai link. Tapi jangan ngomel ya Jenoir. Sengaja Kak, itu biar lawannya dapat link. Tadi.
Negeri ini adalah tanah air kita, dan negeri ini akan menjadi kuburan kalian. Otot kawat, tulang besi.
Tidak ada yang
The
bisa
enemy
lolos
is
dariku.
picking.
Hanya cinta dan malam yang tidak akan pernah habis.
Tuan, apa perintahmu?
Your team is picking.
Mau jadi Sujujin malam ini.
Aku adalah wujud balas
Aku
dendam.
mau jadi Rins malam ini. Waduh, ada apa? Ada Habis. Aku mau jadi ustadz malam ini. Ceramah dong.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Apa kamu mendengar suara hujan salju? Dalam keabadian yang membeku, aku menemukan kenyamanan. Gletser perlu waktu lama untuk terbentuk.
Coba betul-betul sebagai pelampiasan. Iya, gimana dong? Kak Kairi, iri-iri gue tim juara. Sedih.
Embusan
Kak Kairi.
angin Northern Vale
Besok
membawa
pakai
kisah
billingku.
masa lalu.
Mana ada? Kamu gak ada billing tahu, Tama Brot. Billingmu 0.
Aku merasakan dingin yang menusuk dari dalam.
First blood!
Pesona es utara adalah kekal abadi.
Yaudah, karena tim gue juara, gue tetap member dah. Ih, terima kasih Kak Kairi. Aku nggak maksa loh, Kak.
Understood.
Oke.
Thank you.
Jangan lari dari dinginnya embun es. Tempatku berlindung, membeku dalam waktu.
Battle spell in
Soalnya gue udah janji sama lu kalau tim Liquid ID juara dah.
launch attack.
Tapi kan bilangnya kalau hierarki menang.
Meski dingin, hangatlah
Ally has been slain.
Waduh. Bentar. OTW.
Enemy missing.
thank you.
Musim dingin abadi sudah menjemputmu.
Thank you ya, Habis kecil.
Dalam kesendirian, aku menemukan ketenangan.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Badai S.
Halo Kak Welindung,
Penderitaan manusia hanya
dua.
sementara.
Kan gue bilang ada tuh juara, tapi kenyataan apa? Tim Liquid yang juara.
The enemy has slain the turret. Launch attack.
Saljunya meleleh.
First yang juara.
Istirahatku telah usai.
Ally has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed.
Anggap saja embun saljuku adalah hidup.
Launch attack. いい仕事だったわ。Shut down.
Maaf ya Mbak Endah, nggak apa-apa.
An enemy has been slain.
Istirahatku telah usai. Banyak yang tak tahan. Saljunya meleleh.
Ally has been well played. Ult is ready. Our turret is under attack and destroyed.
Istirahatku
has slain the
telah
turtle.
usai. Embun salju, bermekarlah.
Our turret is under attack. Well played. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack.
First masuk gua ke
Ally has
tapa.
been slain.
Lalu
Our
dirasa
inhibitor
las
turret is under attack.
Bella aman mau
Penderitaan manusia
buat
hanya
ngelunas para
sementara.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been
Kata
slain.
siapa?
Kekuatan es ini tak lekang oleh waktu.
Legendary. いい仕事だったわ。
Anggap saja embun saljuku adalah hadiah.
Badai S. Badai S. Well played. Good game. Well played. Good game.
Banyak yang tak tahan
Legendary.
dingin,
Well played.
namun bagiku itu anugerah.
Badai. Our turret is under attack. Inhibitor turret is under
Enggak
attack.
buku.
Siap merasakan dingin yang menusuk jiwa?
Menang siapa kak tadi TLID?
Blaster perlu waktu lama untuk terbentuk.
The enemy turret is under attack.
Dingin yang menusuk jiwa.
Inhibitor turret is under attack. Media. Well played.
Meski dingin,
Turret is under attack. Well played. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Has been destroyed. Our base is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Mana tadi? Lost 1. Enemy 7. Ngeri kali tadi Miane.
Please ban a hero. Your team is banning.
Ban Mia aja. Enemy David. Udah tak tulis dari tadi lossnya. Tutorial Alpha Jungler terbaru 2024.
Please pick a hero.
Waduh, cari di YouTube kak. Aku nggak buka tutorial Alpha kak. Nggak pinter soalnya. Pakai apa ya?
Tugasku adalah untuk melindungi kalian.
Itu Mabar VIP semua kak. Enggak, ada yang free. Apa tadi bukan
Demi
tutorial?
kemuliaan.
Enggak. Bukan.
Biarkan mereka yang jadi
Your
pahlawannya.
team is picking.
Akulah kebenaran yang didambakan dunia.
tamuku. Hai teman, ingin
The
bermain?
enemy is picking.
dalam keputusasaan, aku melihat harapan yang paling terang.
Mereka memanggilku seorang pahlawan
Please pick a hero.
karena aku menyelamatkan negaraku dari kehancuran.
Dah. Tangi siapa, bro?
Arus waktu tidak menunggu siapapun.
Hancurkan dan kuasai.
Udah jangan marah-marah, ini es krim. Enggak sih, enggak es krim. Udah jangan sedih, RRQ nggak juara. Enggak sih, aku bukan sedih gara-gara itu.
Kali ini pilihan ada di
Sedih
tangan.
gara-gara itu. Bukan sedih sih. Es krim McDonald. Goreng omah cair lah. Bener banget kata lo bang, Tama Brot. Aku satu ke dewe. Nggak apa-apa kak, mainnya have fun aja kok, nggak main MPL kok. Have fun mainnya, nggak main MPL. Ini emang lagi nge-troll semua. Kalau mau mabar habis ini nggak usah dulu dah. Ini lagi nge-troll.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
Semua hal bisa dimakan jika kamu cukup berani.
Launch attack. Request backup.
Anak-anakku selalu bersabar.
Gak suka es krim, kontennya punya es krim. Gak gitu sih. Bukan berarti terus aku marah pengen es krim. Harusnya tadi masalah yang udah gak dibahas, kenapa dibahas lagi gitu loh. Kebanyakan suram pas waktu scaler di bawah sendirian malah ditinggal.
Aku telah menambahkan elemen baru ke dalam permainan ini. Bagaimana kalau kau mengunjungi anak-anak?
Initiate retreat. Initiate retreat. First blood.
That was amazing! That was amazing!
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Bagaimana rasanya berada di atas diriku?
Langsung ganti nama fans Liquid ID nggak tuh? Ternyata nyadar. Nyadar ya.
Dia memanggilku. Makhluk tanpa antena terlihat aneh.
Launch attack! Good game! Double kill!
Perlawanan tidak akan membuahkan hasil. Aurora dan Tobias, aku akan kembali untuk kalian. Ini cuma kekuatanmu. Tetap waspada dan makan. Tunduklah padaku atau ditelan oleh anak-anakku. Aurora dan Tobias, aku akan kembali untuk kalian. Kematianku tidak akan menjadi akhir dari Bastia.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Perlawanan
Our turret is
tidak
under
akan
attack.
membuahkan hasil.
Launch attack! Okay.
Kedatangan ini tidak akan mengubah
Under attack!
semua nightmare fall. Aku telah menambahkan elemen bar ke dalam permainan.
Enemy double kill.
Nice!
Our turret has been destroyed.
Makhluk tanpa aturan terlihat aneh.
Enemy rampage. Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret has been destroyed.
Dia memanggilku.
Slain an enemy. Shut down. Double kill. Our enemy has slain under attack. Killing spree.
いい仕事だったわ。
Bagaimana rasanya berada di atas piringku? Bagaimana kalau kau mengunjungi anakku?
Our turret has been destroyed.
Rasakan kekuatan.
Bang, udahlah bang, kita udahan aja lah bang. Kamu dari tadi nggak menang-menang bang. Aku kasihan.
Kalau kamu kasih
Ini dari tadi kamu udah 10 kali kalah. 10 kali bang, udahlah. Udah cukup bang.
Thank you, arigato. Anyway, bapaknya Kak Endah ya galak banget. Dia sultanku kakak. Alvaris. Sultanku.
Please ban a hero. Your team is banning. The enemy is picking.
Air tenang menghanyutkan.
Your team is picking.
Balik aja deh.
Perang tidak pernah berakhir. Begitu pula dengan tekadku.
Ih, gak bisa naik.
Dalam keputusasaan, aku melihat harapan yang paling terang.
Assalamualaikum.
Pasir tunduk di
Waalaikumsalam.
bawah perintahku.
Waalaikumsalam kakak.
Butuh jahitan biar aku
Please pick a
bantu.
hero.
Tugasku adalah
Sihirku
untuk melindungi
mengalir
kalian.
bebas
The enemy
seperti
is picking.
angin.
Otot kawan, tulang besi.
Wish.
Your
Samudra
team is
mematuhi
picking.
kehendakku.
Flicker ya. Malam ya.
Aku suka
Jangan
bau
paniknya,
bubuk pesio di
kakak.
pagi hari.
Chat aku lagi di mute 59 pertandingan gak? Maksudnya 59 pertandingan itu apa? Kok bisa?
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed! Request backup!
Understood.
Initiate first blood!
Di manakah laki-laki yang menyukai api?
Okay.
Tidak ada yang menghentikanku untuk terbang ke langit. Dengar, itu adalah suara angin.
Amanah apa? Apa itu amanah?
An enemy has been slain. Slain. An ally has been slain.
Badai akan segera datang.
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
Aku bertarung dalam nama angin. Angin tidak pernah berhenti. Aku adalah laki-laki yang menyukai angin.
Okay.
Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan coba-coba. Tidak ada yang mengerti. Inilah amarah angin.
Happy birthday!
Padahal dari pipis.
Aku adalah laki-laki yang menyukai angin.
Good game. An enemy has been slain. Launch attack.
Gak semangat main RRQ kalah. Nggak apa-apa. Masih ada MC kakak.
Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan coba-coba. Di manakah laki-laki yang menyukai api? Badai akan segera datang. Inilah amarah angin.
Yaelah.
Dengar, itu adalah suara angin.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
Aku bertarung dalam nama angin.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
Aku adalah laki-laki yang menyukai angin.
Ult is not ready. An enemy has been slain. Our turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Inilah amarah angin.
Double kill.
Di manakah laki-laki yang menyukai api? Badai akan segera datang.
Please.
An enemy has been slain.
Aku bertarung dalam nama angin.
An enemy has been slain.
amarah angin.
Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Malas main ML, Kak. Nih, enggak apa-apa, main-main aja. Kenapa, Kak Oka?
Ult is ready. Shut down. Our turret has been destroyed.
Suara angin. Lihatlah, inilah amarah angin. Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan coba-coba.
Launch attack. Ally has been slain.
Is.
Balas dendam untukku.
Lihat RRQ kalah ikut Kak. Abis ini mau bantai-bantai anti lemas. Oke. Tapi kalau kalah jangan marah-marah ya, jangan ngomel-ngomel
Aku
ya.
bertarung dalam nama angin.
Launch attack.
Happy birthday ML baby.
Sorry, gak lihat. Sampai jam berapa? 12. Orang ngomel paling tak.
Badai akan segera datang.
Ally has been well played. Our turret is under
Aku
attack.
adalah laki-laki yang menyukai angin.
Our turret is under attack.
Janda Kak, iya.
Tidak ada yang menghentikanku untuk terbang ke langit.
Our turret is under attack. Our turret is under attack. Has been slain. Enemy rampage. Our turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed.
Di manakah laki-laki? Lihatlah, inilah amarah
Slain an enemy.
Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan
Killing
coba-coba.
spree.
Di manakah laki-laki yang menyukai api? Tidak ada yang menghentikanku untuk terbang ke langit.
Kirain link. Tebal proyek. Kali ini yang main jadi tumbal proyek dulu ya.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Dengar, itu adalah suara angin. Badai akan segera datang. Lihatlah, inilah amarah angin.
Double kill.
Aku adalah laki-laki yang
Mega kill. You destroyed a turret. You destroyed a turret.
Aku bertarung dalam nama angin. Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan coba-coba.
Ally has slain Lord.
Sesemangat Kak, iya Kak Paimo. Sorry.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Ini efek mungkin siang nggak tidur. Main zombie. Wajahnya jadi kayak
Has
zombie.
been slain. Killing spree. Unstoppable.
Dengar,
Ally has
itu
been
adalah
slain.
suara angin.
Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret.
Assalamualaikum, waalaikumsalam. Valerian. Welcome kakak.
Di manakah laki-laki yang menyukai api? Aku adalah laki-laki yang menyukai angin.
Boleh mabar? Boleh. Cuman lagi mode set ini mode ngetrol.
Badai
Panggah ayu
akan
kok.
segera datang.
Lagi mode troll nih kak.
Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan coba-coba. Lihatlah, inilah amarah angin. Tidak ada yang menghentikanku untuk terbang ke langit.
Double kill. Triple kill. Launch attack.
Kamu tidak bisa bergerak. Jangan coba-coba.
Launch attack.
Di tengah bro.
Dengar, itu adalah
Mega
suara
kill.
angin.
Gak apa-apa, lumayan serius kakak namanya.
Aku adalah laki-laki yang menyukai angin.
Oh udah pernah tadiku. Udah pernah tadiku belum nggak?
Tidak ada yang menghentikanku untuk terbang ke langit.
Launch attack. Ally slain Lord.
Aku bertarung dalam nama angin.
Request
Badai
backup.
akan
Okay.
segera datang. Di manakah laki-laki yang menyukai api?
Launch attack.
Ketahuan bro. Ngumpet.
Aku bertarung dalam nama angin. Di manakah laki-laki
La ilaha
yang
illallah.
menyukai api?
Lah kena Gatot.
Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret.
Udah, kalau boleh biar login akunnya boleh. Login aku gak boleh.
Understood.
Tidak ada yang menghentikanku untuk terbang ke langit. Badai akan segera datang.
Nice. Halo guys, halo para pudin. Selamat malam. Teret. Mana kak? Masih berteman nggak? Lemas friend gagal juara. Kak Vin tadi mana Kak Vin? Frusyanto. Kayaknya udah nggak berteman deh. Ini masih ding, masih ding. Room. Astaga.
Please ban a hero.
Bener ban Gatot dah. Menyebalkan.
Your team is banning. The enemy is picking.
Sedingin embusan kristal
Please pick a
salju.
hero.
Abadi bagaikan kalbu yang membeku.
Tugasku adalah untuk melindungi kalian.
Harapan akan tetap ada,
The enemy
bahkan
is
ketika
picking.
semuanya terasa menyedihkan.
Cinta dan harapan adalah dua ciptaan terbaik.
Arus waktu tidak menunggu
Your
siapapun.
team is picking.
Wow, Selena.
Demi kemuliaan.
Dalam keputusasaan, aku melihat
The enemy
harapan
is
yang paling
picking.
terang.
Mereka memanggilku seorang pahlawan karena aku menyelamatkan negaraku dari kehancuran.
Rantai ini tidak hanya
Your team
mengikatku.
is picking.
Tes Alpha telah diaktifkan.
Oke, sister kok mukanya ngantuk bener lah 24 jam. Emang kelihatan ngantuk ya? Nggak tidur siang aja sih. Emang kelihatan ngantuk.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! Request backup. 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Sampai Richburg bangkit kembali. Keheningan Necrokip terlalu dingin, terlalu keras. Hidup dan mati merupakan suatu berkah. Suatu hari nanti, Necrokip akan melihat cahaya kembali. Rasakan keputusasaan untuk mengenang yang gugur. Ini bukan akhir bagi kami.
Push first!
Perhatikan langkahmu pengunjung, karena Necrokip dingin dan berbahaya.
Empat detik.
Aku akan menjadi suara yang memandu Necrokip melewati kegelapan. Memalukan. Air mata dan tawa, suatu berkah yang luar biasa. Tidak ada lagi pengorbanan.
Ult is not ready.
Kami tidak terkalahkan. Untuk Necrokid.
First blood. Ally has been slain.
Pergi.
Ally has been slain. The enemy has slain the turtle.
Rakyatku membutuhkan.
You have slain an enemy.
Kehidupan yang berakhir. Ada kenangan yang tidak bisa dihapus oleh waktu.
Ult is not ready.
Keheningan Necrokid terlalu dingin, terlalu keras. Rasakan keputusasaan.
An enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat. Okay.
Ikut Kak lah, udah mau selesai. Kak Rizky Dewa. Mabarnya besok Selasa ya. Senin aku libur main ML nih.
Rasakan keputusasaan. Pergi.
Gak ada ini lagi. Monster.
Apa ini sudah berakhir?
Ya,
memalukan.
Jalan kamu. Musuh lagi ya.
Aku harus melindungi rakyatku. Untuk yang telah gugur. Hidup dan mati merupakan suatu berkah.
Initiate retreat. Ult is not ready. An ally has slain the turtle. Killing spree.
Berpikirlah kembali sebelum menyerang kami. Memalukan. Rasakan keputusasaan.
Thank you.
Tidak ada lagi pengorbanan.
Initiate retreat.
Rakyatku membutuhkanku.
Initiate retreat. Your team destroyed a turret. Request backup.
Understood.
Battle spell in cooldown. Initiate retreat. Okay.
Aku seharusnya menikah dengannya. Dengan daun ini. Kami tidak terkalahkan.
Mega kill.
Kehidupan.
Waduh.
Launch
ada ininya ya.
Perpisahan yang sangat menyakitkan.
Our turret has been destroyed. Well played. Launch attack.
Understood.
Air mata dan tawa, suatu berkah yang luar biasa.
Our turret is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Request backup.
Waktuku tidak akan berhenti.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Ini akan berguna.
Gak kena tadi. Stunnya.
Perasaan akan hilang. Pergi.
The enemy has slain Lord.
Untuk necrokit.
Gila Patrick.
Ini akan akhir bagi kami. Perhatikan langkahmu pengunjung, karena necrokit dingin dan berbahaya. Kami tidak terkalahkan. Untuk yang telah gugur.
Wih.
Our turret has been destroyed. Launch attack! Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Well played, well played. Launch attack! Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Kami tidak dikalahkan. Kita kembali sebelum
Ally has been
Gila.
Initiate retreat.
Set death.
Tidak akan berhenti.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Our turret has been destroyed. Our base is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Ya
Battle
Allah.
spell in cooldown.
Keputusasaan hilang.
Launch initiate retreat.
Rasakan keputusasaan.
Initiate retreat. Well played has been slain. Killing spree. Initiate retreat. Request backup.
Rasakan keputusasaan. Kami tidak dikalahkan.
You have slain an enemy.
Kehidupan yang
Initiate
berarti.
retreat.
Understood.
Necrokip.
The enemy has slain Lord.
Rasakan putusasaan. Pergi.
Battle spell in cooldown. Battle spell in cooldown.
Ini bukan akhir bagi kami. Rasakan putusasaan.
Initiate retreat. Our inhibitor turret is under attack. Initiate retreat. Tear down. Ally has been slain. Killing spree. Launch attack. Double kill. Initiate retreat. Under attack.
No. Oke, sudah. Sudah selesai ya. Terima kasih semuanya ya yang sudah setia menonton, yang sudah like, yang sudah subscribe. Mohon maaf kalau saya tidak bersemangat ya, atau bad mood. Mabar lagi hari Selasa ya. Senin aku nggak main ML. Makasih Sister Endah ya, sama-sama Mas Daniel. Aku juga makasih ya Mas Daniel ya. Terima kasih semuanya.
Duduklah kawan, minum secangkir teh dan nikmati pertunjukannya.
Selamat malam. Dah, see you.